The rival clan brought over 1,000,000 cavalry out to scout, but facing that sea of troops, this young master went alone and confidently declared that entire legion was besieged by him alone. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary entitled brat in the Zai Ling sorcerer clan. But this clan had endured for generations, and no one could summon the dead warriors anymore. The declining clan was attacked by the rival house, the patriarch taken for judgment, and they paraded this young master for their amusement, cutting that rope with their own hands. After that day, an emotionless young master was born. The clan fought over the seat of patriarch. He didn't care and left. While researching how to resurrect the clan, he was sucked into the Black Tome, met the demon of old days, and offered the first patriarch a bargain to claim the top spot in the clan. But the more you want, the higher the price you pay. Unlike the first patriarch, he went all in, offering himself and the clan as a sacrifice, training his powers painfully over a long time, rooting out all hidden spies within his own clan. Now he once again leads the clan's army out to punish the one from years ago. With the Zai Ling army unlimited on the ancient battlefield, and the ability to disguise and fake appearances, to become others without leaving a trace, the Zai Ling sorcerer clan returned, making others bow their heads in fear once more. About 3 meters above, a sharp sword gleamed maliciously, casting a shadow over jet-black hair, the darkest, most terrifying shadow, as if smothering the soul below. While the son stood there dazed, the father lay under the executioner's blade awaiting death. The crowd below murmured, "How did it come to this? What did His Majesty do to deserve this humiliation? SHH, keep quiet, or you might be next up there. Mark my words, haven't you seen enough to know how cruel they are?" The man's hint made the girl glance up at the one perched above, sipping his tea. "I know." But the man continued, "We can only stay silent and steer clear of them. Now war has broken out across the continent. Lowly folk like us have no choice but to hold our breath like dead mice. For this is the age of war and chaos, when the flames of slaughter swallow the east. And those flames spread on, impossible to extinguish. And so the noble Marba's clan became the next victim of this hellish blaze. Their fate sealed. The strong do as they please, while the weak can only sneak and snatch to survive. Unlike the strong, the weak fight for their lives every day. Unlike the strong, the weak ultimately have only one path: dance with the grim reaper, the gate of hell where the frail can only wait for final release. That's the dark outlook this continent has turned into. The man enjoying the performance above was Count Alan de Sylvester, Lord of House Sylvester, Marbaz's rival. He shouted to begin the spectacle, and immediately the gathered townsfolk below surged into chaotic chat, while the son stood there cold as a statue. Seeing that, Alan raised an eyebrow and barked, "What's this? Aren't you obeying my order?" No sooner had he finished than the son moved to grab the ritual knife, moving stiffly like a puppet, and slowly approached the guillotine. Alan watched his every step with a bloodthirsty grin. "What are you waiting for? Cut the rope, kid." The son obeyed and trudged step by step toward the rope. Then he swung his arm and decisively slashed straight down, to the dumbstruck horror of the people below, and under the utterly perverse gaze of Alan above. The sound was chilling, like a cleaver hitting a chopping block. Dark red droplets splattered the pale face of the child. That tragic tableau was stained with the metallic stench of blood. No escape. Cruel fate, an unimaginable burden placed on a boy's shoulder. This execution of Rune von Marbaz severed every tie between the father and the world. That son was Leon von Marbaz, the child of the late Lord Rune von Marbaz, and the one who had executed his own father with his own hands. The head of the house is the lord of a noble family. True to the title, the lord is not only a noble, but the central pillar of an entire realm. As some play once wrote, the higher the crown, the shakier the hearts beneath it, and power should be given only to those strong enough to bear it. The new lord of House Marbaz stepped into the light. Leon. The schooling of the clan's leaders began with the arrival of young Lord Leon. A middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted, "House Sylvester is expanding its power. They might even send troops to seize Marbaz territory." Others added, "My lord, you must strengthen defenses immediately. Lord, please make a decision." "Indeed, my lord, it's time you give us a clear answer." Facing pressure from his elders, Leon calmly said, "Enough. I ask you to be patient a little longer. I still need time to deliberate." Seeing their lord seemingly indifferent, everyone grew anxious. "But my lord, this is urgent. Yet this only foretells ill for the once great Marbaz. With the death of my father, Rune von Marbaz, Leon ascended as head of House Marbaz at just 14 years old. A Marbaz house that once terrorized the world with the title of the Death Sorcerer clan. But that famed renown had long since become a relic of distant history. Leon entered the vast room, stood before his parents' portrait, and pondered. What would you have me do, mother and father? I know my pleas will never be answered, for the dead cannot speak, and my parents cannot guide me from beyond. Yet more than ever I need a path, a guiding light. How can I restore glory and prosperity to the house? He took a few more steps, stopped, and looked up at the oldest portrait in the room, depicting a man with jet black hair in the Marbas clan's signature black robes, Wellen von Marbas, the progenitor who founded the Marbas line, and the only death sorcerer of his age. Legend has it the Marbas rose from the blood and fire of battle, when the first ancestor used his dark magic to carve his name into history. But since that glorious era, the Marbas bloodline failed to produce another true death sorcerer, leading inevitably to the clan's decline. And in the end, I had to end my father's life with my own hands, he exhaled wearily. Leon opened the door to another chamber. He walked to the desk. On it sat a thick tome whose cover bore the motif of a bloodshot red eye. The Chronicle of House Marbas, ancestor Wellen von Marbas, was a living legend. With a flick of his hand, he swept away foes like a deadly gale, calling forth legions of the undead that marched unceasingly, flattening every obstacle in their path. In just 2 months after he launched the Eastern Campaign, that vast region lay beneath his heel. People murmured that Wellen von Marbas once made a pact with the demon Marbas, thereby unlocking one of the continent's greatest secrets, seizing the dark knowledge of death arts through the Necronomicon, the most dread grimoire ever known. By that power our ancestor became lord of the entire continent. Leon regarded the book with a pensive gaze. This priceless heirloom passed down from my forebears made the glories of House Marbas, and made us the only line on the continent capable of summoning the Death Legion. As he lifted the book, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Listen to me, new young lord. Leon was startled by the voice, a message via telepathy right in the lord's study. Strangely, this place was clearly sealed by anti-magic ward. He called out, anyone there? Who are you? The other softened to reassure him. Do not be afraid, child. I am not your enemy nor your house's. But why would Leon be stupid enough to trust you? How could I believe you? No sooner had he finished than he was pulled into a strange formation. When he opened his eyes, before him stood a giant lion with a sharp horn fixed to its brow, locking its gaze on. Leon asked, where is this place? The lion, a little surprised, pointed to itself. Did your predecessor never tell you of my existence? Leon asked back suspiciously. Your predecessor, you mean my father Rune von Marbas? The giant lion nodded its massive head in confirmation. Yes, he bore that name. I sensed the mana bond binding me to him had been severed. Then it growled in anger. Damn it. I had long feared his nature was too merciful to rule a dark house. I should have realized his end would come sooner than expected. But anyway, tell me which of you dealt the final blow to your father? Leon showed no fear. He raised his head and replied, if you ask who killed my father. It was me, Leon, his biological son. No sooner had he finished than a powerful aura from the lion flung Leon violently back. Its voice roared. I will ask again, are you truly the one who murdered my covenant master? Facing its storm of fury, Leon emphasized once more, yes, I killed my father. The lion snarled in rage. I will ask again, are you really the one who killed my covenant master? Leon was not afraid. Anyone can glare, so he glared back and reaffirmed, yes, I killed my father. The lion seemed to hear something divine. It howled loudly. Meanwhile, it read back Leon's memories before. Each scene that appeared made it realize one thing. So your reason was stolen, poor child. The hand that cut the rope was indeed yours, but that does not mean you are the one who killed your father. Leon did not bother to argue. That is not the truth, and you know it. Looking at the young child before it, the lion sighed and thought. Aside from his despair, what truly puzzles me is the gloomy aura that envelops him and the darkness within that constantly threatens to devour. What has this child become? How can someone so young possess such terrible magical power through his godly eye? The lion recognized Leon's immense mana and clicked its tongue. How laugh! It may even surpass its own ancestor. After pondering for a while, it cleared its throat and spoke. Ahem, I will introduce myself. I am Marbas, one of the 72 demon lords of hell, who turned away from the netherworld to live among humans. A lifelong companion of Wellen von Marbas and the origin of the unique forbidden death-summoning art of House Marbas. Hearing the familiar name, Leon continued, I know of you through legends. When my ancestor founded House Marbas, you were the one who taught him the forbidden art of summoning the dead. Marbas replied, indeed, though now I am bound to the Black Tome. There was a time when I was one of the most terrifying demons. Leon's gaze suddenly turned cold. Marbas the Black Mage Lord. Our ancestors said the death-summoning art runs in our blood. But why did you ultimately abandon us? Marbas asked, puzzled. Abandon you? What led you to think that? Leon said, since the time of the legend Wellen, House Marbas has never produced a death summoner equal to him. If that is not proof that you abandoned us, then what is it? Feeling misunderstood and annoyed, Marbas had to stand up to explain himself. So let me make one thing clear. The reason you and your lineage cannot wield the true power of death summoning is because you are too weak to offer a worthy vessel. Leon asked in confusion, a worthy vessel. Marbas explained, exactly. None of you can compare to Welland's talent. This is merely an omen of the decline of your bloodline. After thinking for a few seconds, Leon calmly replied, I will take your words into account. This nod earned a measure of approval from Marbas. Leon answered indifferently, of course, for the weak being defeated in wartime is an immutable law of this world. Marbas inquired, is that also how you accept your father's death? Leon said, what does that matter? Frankly speaking, his death is nothing special. However, if you have not entirely turned your back on our house Marbas, then I have a request for you. Marbas sneered, a request? No, I don't think so. A request is an act of goodwill, where one party loses something Marbas right. Any transaction with a demon is not a request but a pact or an agreement. Leon didn't hesitate and agreed, fine, then I will form a pact to obtain the power to summon the dead. Seeing Marbas's surprised gaze, Leon continued, can you grant me that power? Feeling doubted, Marbas sulked to the utmost like a big cat. It turned its face away and said, a child like you has no right to doubt my ability. Moreover, what have I seen in you to grant you power? Do you truly believe you deserve it? Leon confidently replied, I believe so because if I were useless with no talent I would not be standing here conversing with a noble demon like people say that merely speaking with a demon drains a mortal's mana, leaving them hallucinatory, and then they lose their life as soon as the conversation ends. Yet here I stand, which can only mean one thing, that I have the qualification to walk this path. Observing from earlier, Marbas had been taken from one surprise to another by Leon. This child is truly not ordinary. He has not only talent, but also resolute will. So it's said, as I have said, any request to a demon must be treated as a pact. Remember that. Leon hurriedly added, and I do not think it foolish to believe you have something to trade. Seeing Leon's demeanor and his words, suddenly Marbas burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, wonderful. Then a pact shall be forged, O young scion of the death-summoning bloodline. Leon asked nonchalantly, what price must I pay, sir? Marbas's eyes burned red with fire, as he demanded the entirety of your existence. Hearing this, Leon for the first time smiled, then relief, for I am willing to offer all of myself. This surprised Marbas, and changed his view of the boy before him. Meanwhile, in the clan council chamber, the heads of the branches gathered without the presence of Lord Leon. Leon's uncle stroked his white beard, and said, as you all know, gentlemen, our current head, I refer to Lord Leon, has almost no authority to make weighty decisions affecting the entire house. Everyone agreed with no one answering him, so he continued, therefore, as granduncle and closest kin to the current head, I intend to temporarily assume all duties of the house in the near future. Now I will let you express your opinions on me becoming the steward of this house. One among them immediately stood and supported. It would be foolish to oppose, because the rest is just an upstart brat, not yet of age. We cannot place the fate of the house in the hands of a child not yet qualified. I believe no one is more suitable than Lord Kirchar, uncle of Leon, to manage the house. At that moment, another with a kindly face spoke awkwardly. However, Lord Leon is the sole direct heir of the late housemaster. There has never been a precedent in our house for choosing a successor outside the direct bloodline. The other replied coldly, what use is precedent if our entire bloodline is at risk of being wiped out? The army of the Sylvester Raiders has marched to the border. I do not blame you for worrying about hereditary rights, but remember that following a callow youth means choosing death, and I will look after my own survival first. The kindly man could not help but slam the table in protest. You have overstepped, sir. Each of you holds your seat here thanks to the late housemaster. Your duty is to fight to the last breath, not squabble like vultures over a carcass. He thought to himself, even if the current lord has not had time to build his own faction, I will not fold my arms and watch that brazen old fox seize the throne. Show me the way, Lord Rune. How can you abandon us to this shameless vulture? Kirchar rose and said, a bold but interesting view. Indeed, House Leon, the current lord, still has at least one loyal follower. The other angrily said, speak plainly, sir, what do you mean? Kirchar said coldly, what use is loyalty? If you are not wise enough to see the predetermined outcome, my respected old friend Pullen, accept this sincere advice in the spirit in which it is offered. Do you truly think I summoned you all here today to hear your opinions? Under the mana pressure from Kirchar's hand, Pulin realized everything. So it was all part of your plan, Kirchar. He gently reminded, choose your words carefully for your house's sake, if for no other reason. We are all gathered here for a single purpose, to present a bitter but least tragic choice for the house. You need not stand in our way, friend. All I ask is that my counsel guide this fate. Pulin replied bitterly, so I was merely a pawn in his game from the start. Forgive me, Lord Rune. Have mercy on this wretched vassal who failed to protect your legacy. Contrasting with the tension in that council room, Leon remained calm, facing Marbaz's gaze. After watching long enough, Marbaz concluded, Atrum, everything is fine except one thing. With the change in the Pact's terms, my true power has been significantly limited. Your father Rune, though too weak and naive, as the Pact signer, possessed a mana reserve far greater than yours now. Your father Rune, though too weak and naive, as the Pact signer, possessed a mana reserve far greater than yours now. So what am I to do? Marbaz replied, there is nothing you can do, but at least we should limit your mana usage for now. So it snapped its fingers and vanished. Then a little tuft of black fur appeared before Leon, cute to behold. This form will help lessen the burden. He looked curiously at the black puff and said, I suppose that makes sense. You look so adorable you could be mistaken for a pet. Marbaz's pride was mortally wounded, and it fluffed up threateningly. Dare call me adorable again, Pact signer, and tend to your own life or I'll turn your face into a maze of bites and scratches. Do you understand? Clearly Leon was not the least bit intimidated. He tilted his head, studying the fluff, and replied in a coaxing tone, that seems rather off. Seeing this person had punctured the posturing, Marbaz turned and left. Good, if we understand each other, then let's be off. Leon was surprised. Off where? Where are we going? Marbaz asked again. You wished for power equal to your ancestor, did you not? If you truly want to reach his stature, what better way than to walk the very path he walked? Leon pondered and said, sounds reasonable. Hearing this, Marbaz was pleased. Very well, we will journey to your ancestor's mysterious shrine. But remember, this path may steal your life. Still, do you choose to follow me? Leon tilted his head in puzzlement. Why do you keep doubting my resolve? Marbaz paid no mind and strode ahead. I'll lead the way. If you think you can keep up, then stay close behind. Young Pact signer, Leon politely said, please go ahead. After a short time they stopped deep within the forest. Leon was somewhat surprised. The Marbaz family's mysterious forest. Marbaz said, this is it. This forest can be a bewildering maze to those not of your blood. Leon recalled his father saying only the legitimate housemaster could set foot in the secret shrine. But one thing puzzled me. If this is truly the source of death summoning power, then why? Marbaz immediately understood Leon's question. Because no one has ever passed the trials. I suppose they all lacked the core element. Leon feigned inquiry, the missing element. Marbaz explained, only those who possess the purest black hue of the abyssal element can open the path to the shrine. To date, none have met this primary condition to pierce the bone veil. Looking at the mana world before him, Leon said, I understand. That seems fairly clear. Marbaz raised his feline paw, opened the door before them, and urged, hesitate no more. I advise you to begin the trial at once. Standing before a flight of steps, the voice rang out again. You may enter, my descendant. Marbaz warned, be careful, Pact signer. From now on I will not intervene. Leon paid little mind. Very well, you said this is a test of method. Marbaz kindly added, nevertheless, I have one piece of advice for you. Follow all the instructions of the Black Tome. It will guide you to the ultimate prize, the death-summoning power. The two ventured deeper, the path stained with the dust of time. But luckily torches still burned along the walls, lighting the way. Suddenly something caught Leon's eye. There was a narrow passage along the wall, and as Leon stepped into it, a series of strange green torches flared up. Before him appeared a scene of a bunch of goblins standing there. They were holding a girl down on the ground. Suddenly the black tome leapt into Leon's hands and flared bright. It opened on its own and presented the first instruction. So I will leave behind instructions to fully harness the power of the sacred black tome. The first is the secret art of resurrecting the dead. You must begin by taking the life of a living being. As the prophecy finished, the goblins went berserk and charged. Leon read the prophecy again. You must begin by taking the life of a living being. He folded the black tome shut and coldly drew the dagger at his side. His gaze locked onto those before him, including the girl being dazzled there, and the snarling goblin. Alone he calculated quickly and leaped into the fray. When a goblin lunged with sharp claws striking from above, Leon did not flinch and twisted to dodge. Taking advantage, he pulled the dagger from behind. With a decisive slash, he cut straight into the spot at the back of the goblin's neck, ending it in an instant. And that was one down. returning to his childhood. Before the Marba's family tomb his father, and he stood paying respects. After finishing, the father said to Leon, "Listen closely, Leon, in our great Macbeth lineage, what entity do you think we revere most?" The answer is simple. We worship death because we are necromancer summoners who command death. Therefore, we must honor death above all else. Leon, then about 5 or 6 years old, pondered his father's words seriously and asked, "But what does that mean? Father, how does one honor death? I thought necromancers must take others' lives to increase their dark power, right?" The father proudly looked at his young son. "It seems you have studied the family's history well. Yes, we are dark mages feared by many across the continent. But that does not mean we must become callous and cruel. So promise me one thing, should you one day face anyone on the battlefield, whenever you hold the right to decide their fate, promise me you will let them pass with as much peace as possible." Those words carved themselves into his mind after he asked if he must keep that promise with all his enemies. Father. Back in the present, as Leon fought these damned goblins, he was surrounded by goblins calmly pondering. "I must aim precisely for their cervical vertebrae. There is no better way to finish an enemy without causing excessive pain." Upon close observation, standing beside Marbas, he realized one thing. This child had apparently never wielded a sword in real combat. Yet he pierced the cervical vertebra with absolute accuracy. Could that be mere luck or an innate genius? I will soon find the answer. Regardless of Marbas's sly villainous grin, Leon tried to calculate how to take them down. I defeated one, but it was more luck than skill. The goblins were cunning and deceitful. The darkness made it hard for me to judge height and distance. Moreover, my vision seemed to grow ever darker. If I recall correctly, the torch went out when I killed the first goblin. I need to get used to the dark as soon as possible. And instead of slashing recklessly at enemies, I should focus on precise thrusts and disarming them. So he moved like a blade to the rear of a goblin, and while it was still unaware, he stabbed it to death. As it screamed in pain, its kin immediately spotted Leon's position and rushed to attack. Fortunately, he noticed in time and leaned aside to dodge successfully, causing two goblins to turn on each other. Seizing the chance, he swung his blade and killed another goblin. At the same moment, a nearby green torch went out. Leon wiped the sweat from his face and assessed the situation. His eyes were adapting to the dark, and he could see a little better. But unfortunately, his dagger was degrading after each clash. Fair enough. It was only a ritual blade, not a true combat weapon. As he pondered, Leon suddenly heard footsteps beside him. A goblin had closed in and raised its weapon to strike him down. Leon hurriedly struck, making it take a slash to the cheek. Marbas watched perplexed at this move. Did he just discard his weapon? After dropping the dagger, Leon bent low and slipped behind the goblin, causing it to miss its swing. Then he quickly seized a sword from the ground. Just as the goblin turned back, Leon used a push from his foot to spring up and stabbed from below, taking the foe's life. After clearing out the goblins, Leon slowly carried the sword over to the dazzled girl. After he removed the gagged rope, she hurriedly thanked him. "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Did you save my life?" "I am truly grateful." But her pupils twitched briefly from the pain radiating up from her throat. Leon had driven a straight stab into her, with a gaze colder than any. After pulling the blade out, he then explained the situation to her. His father's teachings echoed in his mind about creatures that mimic humans, those he had encountered on journeys across the continent. As he spoke, he delivered another slash, causing the monster to scream in agony. "Additionally, my father told me deceivers, who exploit others' trust, do not deserve a peaceful death." His words merged with his father's teaching. They must taste the horror and despair they inflicted on their victim. "So I think you need a lesson in pain, do you not?" Then, after letting the creature suffer enough, he delivered another blow, finally sending it to hell. The last green light in that room went out. At a certain manor where a ball was underway with beautiful dancers singing and performing. Glasses brimmed and noble chatter was jovial. "Haha, at last my moment has come. Before long this cursed family will be entirely in my hands." The woman propping her cheek with her hand fawned. "Of course, sir, who would want a milk-faced brat as head of the family when there is a dignified and capable gentleman like you?" The person beside her hurried to interject. "It's unbelievable, Sir Kirchar. I never thought you would use the sin to achieve your ends." The two of them continued fawning over Kirchar without restraint. Indeed, allying with the enemy to rise to the top. Only a man of great courage would dare make such a move. Kirchar laughed merrily. "Ha, you flatter me, my lady, though I fear we will have to kowtow to those Sylvesters for a while. But in any case, that is 100 times better than letting that brat Leon remain and drag the entire Marba's line to the brink of ruin. there truly is no better choice than letting me take control. After all, who can deny that I played this game perfectly and won? Watching Kirchar grin and jest with the beauties, the man opposite probed, mentioning the young lord. How do you intend to deal with Leon, Sir Kirchar? The people in this domain were absolutely loyal to his father, so removing the boy may be harder than you think. Kirchar really did not care much. I see no reason to complicate matters. After all, his death will be justified once everything is over. But you all know the dead cannot open their mouths to tell anything, nor can their sons. Seeing the malice on Kirchar's face, the other laughed in agreement and said, Exactly, Sir Kirchar. I think the last time someone heard a voice from the dead was centuries ago, when the founding chieftain used necromancy. The two of them filled each other's glasses, then chuckled together, toasting to our new and rightful chieftain Sir Kirchar. Ha ha ha. And so the two who thought themselves above all sat laughing and chatting until late into the night. Meanwhile, far away at the Sylvester house, Alan sat receiving reports from his subordinate. I believe the plan to seize the Marbas family is proceeding smoothly, one replied. Of course, sir, that gray fox Kirchar von Marbas has essentially become a pawn under my command, meaning I only need to wait for official royal approval to launch an all-out war. Receiving the favorable answer, Alan smiled. Ambitious, pitiful fools. How laughable that they think I would hesitate to wage a second war simply because little time has passed since the last clash. Indeed, a convenient loophole for us, I must admit. Another began to flatter. None of this would be possible without your sharp strategic vision, my lord. Alan looked at the photo brought forward, that traitor's name again, Kirchar. How ridiculous that the proud centuries of the Marbas family should end at the hands of a petty, short-sighted and foolish traitor. Oh, tonight will be an interesting night. Hasten the preparations immediately, do you understand? The servants responded respectfully, Yes, sir. Alan felt victory was assured, and could not help but smile slyly. First the father, now the son. I cannot wait to hear your pitiful cries. Back at the mysterious Marbas shrine, Leon had by now completely dealt with all living creatures there, except for him and Marbas. He realized darkness had engulfed the place, as all the torches had been extinguished. Has the last one finally been defeated? Then suddenly all the torches that had gone out flared back to life. The light now was that of an ordinary flame, no longer the ghastly green from when I first entered. Leon, seeing that everything was settled, ran his hand through his ruffled hair and exhaled tired. Marbas beside him began to gape, and his mouth moved non-stop, astonishingly. In all my life I have never met a contractee as mad as you, it cried, then it lunged at Leon's head. Before he could make sense of what was happening, it had shoved Leon flat, and Marbas landed on his face with a soft, fleshy foot. Its mouth babbled continuously. I bet you have the guts to survive in a camp full of orcs, as long as you keep your wits about you. Leon let Marbas fumble on his face and mutter praise. Ha ha ha, no matter how expertly that monster disguises itself, its human form cannot fool you, yet you pierced it at first sight. Leon lay still waiting for Marbas to finish ranting. Then he slung the creature across his arms and said, Honestly, I would still prefer to avoid an encounter with the orcs if possible. I've heard they hate humans more than any other race. But Marbas was riled up and wouldn't listen to anything he said. It cut him off at once, but that didn't matter. So what made you suspect the last monster was connected to the other? Leon paused a second or two before answering. Simply this, when all the torches went out there remained one that still blazed. Marbas buted in, I understand, continue. Leon, unbothered, slowly continued the explanation. When I first set foot here I noticed the fires on these torches bore colors, unlike any I've seen. They were green. I recognized it as the color of necromancy, and indeed each time I felled a monster, the flames on the torches would gradually extinguish one by one. But then I noticed that even after all the goblins were destroyed, there remained one torch that had not died. That was how I deduced there was still one monster left, and I could not proceed while it remained. Then the two fell silent for a few seconds. Marbas's inward admiration was chillingly cold. I did not expect a 14-year-old brat to reason so far under such a perilous situation. When life is threatened, even reading the situation is a challenge, let alone acting without hesitation. Yet Leon did it in the blink of an eye, single-handedly slaying all the remaining enemies. Perhaps what interests me is not only his vast mana sword, but also something even more special. Fascinating, I'm eager to see what else he might reveal next. After a sly chuckle, it spoke to Leon. Very well, the first challenge of Wellen is complete. Let us move on to the next challenge. The Black Book continued to give instructions to Leon. First, you must begin by taking the life of a living being. Then you must call the fallen back to life. Leon was somewhat incredulous. Call the fallen back to life. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up skeptically. After confirming his suspicion was correct, the necromancy light looked down at the goblins sprawled on the ground with excited eyes, wearing a bloodthirsty grin typical of those itching to fight. Marbaz immediately affirmed, "Exactly, look closely at the goblins you defeated. Then pour magic into your eyes to enhance your vision. You will see a thin thread on each corpse linking it to somewhere you cannot clearly see." Leon immediately followed Marbaz's instruction and truly saw faint purple threads hovering in the air. Marbaz explained in the terminology of necromancers, those threads are called death lines. Leon continued reading. A cord stretched across the border of life and death. That thread connects each creature's soul from this world to the other side. Marbaz poked the thread and said, "Yes, a death mage will separate the wandering soul of the dead from its body, then infuse the corpse with new life by merging that soul with his own mana. From there he can command and manipulate them like walking dead. Watch as I demonstrate," Marbaz said, and immediately he raised those breathless goblins, each bearing a strange sigil on their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, the death servants lunged at Leon at incredible speed. However, the blade that shot from his hand stopped right in front of Leon. Marbaz said, "This process is called imprinting. Of course, there are other ways to create death thralls, but this is the only method that works on monsters. The rest I will save for another time." Leon slowly stood and said, "I understand." Marbaz understood and said, "Then you may try it yourself." But Leon did not rush and asked, "Before doing that, may I ask you something?" After Marbaz replied, "What do you want to ask?" he spoke. "My senior once said turning a human into a death servant is much harder than with monsters. Do you think I have reached the level to do that?" Marbaz responded with interest, asking as if you already have a target in mind. Leon did not hide it. "Indeed I do." Marbaz squinted and asked back, "So who is the unlucky one?" Leon's face changed with hatred as he read the unfortunate name, Kirchar von Marbaz, my only uncle. And at this moment that stupid noble still could not feel death waving at him and was still reveling in his victory that had not yet happened. They kept joking and drinking from one cup to the next. Then Kirchar spoke up. "That unfortunate lord truly was a fool. Yet since his death my life has become more prosperous than ever before. Such is life, one who seizes opportunity will always benefit. Do you not agree?" The other seized the chance to flatter, of course. Now only the last obstacle remains to be cleared. "You must feel somewhat relieved, Sir Kirchar." Kirchar did not feel obstructed and waved carelessly, showing indifference. "Dealing with that brat is no big problem. Now raise your cup and drink it dry. Enjoy this moment of glory." At that moment, a loud noise rocked the entire building. A hanging lamp cord snapped with a crack, and the chandelier fell crashing onto the table. The delicate beauties were terrified and screamed as they ran away. Kirchar was puzzled. What the hell is this? The woman beside him was sweating profusely. This building is protected by relics. How could a gust of wind shake the place like this? Suddenly, Kirchar noticed something and signaled for silence. He turned that way and called out, "Anyone there? No one in the Marbaz territory dares oppose me anymore." Suddenly, a voice rose from behind, making Kirchar jump. "What made you think that, uncle?" Leon loomed up from behind him, staring with a cold, dangerous gaze. Seeing it was Leon, Kirchar no longer bothered much. "Oh, look who it is, the newly appointed head of House Marbaz, looking worse for wear." He waved and summoned his men. Leon narrowed his eyes at them and then said, "Thank you for still recognizing me as the legitimate heir of this house." Kirchar laughed confidently. "I see no reason for you to barge in here unannounced at this late hour. What do you want with me?" Leon replied imperiously, "What a strange question. Does the head of a house need a reason to see his vassal? Must I announce my intentions just for your convenience?" Kirchar felt his pride pricked and retorted sharply, "Any worthy head need not do such a thing. But you and I both know you are not worthy, are you? Are you afraid your seat as head will be taken from you?" "Too late, brat. Your father is no longer here to protect you." Leon slightly drew back the thin curtain to reveal his perfectly heroic face. "No, I have learned that only I can protect myself." Kirchar laughed as if hearing the funniest joke of the year. "Ha ha, and your so-called enlightened wisdom tells you coming here alone is wise. You dare to seek me out as if you have many lives to waste." Leon asked back bewildered, "Dare, uncle? The daring here is you for thinking I came alone." Kirchar grew alert. "What nonsense are you saying?" At that moment the ground beneath him trembled violently. He looked at the flow beneath his feet in alarm. "This is not ordinary magic, but abyssal magic. I know this feeling well, a darkness deeper than anyone can imagine." As if thinking something unbelievable, his pupils contracted at the sight. "Impossible necromancy." As if to confirm it, Leon answered him, "Yes, they are necromancers." He seemed to tell the arrogant madman, "You have arrived, but your number is up." Kirchar could no longer laugh and shouted, "But how is this possible? Even my brother in life could not summon them. Leon explained almost charitably to the dying man, "Do you not understand? The Marba's house has always been and will be a family of master necromancers." Kerchar clenched his teeth and ordered. Soldiers quickly cut down these disgusting monsters. The soldiers, receiving the order, immediately leapt forward. Leon looked at the fools before him as if they were a pile of trash that overestimated themselves. At that moment, a goblin rushed up and slashed down a vanguard. The man only realized it as he was dying. He tried to fight back at the goblin like, "Hey, I have hands and feet. I'm not crippled. Of course I'll fight back." And so the assassin was granted a one-way ticket back to Mother Earth due to his own carelessness. He collapsed as Kerchar's stunned followers watched. The death servants, obeying Leon's command, continued their sweep with no intention of stop. Kerchar stammered at the horrifying scene before him. Monster. Kerchar stared dazedly at the bloodshed. Something was wrong. This was completely beyond reason. If my eyes are not deceiving me, that brat is using necromancy. But how could that be? Thinking this, he condensed a sphere of dark magic in his palm. Gnashing his teeth in fury, he looked at Leon and shouted, "What have you done to profane the power of the ancestor who founded this house?" Leon replied coldly, "Is it so strange for a Marba's housemaster to be able to command death servants?" Kerchar roared in disbelief. "Absurd necromantic summoning is an arcane art long lost, buried in the currents of history. Even your father in life could not use it. Do you expect me to believe that a useless brat like you is different? I do not accept your words." Seeing him mouth off as he was dying, Leon indulged him. "If you do not believe, then I will prove it. But let me warn you first, that would not be a wise choice, uncle." Immediately, a summoned goblin army rose up. The lot surged forward toward their targets without waiting for orders. Kerchar hurled the dark magic sphere in his hand, gritting his teeth and charging to fight back. "Return to the abyss." The sphere struck straight into several of the goblins. Their bodies instantly rotted, and they were flung backward. Seeing the attack work, Kerchar brightened visibly. But the goblins, despite their corroded bodies, stiffly rose again. The aura grew ever stronger. Their eyes flashed red. They frenziedly charged to counterattack a second time. The sight terrified Kerchar. He lost his fighting confidence and hurriedly turned to shout, "Can someone take down this monster?" But as he looked more closely, his eyes widened. All his followers had been beaten into a heap on the floor. No support left. Kerchar forced himself to gather more dark magic, continuously firing it toward the goblin horde. But this time the goblins were only delayed briefly, making him curse in frustration. "Damn it. Though I hate to admit it, my magical talent is only slightly above a novice. Moreover, I am hindered by the effects of alcohol. I may truly be in danger, unable to win by strength." Kerchar shifted tone to threaten. "There will be consequences for betrayal, do you hear me? This is not something to take lightly." No sooner had he finished than a goblin leaped up to attack. A sharp blade drove through his chest. Pain from his chest surged, and Kerchar's eyes bulged. Staring at Leon, he condensed a dark sphere. But as his life ebbed, the dark sphere dissipated. Kerchar snarled a threat. "You dare betray your own bloodline. You will never be forgiven." Leon replied coldly, "I recall once reading a treatise on the continent's history with my father. On the battlefield, there are only victors and the vanquished. And as time flows, history's cold eyes will decide who is who." Kerchar growled in anger. "Are you going to lecture me?" Leon said indifferently, "Though I am indifferent, perhaps I have not fully comprehended that. However, there is one thing I read in that book. That forgiveness is the prerogative of the victor. You too were once a victor, were you not? I suppose after you stabbed my father in the back to save your own life. But alas, the times have changed." Exposed for his past, Kerchar bared his teeth and shouted, "Shut up." Leon paid no mind, giving orders to the goblins as he said, "Uncle, no, Sir Kerchar von Marbas, I will not see you off, for I hope you will endure every moment on the road ahead. I will always remember today as the day you were defeated, and as a punishment, I will take away your desire to see tomorrow's dawn." The moment the head of the Marbas household finished speaking, the band of Lin warriors lunged forward to attack. Kerchar's eyes widened as he stared at the blade pressed against his neck. A horrific scream rang out, blood spurted. Kerchar's body went limp and collapsed. Seeing this, Marbas licked the blood and remarked, "Indeed, mad as I thought, even my demon San would weep witnessing this." A newcomer able to use the dead spirit summoning art so deftly on his first try. One might think you've been commanding dead spirits for a decade. Hearing him, Leon looked down in silence. After a moment, he thought of something and spoke up. I just came up with a rather interesting idea. Marbas forced a smile and muttered, interesting or terrifying. The next day, the meeting room absent the head was open. Someone grumbled, another council meeting. Does anyone know why Kirchar summoned us this time? Another said, who knows, I'm as clueless as you. It seems his close aide on the council hasn't arrived. We'll have to wait patiently a bit longer. Baldy was sweating nervously. After all, an emergency council meeting is not to be taken lightly. What if news arrives that House Sylvester intends to break the peace treaty and attack while we're in chaos? The long-haired man interrupted. Come on, don't be so suspicious. I don't think they'd dare break an agreement between two great houses. Besides, for war to resume, it requires official approval from higher-ups. The blonde agreed. You're right. Whatever the case, let's wait and see. All doubts will soon be resolved when Kirchar officially becomes head of the household. Just then, the meeting room door opened. Leon entered coldly. He said nothing, causing those present not to dare speak to him. They only whispered to each other, what's going on? I thought this meeting was summoned by Kirchar. So why is Leon here? If he's intending to challenge Kirchar's succession. It would make sense if Kirchar cared about such formalities. But if not for that, why is Leon here? Hearing them, Leon glanced coldly and pulled out the chief's chair, sat down and said, did you expect to see him here instead of me? Unfortunately, we will not be attending this meeting. Or more precisely, we cannot attend. The long-haired man got straight to the point and asked, cannot, could you clarify? Leon paid him no mind and said, he's dead. This left them stunned, dead. Leon confirmed, killed by my hand, if that answers your question. Does anyone on the council have anything else to say? Everyone present stared at him in astonishment. One of them angrily demanded, if what you say is true, Lord of the House, I demand a clearer explanation than a few spare words. How do you intend to explain the death of the highest elder of House Marbas, while we haven't even finished mourning your predecessor? Faced with those words, Leon remained indifferent. Another person, seeing him silent, chimed in, that's right, you may be the head, but at least give us a satisfactory explanation. He cast a dark glance at them, then declared in a low voice, Kirchar von Marbas is a traitor to the house, not only turning his back on my father, and revealing vital information to the enemies in House Sylvester. He even conspired to seize the rightful position of mine at the head of this house. The man who had just questioned him was horrified upon hearing these accusations. Despite the frightened looks directed at him, Leon turned to them and asked, what I find strange is that, although there are ample justifications to execute him at once, you all vigorously defend him with suspicious loyalty. The entire room fell silent at this remark. The man who had just challenged him now quietly assessed the situation. This council summons was issued in Kirchar's name, yet he did not appear here. This further supports the claim that he was killed, and not only him. Another sharp-tongued man wondered inwardly how stupid that old man must have been to be killed by someone as young as you. But others immediately calculated the implications. This is not the time to worry about Kirchar. If this young Leon truly could assassinate Kirchar without assistance, he hurriedly stood to make his stance clear. My gods, I knew nothing at all. He kept calling on everyone in the room to denounce him. How dare he commit such an atrocity, while inwardly fearing and speculating that perhaps he possessed some powerful magic. The blond man heard those words and quickly grasped the situation before him. So he hastened to defend himself. We are completely innocent. How could we have known that that old fox plotted such a vile scheme? He, seemingly impatient with them, ordered silence, then calmly accused everyone present. Your defenses may be true, but that does not change the fact that you all committed a grave crime. The crime of negligence. For failing to detect a traitor within the house, the self-styled wise man cursed inwardly, damn, this kid has outwitted us all. But the sharp-tongued man would not yield and asked again, well said, Lord of the House, but one issue remains unclear. If Kirchar is truly a traitor, is there any evidence to support this accusation? In fact, who can be sure you did not kill an innocent by mistake? Leon seemed to ponder slightly upon hearing that. Then he slowly rose and replied with disappointment, you all reacted exactly as someone wiser than I had predicted. The man nearest him asked, predicted whom, Lord, whom do you mean? Marbas suddenly appeared on his shoulder and bowed his head as a signal to Leon. He nodded in response. Then he performed dead spirit magic and answered them, very well, you want proof, do you? Then let me expose Kirchar von Marbas's betrayal. The meeting room was instantly shrouded in a gloomy, deathly atmosphere. Leon's cold voice rang out, as the legitimate blood heir of House Marbas. Leon von Marbas summoned the spirit of a cursed soul, still wandering this world. At his call, the dead spirits rose as if from the earth. Their eyes black and bloodthirsty, they glared at the people in the room. The grimoire in his hand exuded a thick aura of death. The council members panicked as they recognized that incantation. It was the dead spirit's summoning art. How could he do that? At that moment, Kirchar's rotting spirit shot out from within the book. The worldly wise man could scarcely believe it and stammered. Could he have rediscovered our house's lost magic? Leon called out calmly, Kirchar von Marbas, you will confess your crimes here with whatever shred of reason remains. Seemingly answering his call, Kirchar's spirit struggled to move. The man, seeing this, asked in a trembling voice, Kirchar, how can this be? Leon looked at him coldly. I'm beginning to grow tired of hearing that question over and over. What's so astonishing about it? Isn't death magic the root art of House Marbas? Those words were like a command, and the evil spirits immediately roared and attacked. The blond man shouted in panic, everyone run, damn it. The brown-haired man turned to flee and angrily yelled at the one blocking his way. What are you standing there for? Move. But then he horrifiedly realized the figure before him was now a headless corpse. Before he could recover, a trembling voice rang out from behind. Help! Looking back, he saw the blond man from before crawling on the ground begging for help. His legs had been severed by something, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. He grew even more horrified as he noticed a silhouette blocking his path. Leon looked down with a death-filled gaze from above. Forgive me, but this meeting is not yet over. You'd better listen to your lord until I have nothing more to say. At his command, Kirchar's spirit, driven by the death aura, moved before the blond man. He bent his stiff body double-jointedly, opening his rotten mouth as if to answer Leon. He casually posed his question again. I will ask once more, Kirchar von Marbas, is there anyone seated here who was completely unaware of your vile crimes? The hoarse, broken voice of the spirit immediately answered him. Those who once served the former house lord. All turned their backs on him to the last man. There is not a single person here who did not know of my betrayal, a confession that plunged the room into crisis once more. Leon concluded indifferently, that is the answer. The blond man now screamed in terror, Lord, please spare me. The brown-haired man pleaded hurriedly, I will confess my crimes. The sharp-tongued man was not slow to implore, please, give us a chance to prove our loyalty, Lord. But then he suddenly realized death stood right behind him. In an instant, the room was filled with desperate screams, until those sounds were completely silent. Only then did Leon gently declare, the authority bestowed upon me as Lord. Leon von Marbas proclaimed before the council. He closed the grimoire in his hand, concluding the judgment that the dark art of the dead spirits has been officially restored within House Marbas. Leon stood solemnly amid the room of corpses. After a moment, he snorted softly and asked the one who had been hiding behind the curtain, where is Lord Pullen currently? The servant Leon summoned froze with fear and stammered. Afterwards, he replied evasively, I fear he has been thrown into the dungeon below, accused of treason. Leon immediately ordered him, then you will lead the way. The man answered yes. But just as he reached the door, as if remembering something, his voice like ice carried a heavy threat. The rest of you may choose to flee if you wish. But remember that I am not responsible for what happens next. The servants in the manor were still collapsed in terror. They turned frightened eyes to him and received the menace in his words. For your own sake, I hope you make a wise choice. The door shut with a dry echo. At the same time, in the Sylvester manor, the butler entered from outside, carrying a letter. Sir, a letter has just been delivered for you. Alan quickly took the letter from him and murmured, I understand. He skimmed the contents of the letter. His eyes could not hide satisfaction. He excitedly told the butler before him, wonderful. It seems even the royal court has turned its back on House Marbas. The man cheerfully echoed his master. Of course, sir, aside from their founding ancestor, that house has never achieved anything worthy of its inflated reputation. Their resources and manpower are laughable, if not pathetic. Alan agreed with him. Indeed, their funds are even scarcer than their manpower. He set the letter down and decided, regardless, we will proceed with the planned course of action. Then he added with great satisfaction, House Marbas will finally kneel in the noble house's conflict next month. How about it? Are you ready? The butler quickly professed his loyalty. Yes, sir. Alan asked solemnly, we will surely win, right? The butler affirmed confidently, unless a true soul-summoning mage appears at House Marbas after centuries of decline, or the ancestor Wellen von Marbas rises from his grave. The possibility of our failure is nearly non-existent. Alan smirked with self-satisfaction. Then this war is entirely ours. In the dungeons of House Marbas, a candid voice rang out. Young Master Pullen fell to his knees on the ground, urgently confessing to Leon, "Please forgive this foolish servant. Pullen begs you. I allowed Kirchar's dark ambition to go unnoticed, and he shoved you into immediate danger." He said penitently aloud to him, "I deserve to be executed." Leon silently watched the man before him. Lord Pullen looked at his kneeling, remorseful posture and pondered. He is one of the few loyal retainers left in House Marbas, and the only one who dared openly oppose my uncle. In any case, I must recruit him to my side. With that in mind, he quickly helped him to his feet. "Stand up now, Lord Pullen." Then he comforted gently, "There is still much to be done, and I need your service." Pullen asked him emotionally, "My service?" "My lord, but what use is a failure like me to you?" But before Leon could reply, a few flies buzzing around Pullen destroyed the moment between them. Leon reluctantly ended the conversation. "First you should wash up. Then meet me in the family study. We will discuss the details later." Pullen turned ecstatic to the point of tears and exclaimed, "You are too generous." Then he could not hold back his emotion and swore to him, "Pullen vowed absolute loyalty to you for all time." A while later in his private room, Leon was staring out in silence when Marbas suddenly appeared beside him. He, by habit neat, hopped onto Leon's shoulder and comfortably licked his fur, and asked him, "What do you intend to do next?" "The choice is yours, Signer." After a moment, Pullen cried out in astonishment, "What did you say?" He seemed frightened speechless by Leon's idea. "But I can think of nothing more dangerous than contacting the Sylvester family while disguised as Kirchhoff." But very quickly Pullen calmed down and analyzed the situation, wanting to play his role convincingly. It would require an extraordinary performance. Despite his worries, Leon calmly cast a spell. "Is this enough?" A grotesque shadow appeared at his summoning. Very quickly, it had taken the form of Kirchar. This left Pullen completely stunned. What a demonic miracle is this? He could not believe his eyes, and wondered silently how the clan lord could remain so calm about this. Not to mention, he even turned his own uncle into an undead. He looked at Leon's cold, indifferent demeanor, and fully believed what he had heard. Other servants had told me, but seeing it with my own eyes is incomparable. At that thought, Pullen, filled with emotion, asked him, "So the rumor that you mastered the art of summoning the undead is true?" Leon nodded calmly. "I suppose so, indeed." At this, a resentment rose within Pullen. If in House Marbas's golden age, with the power of a true soul summoner, he could seize whatever he desired, why would fate be so cruel to our house? If in House Marbas's golden age, with the power of a true soul summoner, he could seize whatever he desired, why would fate be so cruel to our house? My lord, sooner or later, they will notice the flaw. He carefully reminded him, the undead cannot perfectly recreate a person's handwriting, gestures, or way of speaking. He completely agreed with him on this. That's true, if this were an undead revived from Kirchar's corpse, but presented as the Kirchar we just created to explain to him. But in fact, this is only the undead of a doppelganger I happened to find. It is a creature capable of copying the appearance, memories, and even part of the victim's abilities. While Pullen was astonished by the abilities of the fake Kirchar, Leon quietly recalled the circumstances in which he found the doppelganger before him. In the memory, when he drew his bloodied sword out. Exhausted, he panted and staggered backward in the dark temple of the clan. Before a corpse that had just been felled before him, Leon asked curiously, "What is the name of this monster?" Marbas replied quickly. "Doppor," he further explained. "It can mimic part of a victim's appearance, memories, and skill. It is a fearsome creature that often disguises itself as lost or abandoned people." It had disguised itself as the girl following Leon, hiding to one side and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Marbas also warned him that it ultimately kills the original and can even devour the victim's companions. Leon fell silent for a moment. So what now about Doppor? Meanwhile, Marbas was inwardly very satisfied. As expected, life begets life and Wellen. At that moment, the corpse of the doppelganger began to pour out streams of deathly chi. It seemed to be controlled as it stirred and rose before Leon. While Marbas, pleased, finished his thought, "You were kind to leave your most precious pack to your beloved descendant." The girl's body that the doppelganger had become smiled with eyes flashing a cold light. With the oppressive deathly chi around the girl, the doppelganger had become soulless. Standing before him, Leon asked in puzzlement, "Should I feel pleased?" The Lord confirmed with satisfaction, "Certainly. Be careful, this creature can only transform into targets the necromancer has encountered before." As Marbas said these words, a strange form made of deathly chi began to take shape over the girl. He paid it little attention and continued explaining to Leon, and any target possessing magical power far superior to the caster cannot be resurrected as a duplicate by any means. Marbaz asked him in a low voice, "Do you accept these conditions?" "Signer, no matter how talented you are still inexperienced." He then pointed to the grimoire in Leon's hand as a reminder. "Even if you succeed in imprisoning your uncle's soul, it is meaningless if you have no way to maintain long-term control. Eventually, his soul will dissipate into nothingness." With that, Marbaz made a suggestion to him. "I advise you to leave House Marbaz for a time, at least until you find a solution to this situation." But before he finished, Leon cut him off firmly. "No way, I will not turn my back on my bloodline." To that persistence, he did not hesitate to explain plainly as day. "If I am absent, what will happen? The innocent in the manor will be slaughtered, or at best subjugated under the boot of the invading Sylvester." Marbaz growled back, "So you are willing to put your life on the line for them?" Leon kept his stance and firmly asserted, "I am willing to die for them." He could not comprehend Leon's thinking, and could only wonder silently, to win for blind loyalty to this house. To achieve what? But quickly Marbaz pushed that question aside and turned back to the monster that had just manifested. "Very well. Perhaps there are more urgent matters to discuss." By now the girl's body had completely vanished, leaving a monster made of dense, deathly chi. He directed Leon toward the monster. "Then do as you wish. Make that thing your death spirit. I suppose you will find it useful." He was a bit curious about the creature's provenance and asked, "Do you know this being?" Marbaz replied indifferently, "Of course. It was once one of the death spirit attendants commanded by Welland. In your current condition, it may be somewhat difficult to control. Remember, its temperament is rather unpleasant." After receiving the clear answer, Leon directed the death spirit matrix from within the grimoire toward the monster. Read aloud the soul-summoning incantation. "Spirit of the departed, heed the summoning of the heir of Marbaz. Leon von Marbaz summons you back to the mortal realm." Very quickly the monster, which had been only a mass of deathly chi gathered together, took on a clear human shape. While it was still staring with milky eyes at Leon, Marbaz from behind struck it hard on the head and shouted, "Wake up, Black Lump, stop sleeping any longer." For the first time in centuries. "I have a signer," the creature called the Black Lump flailed awkwardly, while he impatiently scolded the foolish being. "At least change your appearance before you speak. Otherwise no one will understand what you are saying." The Black Lump absorbed this and considered seriously. Then it came up with a new idea. It performed magic. Very quickly from the deathly chi emerged Leon's cold face, accompanied by mocking words aimed at Marbaz, the arrogant speech of a tattered stray cat. Those words successfully angered him. "What, are you tired of living?" The Black Lump now wore Leon's complete appearance, mocking Marbaz. "I was already dead, you foolish cat." But Leon faced a perfect replica of his face with complete calm, and that thought was the last to end his memory. Back in the present, Pullen seriously considered the plan before them. If there is any way to replicate even Kirchar's small habits from his memories, then it is very possible that I can deceive the Sylvesters with his death spirit, my lord, he asserted confidently to Leon. "In fact, I guarantee this plan will succeed. I Pullen swear to carry it out at any cost." He replied with satisfaction, "That is the answer I wanted, Lord Pullen." This time he carefully asked, "If permitted, my lord, would you kindly allow me to ask one final question?" Leon's silence was taken as consent. Now Pullen spoke his concern. "The Sylvesters will surely receive royal backing to attack House Marbaz once more, so why are you determined to stay despite the obvious danger? Would not fleeing offer a better chance of survival?" This remark reminded Leon of Marbaz's earlier counsel. "I advise you to leave House Marbaz for a time, at least until you find a solution to this situation." As before, he answered firmly, "Protecting the family is my duty." At that the firmness moved Pullen's heart. He cautiously made an oath yet remained curious. "Then I Pullen pledge to serve you wholeheartedly, however. If I may be so bold, may I ask about your true motivation, my lord?" But this question seemed to trouble Leon. He paused and replied, "Honestly, I have wondered that for a long time." Pullen was surprised. "You mean your own motivation?" Leon confirmed without concealment. "Yes, but I cannot say I have any lofty ideal in mind. I simply wonder how to become a worthy clan lord, and what truly counts as worthy." The answer was still unclear. At least for now, Pullen was completely stunned by those words. While Leon calmly continued, "For that reason, I choose to buy more time to seek the answer for myself." He smiled faintly, his tone briefly growing cold. "With that purpose, I will stop anyone who tries to take what belongs to us." He recalled past days and mapped out plans and direction for the present. "As long as I do not repeat my father's mistakes and can protect what I have. Time and again, perhaps one day, I will find the answer why I fight for this land. That is all I think about it. I fear there is nothing more sublime." He ended his words with a relieved smile. That night in his bedroom, the black lump again took his form to converse. Who would have guessed this house had declined so much? You still have a lot to do. The signer, sitting to one side, snapped angrily, "Call me master, black lump. How dare you speak condescendingly to our signer like that?" He calmly retorted to him, "Oh, but the lord of House Marbas himself doesn't seem too concerned with such formality." Marbas was about to shout back, but he suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Leon, signer, "Has anyone ever told you that you are very insensitive to social cues?" He was slightly surprised and bowed his head. "I think so, how did you know?" He replied offhand, "I just had a hunch," then went on to explain Black Lump's background to Leon. After all, the Black Lump was once Welland's bonded beast. In other words, he was passed down to you as part of the inheritance. The Black Lump had once been a loyal assassin, serving your ancestor. Leon pondered the information and agreed. "I see. The ability to transform into anyone would surely be useful for an assassin." Encouraged by Leon's confirmation, he smugly teased, "Marbas the Black Lump excels at killing and will be very useful to the signer, not like some stray cat with an oversized ego." Marbas exploded and shouted, "I am not a cat. Do you want to be thrown back into the abyss for insolence?" Meanwhile, Leon completely ignored their noisy squabble and told him seriously, "I truly need your talents." The Black Lump also ignored the brawl and asked earnestly, "Can you impersonate my late Uncle Kirchar?" The Black Lump immediately assured him, "Of course, that's as easy as a piece of snake, as people say." Marbas immediately seized the slip in his words and mocked, "You idiot. The saying is as easy as pie, not as easy as eating a snake." The Black Lump couldn't understand why he should waste his taste on human pastries when there is delicious snake venom at hand, right within reach. Leon went along and replied, "To each their own. I suppose." Marbas, lost for words, turned to warn him, "Don't indulge this fool, signer." Just then there was a loud knock on the door. Someone, Pullen, having received his reply, rushed in from outside. "It is I, Pullen, my lord." And he presented a letter before him. "I have just received a letter from House Sylvester and came immediately to deliver it to you in person." He slowly read the contents of the letter. It was an indictment and a declaration of war. More than a century has passed since House Marbas reneged on ducal duties. As a rebuke to House Marbas, who still greedily enjoy the blood, sweat, and tears of their subjects. House Sylvester, under the rightful leadership of Count Alan de Sylvester, now challenges House Marbas to a noble feud between noble houses. If House Marbas accepts surrender within the given time, a full-scale war will not occur, and your people will be received with open arms. However, if you refuse these terms, then in 1 month, the army of House Sylvester will march to Marbas territory and flatten everything in our path. In the name of the will and the clarity of His Majesty, the Emperor, Countess Alan de Sylvester." After reading the letter, Marbas commented, "So the storm is gradually approaching." Leon muttered to himself, "We only have exactly 1 month left." He taunted him with a sneer, what, suddenly feeling afraid. Then he jumped down from his shoulder and seriously proposed a solution. "We do not have much time left, but I think we can still retreat and wait for a counterattack. Gather forces," and Leon calmly cut him off. "Lord, you misunderstand my meaning." He looked at the dark magic in his palm, smiling with a low tone. "I mean, I'm not sure I have the patience to wait that long." Marbas, hearing that, warned him again seriously, "You truly are an unimaginably mad signer. Their army will number in the hundreds. Do not be naive and underestimate them. This threat is completely different from your uncle." "Will you really face them?" he replied with cold eyes and a faint, confident smile. "Oh, I think we'll manage." He raised his hand and summoned a stream of black chi filled with wailing souls, smelling of death, in response to Marbas. "This time I need not concern myself with mercy, only with wiping out every life before me." The next morning, in the crowded marketplace, a few townspeople were chatting. "Hey, have you heard about Master Kirchar disappearing at midday?" Another replied, "Of course I have. So many bad things happening in a row, especially since the old clan head only recently died." A middle-aged man spoke worriedly. "Yes, I only hope the young master is safe. He just lost his only relative shortly after his father's death." Another continued uneasily, "I don't know if he has the strength to face the storms ahead." A young man who had been eavesdropping joined in. "You're talking about the Lord's son. Don't worry. I believe he'll be fine." The middle-aged man thought of the opposing army eyeing the city and worried. "True. It's not like the Sylvesters won't come to batter the gates again soon. I hope you two are right." Another chimed in, but an exclamation from behind quickly cut their conversation off. Pullen's face darkened as he admonished the townspeople. "Do I need to remind you that walls have ears?" Following behind him was none other than Leon. The townspeople recognized them and hurriedly bowed while explaining, "Lord Pullen, we were just gossiping in our spare time." They turned to Leon and added, And of course, please accept our deepest condolences to you and the clan head for Marbaz's loss. It's truly tragic. Losing a loved one is hard enough. I can't imagine how much sorrow you must be in, young master. Leon calmly cut him off and announced, on the contrary, my uncle is still alive. He's merely bedridden from a sudden grave illness. If you must know, he thought inwardly, it's best to let the whole territory believe he is still alive at this time. Then he gently reassured the townspeople, but that said, you need not worry excessively about him. With those few words, he swiftly ended the conversation, turning away while thinking to himself, to deceive the enemy you must first deceive your ally. On the way, Leon quietly ordered Pullen, you will ensure all surviving servants of the house and any witnesses keep this secret. He hurriedly replied, at your command, my lord. Trust me, he took the opportunity to probe Leon's purpose for visiting the town center. By the way, do you have any particular reason for coming here? Just say the word and I will prepare whatever you need. He answered him briefly, but there is one thing I need to verify personally. At that moment, Marbaz, perched on Leon's shoulder, spoke up here. I sense a powerful source of magic from the building ahead. They now stood before a building with its doors tightly shut. He walked forward alone, not forgetting to instruct Pullen, you can wait here until I return. He called anxiously, clan lord. Are you sure you wish to enter by yourself? Leon calmly affirmed, yes, and I order you Fuang to seal the door behind me. Do not let anyone enter or leave this place. As soon as they step inside, a chaotic scene struck his eyes. Ahead, several people were busy cleaning up the mess. Leon approached a man with animal ears and asked Marbaz, is it him? He immediately affirmed, without a doubt. The one they were talking about was a young beastman, whose body was covered in scars and whose eyes were vacant. Marbaz looked at him and clicked his tongue in regret. Such a pity to let a rare talent waste away. Then again, it's understandable when your house lacks a single perceptive servant to recognize talent. Leon stepped in front of the youth and spoke kindly. May I trouble you for a moment? The beastman panicked at the sight of him and hastily dropped to his knees. Forgive me, young master. There was a scuffle at the tavern last night caused by some unruly patron. We would be very grateful if you could return at another time. A woman from behind rushed forward at those words and kicked the beast boy Walter hard. Is that how you speak to the young master? She then turned to Donda with a forced smile. Forgive us, young master. We did not intend to have a lowly beastman receive you. As soon as she finished, she immediately snapped at Walter in a harsh voice. Insolent wretch, do you know who you are speaking to? Ah, she belligerently lectured Leon. Remember well. This is young Master Marbaz. The beast boy remained kneeling and pleaded in a low voice. Forgive me, madam. I just arrived in this area, so I did not know. Leon kept a gentle tone and repeated his request. Yes, and as I said, I would like you to spare some time for me. The woman happily agreed at that and said, oh, I'd be delighted, young master. I have nothing to do these days. But Leon coldly dismissed her word. No, I have nothing to say to you. He turned to Walter and firmly insisted that the one he wanted to see was him. Remembering Marbaz's admonition, according to the Demon King Marbaz, this beastman has extraordinary potential. He will become an important servant of the house. The youth still knelt on the ground, but facing the person before him, his emotions became panic. What did she just say? That youth is the young master of House Marbaz. Meanwhile, Leon cast dark magic. Streams of death energy reached Walter, gently healing the wounds all over his body. The youth looked in disbelief at his smooth skin and exclaimed, you healed my wound. Leon patiently repeated his offer once more. One last time, may I ask you to spare some time for me? The landlady once again stepped between him and the beastman and said, I'm sorry to say this, young master, but this beastman is my personal slave. He does not have the right to give you his time. If you wish to, you should have asked me instead. He thought contemptuously. The landlady was not present when I took my uncle's life. With all the witnesses dead, she likely knows nothing. So he smiled coldly and challenged her. Very well, I have a few questions. First, since when did the Duchy of Marbaz permit the existence of slavery, moreover? And secondly, although some time has passed since my predecessor died, why do you insist on calling me by the title from my youth? Could it be? At that, death energy began to flood the space, causing both the landlady and the guards to startle and become alert. Leon activated the dark script and asked in a low voice, Ah, you do not acknowledge me as the rightful head of House Marbaz. Marbaz approved with satisfaction. Well done, Oathmaker who bound with me. He then turned to the others, his voice full of menace. Though he is still young, I will not tolerate anyone who dares disrespect the bearer of my path. Such people deserve no mercy. Meanwhile, Leon calmly ordered the woman. He is not the only one I care about. If you own any other slaves, release them all immediately. You have 10 minutes to carry out this order. I will grant no further chance. She glared at him in displeasure, completely disregarding his command and smirking contemptuously. Young master, are you truly prepared for what will happen next? Saying that, she sneered as if remembering. Oh, did I forget to use your proper title? Just be aware of it. Leon paid little mind to her contempt and replied indifferently, after all, I've heard worse. As he once more gently reached out toward Walter, the gesture confused the boy. Master, I do not understand why you treat me so kindly. I am merely a useless slave. But a snap of his fingers cut off the boy's question. Quickly, a group of people surrounded Leon at the command. The landlady loudly ordered her thugs, now brothers, take him away. Lord Kirchar promised to back us. Rush in, the men charged immediately. Faced with that, Leon calmly cast his magic. A stream of death energy dripped from his hand, in an instant summoning a pack of death spirits. They without hesitation lunged and took down those men. The landlady was immediately frightened by the scene before her. Meanwhile, Leon drew out his cracked sword, calmly presented it to one of the death spirits and said, "Lend me a sword, you see. My weapon is already chipped." The spirit obediently handed the sword into his hand. Leon promised with satisfaction, "Very well. I will return it when I'm done." He slowly walked forward, and without mercy killed the unfortunate men before him. The landlady now panicked and trembled as she murmured, what is this?" She stared unbelievingly at the carnage before her. How could a useless kid possess such terrifying power? Meanwhile, Walter remained stunned, watching the scene before him. Leon then spoke gently to him. "You ask what I have done to make you worthy of my kindness. You may view yourself as a useless slave." He turned to the boy and affirmed sincerely, "But the truth could not be further from that. At least for now, you can be an important factor in my plans." The youth could hardly believe what he had heard and silently denied it. What is he saying? A noble clan lord like him would have no need for someone like— The youth could hardly believe what he had heard and silently denied it. What is he saying? A noble clan lord like him would have no need for someone like— Memories from long ago suddenly flooded his mind, of when he was a child beaten until he begged. "Ah, it hurts so much. Please stop, I beg you." But those children ignored him and continued to strike and kick cruelly, spouting vicious curses. "Shut your filthy beast mouth. It was you who ruined the harvest this year. We should never have let you into the village." What a disgusting beast. The boy could only clutch his head and endure the blows. As a child, he could not understand the cruel smiles and contempt directed at him. He always wondered why human children bullied him like that, or why they took pleasure in seeing him suffer. I was just an innocent child, unable to make sense of any of it. His pupils burned red, as if ready to submit. But in the end, they flared up with bitter anger. "But now I understand," and a terrible power surged from him. Knocking those human children away, he angrily asked them, "Why can't you leave me alone?" In the boy's heart, that moment became clear. There was no specific reason they chose to make his life a living hell, other than that I was different from them. But in the memory, the beast boy cried out pain to those children. "Why are you doing this?" For that reason alone, I became the target of their hatred. When the boy calmed down, he found himself surrounded by the bodies of the other children. And one day he realized what he had been too naive to understand before. The boy was horrified as he realized what he had done, terrified and blaming himself. Could it really have been me who caused all this? At first he could not accept that truth. He was afraid to face it. So the child in the memory ran away, fleeing from the horrors he had caused, the truth that he was a monstrous creature, just as they had said. Back in the present, the fight in the room had ended. The landlady, unaware of the moment, angrily shouted at Leon, "What have you done? Do you think a petty rage will make Lord Kirchar give up his title? A useless noble like you cannot do anything to stop us. Remember that." He replied coldly, "Oh, you might be more right than you think at the moment. But that does not mean I will always be the useless noble you describe, someone who never fights injustice. Soon I will become a clan lord worthy of House Marbas." As he spoke, a black orb gradually formed in his hand. Leon aimed the orb at the woman and pronounced in a low voice, "And you will have no place in the future of this domain." She only managed an incomplete shout, "You insolent wretch." Then very quickly everything fell silent. Leon turned away in disgust. Facing him were Walter's eyes that had not left him all this time. He stared at him and thought to himself, he may be a killer with blood on his hands. Standing among a row of corpses, watching Leon walk slowly toward him, questions kept arising in his mind. But why do I not feel afraid standing before him? Why? He stepped before him and smiled gracefully. Walter Wright, offering his proposal, "Would you help me? I need your service." The boy paused briefly, then chose to be honest with him. "If it's not too blunt, Lord of the Clan, May I ask one question before pledging my loyalty? Immediately after, he shed his disguise, revealing his true form to him. I am a descendant of the wolf demon clan. Even among the beast people, our clan is the most hated. He carried the pain in his heart and asked him anguished, must I endure this contempt for the rest of my life? How long must our clan live in the shame of wild beasts? How long must our clan live in the shame of wild beasts? Not any longer, I assure you of that. He answered the boy gently, but as if opening a different path before Walter. I do not know much about your suffering, nor understand all the complexities involved. But if your lives are burdened by unreasonable prejudice, let everyone know that from this moment, those prejudices will no longer be tolerated. Before the hopeful look in his eyes, he declared sternly, you will be a loyal servant of House Marbas. With a gentle hand extended, a light smile and a steady voice, Leon told Walter, I promise you. Walter's eyes filled with tears as he looked at him, the resolute words pouring into his ear. Let all the world know that you will be a loyal servant of House Marbas. I stake my honor on it. 2 tears ran down Walter's face. He placed his hand into Leon's hand as his acceptance. Nevertheless, Leon formally asked again, may I take your stunned silence as agreement? Walter joyfully affirmed, yes, my lord, I would be honored to serve you. Elsewhere, where the grand palace of Emperor Archheim stands, in the reception hall, Esteban von Archheim, the emperor, sat dazed on his throne. Behind him stood Louis von Archheim, crown prince of the Archheim Empire. He spoke for the emperor to those below. Attend, Eldoras. For what purpose do you request this royal audience? Eldoras bowed respectfully and spoke. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from Count Sylvester. The prince sneered with contempt. As crown prince, I only concern myself with the affairs of state and duchies. Must I now bother with a mere count? He added, turning to the king's stiff expression, my father will surely be angered to hear this. Eldoras hurriedly explained, I would not dare presume such a thing, Your Highness. I rushed here only to bring good news. Please forgive me. Those words successfully piqued his curiosity. Good news, hum. Eldoras faced the question sweating, thinking, the crown prince is the most powerful person in the empire now. I cannot afford to misspeak and offend him. After a moment, Louis von Archheim asked with interest again, really, you speak of the Marbas family? Eldoras excitedly confirmed to him, yes, Your Highness, it is the enemy you have harbored hate for all these years, one of the 3 great houses of the abyss. He also approached the crown prince full of schemes, and proposed that His Highness should take this opportunity to side with House Sylvester, to once and for all eliminate their mutual enemy. Louis also showed excitement at the idea, an intriguing proposal indeed. But he remained wary of the Marbas family's power and cautioned in a low voice, have you forgotten? House Marbas commands the power to summon war revenants. A direct clash with them would not be easy. Eldoras, pleased, reported that indeed he was as sharp as ever, Your Highness, but currently House Marbas has no heir capable of wielding that power. Meanwhile, the Sylvester power has risen to rival Duke Marbas. Louis seemed persuaded by these flowery words and agreed nonchalant. Very well, continue with your maneuver. This is the right time to wipe those loathsome tomb robbers from the empire. Eldoras, hearing his consent, became elated and shouted, in the name of the empire made greater, I will personally lead this campaign to victory. Watching his figure depart, Louis smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to our ruler's lenient rule, Father, at last I can remove this thorn from my eye, a remnant of a bygone era. He addressed the soulless emperor with admiration. Your legacy will be preserved in my hand. Louis was like the puppeteer, and the emperor was his puppet. He now embraced the throne from behind with a cold, satisfied smile, and soon everything will belong to me to use as I wish. Back at the Marbas estate, everyone had gathered in Leon's private study. Pullen placed a magical pendant around Walter's neck and said to him, the populace still cannot fully trust the beast people, Walter, so I suggest you always carry this with you. He looked at the glowing red gem at his throat and warned sternly, of course your lord and I both see you as a loyal servant, but I fear we cannot ignore public opinion. At that moment, Walter's ears on his head pulled back. He touched his smooth scalp in surprise, while Pullen stood aside continuing to admonish. From now on, none of our actions may hinder the Lord's ideals. Do you understand? Walter stammered in reply, yes, Sir Pullen. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, indeed a perceptive young man. Only then did Leon speak to draw everyone's attention. If everything is settled, I wish to tell you about several important matters, may I? After seeing everyone gathered, he continued, first I must emphasize one thing. Your oaths of loyalty cannot remain mere words. Leon said sternly, as he laid out his demand to all who swore with him, so I ask, are you ready to pledge your eternal loyalty to me and me alone? Pullen was the first to answer wholeheartedly, absolutely, my lord. He was moved and grasped Leon's hand to swear, I, Pullen, vow to give my life, to serve the ducal house Marbas until my last breath. I beg you to grant this lowly servant the chance to fulfill his oath, my lord." Leon was momentarily at a loss for words at Pullen's overly emotional display. The Dark One beside him could hardly believe the scene before him and remarked, "New lord, I am truly astonished." He had broken the will of an old human by words alone. Those near Marbas also showed satisfaction. Indeed, conquest and subjugation are the core principles of House Marbas. At this, Walter also turned to Leon and implored, "I feel the same." "My lord," he solemnly expressed his submission to him. But it seemed Leon still felt it wasn't enough. He replied nonchalantly, "But that is your belief, not mine." Walter asked him confused, "Young master, who are you speaking to?" Leon did not explain in detail to him. He only clarified his demand once more. "Anyway, before we officially begin, I propose making a mana-bound pact with all of you. If anyone refuses this pact, I will understand that you have no intention of following me." Walter still did not understand and mumbled, "A mana-bound pact. It is a magical covenant, also called a contract. It transforms both parties' mana into a pattern, binding and linking them in an unbreakable relationship, allowing them to share with each other secrets that should have remained buried in darkness." Leon slowly took his place within the circle. He declared in a low voice to everyone, "If no one objects, then let us begin." No sooner had the words fallen than he summoned a black hole full of deathly chi. From within, a pair of hands holding a scroll brimming with dark mana opened up before everyone's eyes. Marbas inhaled deeply and immediately reverted to his original form. He intoned, as the guardian deity of House Marbas and the fiend who granted the title to your bloodline, "I will stand as witness to this magical covenant." He then addressed Walter and Pullen, who stared at him in horror and chanted, "O those who have sworn allegiance to the bearer of my pact, let your souls bind to the dominion of Marbas. Praise this glory, bear witness." The necro energy enveloped Leon like a sphere and kept firing deathly rays throughout the room. Behind him, the solemn demon Marbas proclaimed, "The Lord of the Death Spirit has arisen." Marbas sat there like a statue, the only other thing being the deadly danger radiating from his blazing red eyes. The servants below could do nothing but stare at him with mouths agape. Only then did Leon speak up. "I think that's quite enough of these theatrics." He turned to Marbas, still exuding oppressive aura behind him, and said, "They are my loyal servants, and they deserve respect." Marbas understood the meaning and feigned indifference. So that means they have all accepted this pact." But then he pointed at the two and warned in a stern voice, "Know that the price of this pact is your souls, and any betrayal against the Lord of Death Spirits will not be tolerated." Pullen, who was by nature timid, was petrified and bowed low to show his loyalty. "I would never dare contemplate such treachery." Inwardly he wondered, could this truly be the demon Marbas with whom the first Lord of House Marbas made that covenant? There was no more reasonable explanation for why Lord Leon could command the necro-summoning power. Walter, standing beside him, had been trembling continuously from the start. Such a terrifying mana density. "My race is naturally sensitive to detecting mana, yet I am still frozen in place. So the question arises, what is the true nature of young Master Leon and that ominous black lion?" After seeing the sincerity and wholeheartedness of the two, Marbas then relaxed and reverted to his diminutive form. The obvious truth was that this cat form of his was so cute, like a cheese stick, that Walter immediately shed his fear and exclaimed, The kitten is so adorable." Fortunately, Pullen remained sane and quickly clamped his mouth shut so he could only make indistinct sound. But it was already too late, as Marbas had heard everything. He licked the fur on end and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Pullen immediately stepped in to cover for Walter. "Haha, I believe he is merely astonished by your large and majestic presence, Lord Marbas. I wager Walter has never witnessed such a grand sight." Marbas seemed pleased to hear Pullen's flattering words and closed his eyes smugly. "Is that so? Very well, but you must not reveal my existence to the human world. Remember, we are at war, and in war knowledge can mean life or death. My form may only be seen by those I choose. From what I can tell, the nobles in your kingdom seem unconcerned about this Kirchar. Could it be him?" Pullen hesitated slightly when mentioning that person, Lord Kirchar, but Walter, standing beside him, did not know what to say and just reflexively repeated the name, Kirchar. After thinking it over, he finally said, "I recall the innkeeper once received a letter, or rather the letter was sent to her to forward to Kirchar." Marbas grew excited at the intriguing news, jumping onto Leon's shoulder and exclaiming, "Here it is, our next clue." Leon kept his eternally unchanged expression. "Where is that letter?" Sadly, he replied in a mournful tone, "May the gods pity you." At that moment, the black crow beside them spoke up to assert its existence, The Black Crow knows where it is. He produced a treasure chest and grumbled, "You fools, how could you forget to collect the spoils?" When opened, the chest was filled with gold and jewels, so dazzling it nearly blinded the onlooker. Marbas slapped his forehead in lament. "I should have remembered how greedy a lackey you are. Since you leveled the inn and dealt with the innkeeper, it seems the Black Crow believes whatever remained there now belongs to the victor." In contrast to Marba's rapid chatter, Leon was silent, as if contemplating something. He approached the treasure chest and rested his hand on the lid, observing it for a while. Finally, he discovered something. Hidden among the colorful gems was a peculiar letter already open. Leon picked it up and said, "I think we have it now." Mabas lavishly praised the Black Crow. "I suppose even you can be useful once in a millennium." The Black Crow took offense at that tone and snappishly asked, "Is that a compliment, is it?" Leon murmured, "I will read it aloud." Then he read the lines of the strange letter. "Hear this, enemies of our House Marbas. The noble House Sylvester, in the name of the Supreme Emperor, declares a war of the noble houses against your duchy. Although you possess great military strength as a duchy, you have neglected your duty to serve Emperor Esteban von Archheim. This negligence is a grave offense, and I will personally judge you on behalf of the crown. You have 1 month. If within that time you accept surrender, this declaration will be withdrawn, and House Marbas will be annexed into House Sylvester as just punishment for its crimes. Otherwise, if you choose to resist, then prove your innocence on the battlefield. Lord of House Sylvester, Count Alan de Sylvester." Having heard the contents of the letter, everyone was stunned. Seeing Leon dazedly say 1 month, Marbas grinned slyly and asked him, "Isn't that enough time?" But Leon met him with steady, fearless eyes. "I find the time of no concern. However, I have an interesting idea. Now I can command the death spirit with mere thought. I suddenly think I might enjoy this a little." Then the two turned to the Black Crow, who had been standing beside. "Black Crow, I have a task for you." Over at House Sylvester, they were also watching closely. A retainer reported to Alan that a declaration of war had been delivered to House Mabas. "So you should have seen Kershaw the ferret's face then. He clung to my trouser leg, looking so pathetic I nearly finished him on the spot." Upon hearing the report, Alan burst into laughter. "Haha, that fool. I suppose he's now clutching his back and wailing. Nevertheless, we must keep him alive for a while longer. After all, he's a useful fool, and the power of House Marbas is better in the hands of a clumsy man like him. Speaking of which, how is that brat doing? The one said to be the rightful heir to that house." The other replied, "You mean Leon von Marbas. No particular news of him. I suppose Kershaw made the boy disappear." Alan sounded very pleased. "Good." But then the reporter added, "If I may ask, is there any reason to worry about a 14-year-old child? What can a brat do?" Alan did not scold his retainer yet, but ordered him, "Answer me. What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer?" The man had no presence of mind. At the question he broke into cold sweat and stammered, I am no learned scholar, I do not know." Alan had to slowly voice his own thought. "That is facing an overwhelming enemy with no hope, unable to resist, helplessly watching your whole world collapse. There is no greater sorrow than that. And what do you think causes that injustice?" Alan did not wait for the retainer to answer and explained himself. "Innate gift, nothing else. A great talent so others can do nothing but stare up in amazement." The retainer still seemed muddled. He said uncertainly, "What talent could that brat possibly have?" At this point, Alan was at a loss for his men's ignorance. He propped his chin and stared at him, but patiently explained, "Don't be stupid, you are talking about the bloodline of Wellen von Marbas. Nothing is predictable when speaking of that cursed lineage. Therefore we must prepare for every possibility." Hearing Alan's absolute order, the retainer bowed and shouted, "Yes." House Marbas has also laid out their countermeasures. In the war room now 2 Leons stood facing each other. One said, "I must admit this is a spectacular sight." The other agreed, "Indeed impressive, isn't it?" The other continued, "Human speech sounds strange when you are in your original form. Yet now you can use my memories and mimic my speech perfectly." The other Leon wore an expression the real Leon would surely never have, looking at Marbas to mock. "But you see, I am more than a mere wielder of mana, not like your little cat." Marbas was so provoked he hissed fire and shouted, "Be quiet." Then without further ado, Marbas lunged and delivered a thunderous kick to the face of the fake Leon with his small but martial foot. The Black Crow in Leon's form paid Marbas no mind. Though his face was torn by the blow, he used his mana to instantly restore it to its original state. This made Marbas feel like he was punching a bag of cotton in frustration, but unable to do anything. He roared, "You." Walter finds the chaotic scene here still quite novel. He froze with a blank face and sprayed glue as he asked Pullen beside him, "Is it always this noisy here?" Lord Pullen, with years of survival experience, immediately admonished him, "Shh, be quiet, Walter. You'll live longer if you keep your mouth shut. Walter asked anxiously, more importantly, shall we begin? Leon said softly, you only have 1 month left. As he spoke, he took the sword placed in the center of the room down and handed it to Walter before everyone present, entrusting him. All I ask is that you demonstrate your talent within that time. Walter understood his meaning. He received the sword solemnly and repeated, in other words, if I cannot prove my ability, I will no longer be part of your ideals. Correct. Leon nodded to confirm his thought. Exactly. I have no desire to take in a retainer who is certain to die. The choice is yours. Walter felt this action was his only chance. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze serious as he looked straight at Leon and vowed, whatever obstacles stand in the way, I will overcome them. I will earn a place by your side. When I am firmly established, as your most loyal swordsman, you will grant me one wish. Will you not? Leon was very pleased with Walter's attitude. He smiled and replied gently, very well. I give you my honor as a promise. At that moment, Pullen beside them cleared his throat, a hum. Then I will personally supervise Walter's martial training. His true ability will be revealed when he trains with the Marbas Knights under your arrangement. Leon saw no redundancy in that. He agreed with Pullen, fine, do as you say. Marbas had hopped onto Leon's shoulder at some point and gleefully said, very good. Now let us go. The werewolf is not the only one who needs training. You are also far from your true potential, just like Leon knew this to be true, so he left with Marbas as well. All right, then let's go. Not long after, at the Marbas training yard, piercing sounds rang out chaotically. Walter was now training diligently with the Marbas soldier. At the same time, Leon practiced commanding the death spirits as smoothly as possible. In addition to training with the living, Walter also trained with the death spirits controlled by Leon. Finally, in the match that would decide whether he stayed or left, Walter succeeded in cleanly beheading the death spirit to finish it off. After the match ended, Walter breathed as if exhausted. One knee he dropped to the ground. The sword laid across, and he bowed respectfully toward Leon, as one showing reverence to his immortal faith. Leon stared at Walter for a long moment, then at last spoke with a proud expression, welcome to House Marbas. You may now rise as my first knight. Walter heard the words he had long awaited and smiled with satisfaction. 1 month later, the day of war between the noble houses arrived atop the high walls. Leon with Marbas, Pullen and Walter looked down below. Where the invaders stood eager to attack, Alan stood below loudly proclaiming, I bring a letter for the chieftain of House Marbas. Although I generously offered you a final chance to surrender peacefully, you stubbornly refused and would not lay down your arms. Know that this foolish choice will bring the deaths of innocent civilians. Leon looked at the babbling man as if at something dead. After the man finished speaking, he spoke calmly. So the battle has begun. Pullen spoke up as well. Those loquacious hyenas. Do they understand nothing of honor? Damn. Marbas was completely different from the others. He maintained an excited mood from start to finish and told them not to be provoked. From what I see, there is nothing in their hearts but fear. Those growls are really just the moans of insecurity. Pullen swallowed in confusion and asked, fearful within, you say what? Nevertheless, House Sylvester overwhelms us in every aspect. Marbas explained slowly to everyone, there is still a flaw. Have you forgotten that their plan has already failed? Pullen was a little puzzled. Are you referring to Kirchar? Indeed, if he were alive at this moment, House Marbas would have raised the white flag at the first opportunity. But would his death alone be enough to shake? Marbas brimmed with confidence in his calculations. Humans are fragile. A small turn in fate is enough to throw them into chaos. Why have the enemies not surrendered? What has lifted their spirits? Once such fleeting doubts begin to creep into their minds, their military strength will be halved. These thoughts were analyzed logically, which let Penn gradually grasp their meaning. But perhaps he was still not overly confident about this battle. That may be true, yet even have their forces still outnumber ours. Marbas' mouth curled into a seductive arc. A demonic yet confident smile of one unafraid of heaven or earth appeared on his face. A covenant maker with me who cannot defeat them even at half strength. Do not be afraid, Leon is far stronger than you think. Leon did not deny Marbas' assertion because it was true. Pullen, seeing his lord's unflinching expression, felt somewhat less worried and replied, of course, Lord Marbas. Outwardly he said that, but inwardly Marbas was like Pullen. He was quite surprised by the prowess of this new lord. Indeed, even I did not expect. Memories of recent training sessions replayed. In the middle of the training ground, Leon sat cross-legged, surrounded by surging streams of mana, while Marbas and the Black Crow stood at the edge observing. From the rock formations and mana fences poured out inky black currents of energy. At that moment, Marbas also lightly stamped his foot on the ground, emitting an energy that summoned red death spirits to rush and attack Leon. Leon sat still, eyes closed in meditation, yet he clearly sensed the aura of the approaching enemy. So he emitted his own purple mana and summoned a squad of purple death spirits to charge back. In the blink of an eye, the two sides lunged at each other, and after a few strokes, Leon had clearly seized the initiative. The purple death spirits quickly finished off Marbas, red spirits, and roared terrifyingly. Witnessing that duel, Marbas pondered, although these were the weakest souls he could summon. But only a week had passed since that child learned to wield mana, and yet he could feel its flow even with his eyes closed. Incredible, his talent far exceeded all normal expectations. The Black Crow beside him shared Marba's thought and spoke. The Covenant Maker this time is a true genius, like the brilliant star our ancestor once spoke of. Marbas agreed with this view. Yes, it could once again drown this continent in a sea of blood. One day everything it desires will be within reach. In response to Marbas's arrogant and mad words came an almost thoughtless question from the Black Crow's perch. Even tasty snacks like peanuts, as many as you want. Marbas couldn't help but scold him out of boredom. Aim higher, fool. It might even be able to unlock the most forbidden dark magic, the terrifying realm of temporal regression. While the two were talking, Leon opened his eyes and stepped toward them. He bent down and said to Marbas, "It's finished. What training block shall I continue with?" Although the skulls of the death spirits beneath the ground had been severed from their bodies, they still emitted horrifying sounds. Regardless, Leon walked over to where Marbas and the Black Crow were gossiping. "Finished? What challenge do you want me to try next?" But it seemed Marbas had no next plan, so he hummed, "For now just continue." Then he took him back to the Lord's chamber. "As for the next skill you must master, do you have any knowledge of dark magic?" Upon hearing this question, Leon pondered. Dark magic. Of course I was once trained in it within my clan. But that line sounded less than flattering to Marbas. He growled, "Do you mean the cheap tricks your uncle cooked up? From now on forget that rubbish he calls dark magic." Leon reflected for a while and convinced himself that was reasonable. Considering how Ancestor Welland swiftly pacified the entire eastern continent, it would be hard to believe he relied solely on a bunch of spirits. At that moment the Black Crow slowly shifted into Leon's form and spoke. He summoned a block of magic in his hand as he said, "The essence of soul summoning is merely a branch of dark magic. In other words, to control spirits you need a mana source and mastery of the dark art." Pullen agreed with this. Of course it sounded like the words of retainers loyal to our ancestor, but Marbas disagreed. Spare me. I was never his retainer. If anything, we were comrades, walking side by side as equals, not like that foolish shapeshifter. I should add, the Black Crow seized the chance to interject mockingly. "Unlike you, I have never regretted my loyalty." Marbas would not yield and retorted arrogantly, "You often hide beneath Leon's youthful guise." The Black Crow responded boastfully, "What courage do I need to tease a kid?" Leon waited until his headache was enough before he spoke to end their senseless quarrel. "Enough. Which kind of magic do you want me to learn?" But before the Black Crow could answer, Marbas spoke first. "Before learning anything, there is a prerequisite you must complete. Be careful because it will force you to delve into your own subconscious." Leon murmured back his words, "My subconscious." Marbas emphasized, "Exactly. You may not know, but deep within your mind is a vein source, containing a colossal amount of mana that, if you can open and channel it out, the wars between noble houses will seem like child's play compared to what you could truly achieve. But I must warn you, dark magic demands a considerable cost in mana." Leon listened intently to Marbas's explanation and voiced his thought. I had guessed as much. However, he likes to spin like a top, so he told Leon this. But I don't think that's what you need to worry about. Why? If you can believe it, Leon, I sense in you a source of mana equal to, even surpassing, your ancestor. But he had no choice but to accept it, if he wanted to restore the family. Leon could not help but sigh at what Marbas had pointed out. Phew, that was somewhat relieved. Marbas saw him relax his guard and reiterated, "But that does not mean this process carries no risks. There is a method to unlock your hidden potential within the short time we have. But even I cannot guarantee your safety during it." Lord Leon did not hesitate to ask outright, "Is that so? What exactly is your miraculous method?" Marbas was very observant. He stared at Leon and took in every tiniest expression. Suddenly, a light seemed to return to his hollow eyes. "Ah, now that I look again, I see clearly. There is a single desire driving the young Leon." He was a little pleased by what he had observed. Marbas instructed Leon, "First you will begin by exhausting all of your mana to the last drop. Then your potential and subconscious will guide the way." Leon immediately responded with almost no hesitation, "Then begin the test." Marbas concluded his curiosity, a primal thirst for the greatest motivating power. After Leon poured out all the mana he had, he staggered slightly and had a headache. Whoosh, I think that's enough. Suddenly he toppled backward without warning, sending Pen's soul soaring to the clouds. Sir, you cannot abandon us so soon. Seeing the old man wail as if dying, Mabas angrily flew over and struck his head painfully. He hissed, "Do not disturb the boy, you fool. Put your trust in the Lord you worship." Pullen sobbed with tears streaming, But master, Lord Leon may be our lord, but as you said, he is still just a boy." The Black Crow stood to the side and explained in a low voice, "Did you not hear what we just said? Our Lord's covenant maker may be the greatest talent we have ever witnessed." Marbas, who rarely agreed with him, this time found the crow's words reasonable. "If his potential truly rivals Welland's, then he will surely return to us. Save your tears for another occasion." Pullen sniffled and vowed, "I will try, master." Just as the mood sank in sorrow, Walter appeared at the door in disheveled clothes as if emerging from a coal pit, his voice bright, "I did it. It's a complete success. Behold your new trainee swordsman." But when he saw Leon lying motionless on the floor, Walter was startled and nearly dropped his eyes in shock. "Hold on, young master. You are no different from a copy of Pullen, with tears running down your face as you cling to your lord. Calm down, Walter." After regaining his composure, Pen replaced Marbas to admonish Walter. "Calm down, young Walter. I have already made a fool of myself for you." Walter slowly stopped crying now. "All right. Whatever happens, I fully trust that he will pull through." Marbas watched this scene with some puzzlement. These mortals are all the same. How could such a great talent be buried for so many years? No wonder this lineage stood on the brink of extinction. Everyone stood by lost in thought, awaiting Leon's awakening, while the protagonist remained in a deep sleep. His subconscious began to open and carried him to a strange place. Strange not because of the scenery, but because the place was entirely black. Leon paid no heed to whether something might rush out to take his life, and instead quickly observed. Then he decisively stepped forward. Suddenly he stopped when he saw the scene beyond the darkness. It was a ruined city with no one in sight, except for a lone figure in black standing tall there. He did not turn around, yet easily recognized Leon's presence and spoke, "Welcome, Leon. I had a hunch you would come." Leon heard the man's voice and shrank with grief. His face cracked as if he could not believe his ears. The other slowly turned his face. He had a face identical to Leon's, only older and in middle age. After they looked at each other for a moment, he broke the silence. "Let us take a walk. We have much to discuss." Leon had not yet recovered from the shock of seeing the man before him. He stood frozen in place and finally found his voice, "Father." The desolate scene of this place truly inspires fear in people. Yet Leon and his late father paid little mind to such things. The two slowly moved upward into the city. They walked on until they saw the family crest in the distance, and Run suddenly stopped. He softly said, "Leon, your presence here proves you have chosen to awaken the latent mana within you." Leon answered politely, "Yes, father, although I cannot say for certain what level I have reached. I have gathered a group of loyal followers to follow me." Hearing everything from his son's mouth made Run swell with pride. "How fortunate my son is. As you may have guessed, I am only a fragment of memory within you. I died at Alan's hands, and this body is merely a remaining magical imprint." Leon had thought about this along the way, so he easily realized it. "I understand." Seeing that he understood, Run continued to explain, "A few reasons I fell into this state are nothing more than a lack of innate potential. A cruel fate, do you agree? Nevertheless, I can still help you in some way, as you know. I failed to earn Master Marbas's respect, and could not control Tu Lin, the family's sacred relic. But you will walk a different path. When alive, I researched a ritual that can transfer the full mana of predecessors into your magical energy source. Of course, at first, you can only control a small portion of this vast energy, but it will certainly help you consolidate power as the head of the house." Leon listened intently to his words and then spoke up. "But father once warned me. I still remember your words. You cautioned me about the danger of absorbing another's mana. You also mentioned the risk that foreign magical stream could lose control and destroy my mind completely." Run recalled that such an event indeed happened. He did not hesitate to praise his son for his maturity. "You have listened well. Mana bears the distinct imprint of its user, making it very difficult for another individual to absorb it." After gripping Leon's arm as if to pass on encouragement, Run quickly affirmed, "But you, my son, are an exception. You may not understand now, but think of yourself as a blank slate." Leon repeated, puzzled once more, "A blank slate." At that moment, Run suddenly released his grip on him, and beside him streams of purple mana grew increasingly dense. He said in a deep voice to him, "Indeed, since the time of our ancestor Welland von Marbas, the founder of this house, no one has possessed such a pure source of dark mana." After a while of crystallizing mana, Run produced a purple orb in the palm of his hand. The orb glowed brightly as if in a human eye, emitting a terrifying surge of power. Run murmured like reciting a chant, repeating to Leon, You have been granted the greatest gift of this bloodline. Suddenly black, ominous vapors issued from the purple orb. The orb shook violently, and with each tremor chunks of earth and stone from the buildings drifted suspended in the air. The grotesque spectacle under this strange power was controlled by Run. He directed the orb and murmured almost inaudibly to his son Leon, "This is your true self, my son, but you must always remember this power." The purple orb rose high and cast a dreadful force over the space. After it passed, he resumed the face of a real father. He looked at the youth before him with affection and a faint smile. Then unexpectedly Run placed his hand on Leon's head and patted. Under the dim glow of the purple orb, father and son shared a poignant final few moments together. The calm announcer said, "It seems our little reunion is coming to a temporary end." At this Leon sensed something too. He clingingly looked at Run and asked, "Will we meet again, father?" Run the Gentle answered him firmly, "Of course. I still have much to teach you, as your father." Having said that, he cradled the purple orb, then took it and handed it to Leon. Leon quickly felt something from the orb. He was astonished. "I have never sensed such an immense source of mana before." As that colossal energy merged with Leon, a strange sigil appeared on his chest. Run calmly explained, "This talisman is called greed. True to its name, it will devour everything you place before it with mad desire. Never forget that, my son." Leon gripped the newly appeared cross at his neck and fondled greed. "I will engrave it on my heart, father." As he finished speaking, the space began to collapse. Run hurriedly spoke his last words. "The next time we meet will be when you desire it the most." As everything nearly vanished, Leon bowed solemnly to Run and replied, "May that day come soon." Then he disappeared into the void. Only then did Run voice the doubts he had been weighing. If only one wish could come true. You could shine as brilliantly as the greatest rising star on this continent. But alas, the future is not within my sight, and no one knows whether this power will lead you to glory or to an abyss of ruin. In my deepest despair, I fear that may be the ultimate outcome. Meanwhile, outside of reality, the four of them stared at the Lord who lay unconscious on the bed. If looks could pierce flesh, then Leon would already be honeycombed with holes. The scene was terrifyingly silent. Pullen spoke anxiously. "Are you sure he will awaken, sir?" He was frantic and did not know what to do. "I do not dare doubt your wisdom, Master Marbas, but please remember young Master Leon is only 14. What if this illness leaves permanent damage? I do not know how to face the former heads in the afterlife." Marbas, slightly annoyed, replied sternly to Pullen, "You may meet them sooner than you think. If your young master cannot withstand such a simple trial, then put aside your petty worries and wait for your lord with steadfast faith." Walter, however, proved more steel-willed than people thought. He advised Pullen with a confident face, "I agree, Sir Pullen. He will overcome this. We need not worry too much." The Black Crow interjected mysteriously, "Indeed, this old servant worries excessively." Suddenly, a violent burst of energy radiated from Leon, startling everyone. Marbas realized something and shouted, "Ah, now I understand why he awakened so late." Alter asked curiously, "Lord Marbas, what kind of magic is this? I've never seen anything so dense and vast." Marbas climbed onto Leon to sense him. Then with a face of utter authority he assured everyone, "Soon your master will return. Be ready to welcome him when that time comes. But be cautious. When the Lord awakens, he will no longer be the boy you once knew." Just as he finished speaking, Leon sprang awake, his eyes opening wide, while those nearby were still astonished. Leon said nothing and shifted his gaze downward. He spoke with some helplessness. "No wonder my chest hurts so much. Can you step down?" Marbas being stubbornly displeased. Things then continued as if nothing had happened. Walter kept intensifying the training to the maximum. Meanwhile, Leon also attended to the duties of a lord, practicing magic, overseeing the training of the soldiers in the city. At the same time, 4 days before the nobles' war, at the Sylvester estate far away, the troops appeared to be ready. Alan lingered in the command chair, waiting for something and reluctant to rise. After a moment, he turned to the soldiers and called out, "The time has come, all soldiers of House Sylvester. Listen to me. Today, the centuries-long history of the Mabas line will be erased and sink into the dusty veil of the past. Follow me and we will write a new chapter." Instantly, the rallying cry roared through the air, "Glory to House Sylvester." And at the same time, no one noticed Kirchar standing silently in a corner, his pupils strangely beginning to glow, an omen of a storm approaching. His eyes glowing red in the night. The army led by Sylvester marched quietly. He stroked his beard and exclaimed, "So this is the weakest point in their formation, the area with the fewest soldiers. Indeed, you see the issue brilliantly as always, Lord Kirchar. I am most grateful." Kirchar smiled nonchalantly. "Ha ha, likewise, my lord. This is but a small effort to repay your generosity." Sylvester said so but still harbored doubts. "Yet I am surprised. I assumed those fools of House Marbas would guard their ancestral tombs more carefully. Moreover, they foolishly deploy their main force to such an exposed field. Kerchar understood his meaning and quickly interjected. After all, we are a Pride Lion Mage house, not strategic advisors, my lord. Perhaps they acted overly cautiously for fear of damaging their ancestors' graves. Sylvester listened and felt reassured. Our house's reputation may have rotted long ago, but they still try to cling to the remnants of its glory, right? Kerchar hesitated slightly. I think so, my lord. Sylvester, hearing that tone, was displeased. Why the hesitation? What do you mean? Do you wish to object? Kerchar hurriedly denied it. Not at all, my lord Sylvester. I propose that we continue our advance. After marching a while, Sylvester suddenly stared ahead. Suddenly, a group of black-clad figures appeared ahead, led by Leon and Walter. The two armies slowly closed the distance between them. Leon called out cheerfully, right on schedule as we agreed. You are punctual, my lord. Sylvester frowned and retorted, I thought this was the weak point of a declining house. Yet you await me with hundreds of fully armed soldiers. As he spoke, he slowly drew his sword. He swung it across Kerchar's head and shouted, Is there some trickery here? What do you say, Lord Kerchar? The blade cut through Kerchar's body, and purple smoke rose forth. The head fell to the ground, yet that cold voice remained unfazed and spoke calmly. Only my master has the right to swing a sword at me. With that, the purple smoke enveloped the entire head. It sucked it back up toward the neck, and finally reattached as if nothing had happened. Kerchar smirked. What a novel experience. Sylvester watched this, sweating. What, that blade should have slit your throat instead. Kerchar paid it no mind and urged his horse toward Leon. Sylvester angrily shouted, No matter, you will pay for your insolence, young Master Marbas. Do you truly think you can oppose me with a mere few hundred men? This is an insult to the head of House Sylvester. Leon replied nonchalantly, Not at all. Sir, only a real threat is worthy of being called an insult. Sylvester ground his teeth in fury at his calm demeanor. Leon slowly raised his hand and said, Do you know why I agreed to enter this battle? Dark magic slowly dripped from the center of his palm. Leon smiled and said, To put you in your proper place. Of course, the dark magic continued to drip and accumulate into a viscous pool beneath the horse's hooves. Immediately, countless wights crawled up from under the pool of dark magic. Sylvester muttered in horror, Necromancy. Leon coldly confirmed, quick to notice. Count Sylvester, surprised that the Lion Mage house would command the dead. Sylvester fell into contemplation at Leon's words. What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer? It is facing an overwhelmingly superior enemy with no hope, unable to resist, forced to watch your world collapse. Nothing is more painful than that. And what causes that injustice? Simply innate talent, a natural gift so deep it cowards others from looking up. On the battlefield, nothing decides victory more than that. As he thought this, Leon's wights surged forward to slay. A commander in the ranks rushed out to block them, but the white soldiers kept pouring forward in waves. The commander suddenly realized that when it was over, the enemy was only a young boy. No matter how gifted he was, he could not have prepared for the brutality of a fight to the death. So he charged forward to attack again, determined to open a bloody path, rushing toward Leon. But just as he was about to reach his goal, he was blocked by Van. The general shouted in anger, Who dares block my way? Walter coldly pointed his sword and barked, Sorry, but I cannot let you get near the young master. That is my duty, and I will not break my promise. After saying these bold words, Walter smiled happily. The white soldiers kept surging forward to slash and kill. Sylvester panicked and commanded, The mage unit begin the assault. A group of mages gathered and began casting spells, unleashing their strongest attacks upon the white. A considerable number of whites disintegrated. Sylvester raised his sword and gave an order. The vanguard cavalry charged to break the enemy formation. The vanguard cavalry charged to break the enemy formation. But Leon remained cold-faced and unconcerned. Sylvester advanced a short distance, feeling pleased with himself. Staring straight at Leon, he threatened, Let me tell you, I am a naturally timid person. Even though he is my elder, you should have become the head of the family, or my sister. I never truly considered them family. Before he could finish, Leon cut him off. Do I need to care about your messy family matters? His hand hung down, condensing more dark magic. Sylvester growled gloomily, Perhaps not, but precisely because of that, a pampered young master like you will never have the resilience needed to defeat me. Answer me, young master, do you crave vengeance? If so, you will die in despair, left only with regret. Leon, tired of hearing his rambling, raised the Book of Death, coolly declaring two things. Your assumption has two errors. Sir, let me be clear. I do not crave vengeance, and you are not strong enough to take my life. Just that simple. The book opened and Leon infused it with dark magic. A few days earlier at the army encampment, Leon summoned his retainers to discuss strategy. After presenting the plan, Leon fell silent. Marbas sat aside, licking his paw. After a while he spoke. I have seen far worse plans over tens of thousands of years, but your plan is excessively risky. Choosing this location as the operation area was a correct decision, but aside from that, Leon interjected, I can assert there is no better option. It would be foolish to be overly cautious when the optimal solution lies before us. The Black Raven nodded in agreement. I have faith in my master's plan. Just as he began to get serious, he teased Marbas. So what right does a foolish lion cub have to order us around? Walter said awkwardly, if so, I will also follow your strategy. Not that I underestimate your wisdom, Marbas. Of course not. Marbas flopped and threw a tantrum. Are you going to completely ignore my opinion? Suit yourself. Pullen also presented his view. As for me, I will order the mobilization of all forces we can summon. On the honor of a vassal, I will not let you go to the battlefield alone. Leon stood up satisfied. Good. If everything is clear, then I propose we act immediately. Seeing everyone leave, Leon called out, Ah, Lord Marbas, before this meeting ends there is one thing I want to ask you. Marbas glanced at him displeased. What is it? Leon raised the cruciform charm and asked, do you know the consequences of using this talisman? Marbas dismissed it. How would I know? Perhaps death. The Black Raven jumped in to jeer. Indeed, an insolent lion cub. He added, your father may not have told you the whole truth, but this talisman carries a power akin to a poison. It is too dangerous for you to endure, at least in your current state. Leon replied, but I suppose he still gave it to me for some purpose. Marbas sighed helplessly. I do not deny that, but the time has not yet come. Right now you are strong enough to do what must be done. The foe pact. The gift you possess far exceeds ordinary mortal. But it cannot be denied that your potential is not yet ripe. Your subordinates may be loyal, but no human is free from error. You are a mortal, and you know little of the depths of their hearts. They could betray you in an instant. Some have even betrayed your father. Tremble. So what makes you believe those mortals are worth betting everything on? Leon fell silent and pondered. Returning to the battlefield, the Book of Death opened. Leon continuously infused it with dark magic. His pupils gradually flared. Sylvester, seeing no change, sneered. Do you think I cannot kill you? Leon remained silent, his pupils growing ever brighter. Sylvester suddenly startled, seeing countless strands of dark magic gather before Leon. He thought with wide eyes, an almost incalculable amount of mana, together with a purely dark aura. He was precisely controlling the amount of magic needed for each moment. How could he attain such absolute mastery? Leon coldly intoned, all loyal servants of Marbas in hell, hear me. Sylvester grew even colder. My instincts are warning me. Whatever is about to occur, I must stop it at all costs. He turned and ordered, stop him casting that spell at once. Leon glared and commanded, legitimate descendants of the House of Marbas, I summon you. Answer me and serve under this banner. The entire battlefield trembled violently. Countless white earth creatures surged forward, in both human and demonic forms. Sylvester lost his will to fight and stood dumbfounded. Before him was a sea of soldiers, with no end in sight. Marbas stood on a cliff looking down, his face creasing as he assessed. To the abyss below, this brat is as unruly and stubborn as his ancestors. Well, the cruciform talisman glowed. The army of whites growled angrily and charged straight at the soldiers to cut them down. The force of those demons was more than humanity could withstand. Behind them was also a unit of necromancer mages, casting litanies that struck directly into the army. Sylvester screamed in panic, damn, it's a trap. He intends to drag us all into the grave. He commands an army of the undead. Sylvester hesitated, unable to decide. Meanwhile, Leon was sweating profusely and collapsing forward. His face contorted as he clutched his chest. Unable to hold on, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the chance, Sylvester shouted, stop right now, or you'll be throwing yourself into death. Fine, I promise to spare you and your men, but end this farce at once. Leon ignored the rambling. I do not wish to disappoint you. Master, recall when Marbas asked earlier, what makes you believe those mortals are worth risking everything for? Until your talent fully ripens, I advise you not to foolishly sacrifice yourself for others. You are not yet strong enough to worry about others' fates, let alone their lives. Leon pondered for a moment, then said, Lord Marbas. Why must we always wait until a fruit is ripe to pick it? Is it really so wrong to pick it first and let it ripen? After a while, the entire battlefield was left with only Sylvester. Seeing him kneeling on the ground, Leon slowly stepped forward. His eyes looked up to me. Leon's cold gaze. Rain poured heavily. Sylvester remained kneeling there. He dared not lift his head and asked, "You said revenge is not your aim." Leon confirmed, "That's right." Sylvester, trembling, clutched at Leon's robes, pleading, "Then you will grant me mercy, even though I do not deserve it. I swear I will never oppose the House of Marbas again, nor utter a word about your power to the rest of the empire. Please, I beg you." Leon stood silent and did not answer. After a moment he spoke. "Since when have we been close enough to grant each other such favors?" Sylvester threw his head back and shouted, "But you see, revenge only produces an endless cycle of hate." Leon coldly glanced down. Sylvester was terrified and dared not speak further. Finally he threw off his pleading cloak. "I was coerced, it's true. As the head of another noble house, you must understand. We have a duty to do everything for the prosperity of our house." Leon rubbed his chin and muttered, "Duty. Perhaps you're not entirely wrong. The burden of being the head of a house is indeed no light thing." Sylvester, seeing him sympathetic, hurriedly added, "Yes, I am also weighed down so I cannot struggle. I am forced to do those cruel things because of my responsibility." Just as he was getting heated, Leon cut in, "But what does that have to do with me sparing you?" Sylvester blinked stupidly. "What?" Leon slowly drew his sword and said, "Don't misunderstand. I bear you no grudge. The only reason I must take your life is because of a cold and indisputable truth. Your continued existence brings no benefit to House Marbas. Farewell." Sylvester ground his teeth in hatred. Trembling, he threw his head back and screamed, "Arrogant fool. By the time you realize what you've done, it will be too late. The power you toy with like a plaything is not for a child." Before he finished speaking, Leon cut off his head. Facing blood spraying everywhere, Leon wore a cold expression. Sylvester's corpse collapsed as a signal that the battle was over. The soldiers gradually dispersed. A pain struck Leon in the chest. He slumped and murmured, "I should have known the price would not be light." Having spoken, he fell flat forward. Walter, seeing this, shouted, "My lord." Marbas leapt forward to reassure, "Do not worry. He is merely suffering the consequences of mana exhaustion. Little Leon's talent is beyond doubt, rivaling that of his ancestors of old. The question is whether such a child should be allowed to hold so great a potential. Inside him is a monster even I cannot control, a perilous pact that trades away every aspect of his humanity." Saying this, he turned to look at Sylvester's corpse and exclaimed, and more urgently, "It seems the demons have begun to intervene in the human world. An ill omen." Pullen and the Black Raven rushed over as well. After some time, Leon slowly opened his eyes. "The loyal servants rejoiced. He has woken." The loyal servants rejoiced. "He has woken." Pullen bowed his head and wept. "Forgive me. I have failed you again. I will atone on the scaffold." Marbas said with amusement, "I will not stop you. The old man will be entertained." The Black Raven jumped in with his mouth. "Adorable as he may be, that foolish lion cub lacks compassion." Marbas snapped angrily, "Do you expect empathy from a demon? And do not think I will tolerate your constant sniveling." Leon sat up and said, "The scaffold will not be necessary. You have fulfilled your role admirably, I assure you." Volta hurriedly reported, "The Sylvester house appears to be on the brink of complete collapse after the leader's death. I believe they will not dare launch another invasion in the near future." Pullen clenched his hands in excitement. "That is as it should be. Under your wise guidance, House Marbas has finally recovered. However, there remains one outstanding issue." Leon looked surprised and turned. "What is it?" Pullen bowed his head and answered, "Although I am ashamed to say this, my lord, House Marbas is now nearly completely depleted financially. Moreover, we carry a substantial debt." Leon gaped. Marbas paid no mind and said, "I do not see that as a serious problem. Just send a bill to claim heavy reparations from House Sylvester, and it will all be resolved." Pullen remained glum. Ordinarily that would be so. However, the imperial court has issued an absolute ban on all compensation claims. Marbas cried out, "What, for what reason?" Pullen explained with difficulty, "But you must already know. The Leenhaber, Sader, and Marbas houses, 3 noble bloodlines, have long been tightly controlled by the court. Perhaps the court wants to prevent our rise, and so has suppressed all compensation claims." Marbas sighed helplessly. "It is chaotic both inside and out." Leon asked tensely, "So exactly how much do we owe?" Pullen said nothing and held out a hand. Leon forced a smile and blurted, 50 million gold. Pullen shook his head without comment. Leon was speechless. 500 million. Pullen again shook his head without speaking. Leon Van V guessed it surely could not be as high as 5 billion. 500,000 would still be manageable. Pullen interrupted, "Forgive my bluntness, my lord, but you guessed correctly." Leon was surprised. "Guessed what?" Pullen replied, "The debt of House Marbas, my lord, is 5 billion gold." Leon felt as if he were about to become a beggar. At the same time, inside the city, a handsome young man entered. He looked around and murmured, "And now I am in the territory of House Marbas. This is Richel de Flamel, the Grand Chaplain of the famed Mage Tower, founder of the Eremita Order." Suddenly a girl stepped out smiling. "We meet again, Master Richard." She is Carleen, leader of the southern branch of the lunatic criminal organization, a notorious loan shark across the continent. Flamel stammered awkwardly, "Miss Carleen, our school's debt to you was long ago settled." Carleen replied cheerfully, "Oh, did you think I came all this way just about that old debt? This time I have no business with you." Flamel still shivered and said, "Then forgive me. I fear I still can't shake the feeling of being used whenever I face loan sharks like. I once thought the very existence of the Mage Tower was threatened." Carleen winked and smiled. "That's why we always advise our clients to read the fine print carefully." Flamel didn't want to quibble and quickly turned to leave. Enough with the pleasantries. "I suppose we've both come for the same person, haven't we?" Inside the Pullen house, they confirmed the amount of debt the Marbas family is carrying. "Sir, it's up to 5 billion gold." After saying that, both he and Leon fell silent, sweating. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door, and everyone turned to look. Pullen strode out, glanced back and said, "I'll go open it." Leon nervously peered outside. Seeing his odd expression, Marbas asked curiously, "What is it, Leon?" Leon replied with difficulty, "I hope it's nothing serious." Moments later, Pullen ran in to report, "Sir, there are visitors at the manor." Leon asked warily, "How many people?" Pullen awkwardly answered, "Two, sir. 1 man and 1 woman." Leon fell silent again upon hearing this, and set his teacup on the table. Richel took the cup, sipped, and introduced himself. "Thanks for seeing us. I'm Mage Richel, head of the Eremita School." Carleen, sitting beside him, added, "And I'm Carleen, head of the Lunatics' Southern Branch." When those words finished, the room fell completely silent. After a while, Leon managed to squeeze out a few words. "Welcome to the Marbas family." Richel smiled at him, and Carleen smiled in turn. Seeing that expression, Walter worriedly asked, "Those two give off a serious vibe. Are you sure inviting them was wise?" Marbas bluntly answered, "Who can say?" The Black Crow stammered arrogantly, "My master is stronger. You think that's all? Don't worry, he'll get through it." Sensing the tension, Carleen took the initiative. "We recently heard of your victory in the noble house's conflict. Congratulations are in order, Lord Marbas. The spoils from that battle should be enough to settle your debt with the lunatics, right?" Leon, sweating, replied, "By the way, Carleen, exactly how much is the debt?" Pullen whispered beside him, "Please remember, when borrowing credit, the Marbas family's trust had bottomed out. But of the 5 billion gold total, 4 billion of it was debt owed to Carleen and the lunatics." Carleen, head of the southern branch of lunatics, the continent's largest criminal organization, is said to be the kind of creditor everyone wants to avoid. At that, Leon exclaimed, "Those who can't repay are sold as live test subjects to the Dark Mage." Carleen laughed upon hearing that. "So you already know a bit about our methods, Lord Marbas, how honorable. Then let's get straight to business." Leon confirmed, "Yes. May I ask what my current outstanding balance is?" Carleen narrowed her eyes and stared at him, pulling a slip of paper from her chest, and replied, in a blunt tone, "We must demand immediate payment of at least 10%. Then you may repay the remaining 90% in installments at your leisure. However, I advise you to remember our interest rate is 30% per year. I'm sure you'll settle the debt soon." She stared at Leon like prey. Leon was sweating and at a loss. 400 million gold to pay immediately in one lump with 30% annual interest. Even after paying the 400 million, the principal would grow by another 1.08 billion after just 1 year. He helplessly blurted out, "Who would sign such a crazy agreement?" Pullen stood at the back gloomily and said, It was actually your father who signed." Sir, remembering the silhouette of his father, made Leon even more miserable. "Father, why does the air feel so tense?" Richel said, rubbing his face. "Come on, let's calm things down a bit. Lord Marbas just won. Doesn't he deserve a little celebration? Besides, I seriously doubt he's sitting on that kind of huge sum." But Carleen cut in rudely. "Excuse me, Richel. Don't you see we're discussing business? I hate being interrupted rudely. Do keep that in mind. And who's to say a slip of the tongue won't cost someone their life, ending up as a soulless corpse?" Richel was already standing, ready to slink away. "I hear you, Carleen. I'll come back after things are settled." Carleen chuckled softly at that. "Oh my, what a waste of a good pot of tea." Leon froze, at a loss for words, and finally managed a few strained sentences. "Miss Carleen," he hadn't finished when Carleen cut him off. Oh, if you mean you have no money now or want more time to scrape together each coin, forget it. I've already heard everything from your matriarch. Leon whispered helplessly to Marbaz. Why not take her out now? Marbaz snapped back. Don't be ridiculous. She isn't someone you'd have any chance against. If you want to be torn to pieces in an instant, go ahead and try. Leon fell silent again, utterly at a loss. The Black Crow butted in with his opinion. At this rate, we'll be left with nothing, not even a peanut. I'm so disappointed about the pledged assets. Pullen muttered gloomily. The old master, trembling, acted for the sake of the clan's survival. Suddenly Walter shouted, Be brave, young master, you'll find a way. I have complete faith in your intellect. Leon bowed his head in thought. Then after a while looked up and said, If I may, Miss Carline. Carline cut in again. Yes. Leon replied solemnly. I beg you to show mercy to all of us. The words left Carline stunned. Even Pullen, Marbaz, and the Black Crow were dumbfounded. Walter stood frozen, not understanding a thing. At the same time, outside the main audience chamber, Richel looked at the portrait on the wall and pondered. Leon von Marbaz. Just meeting him alone made the trip worthwhile. Recalling the moment he first met Leon, a thick, dark mana emanated from Leon. Richel became more certain he had sensed a huge mana stream flowing deep within him. If he could persuade him to join the Aramida mages, that would be a tremendous advantage for our academy. There must be a way to win his favor. While thinking, a light flashed in Richel's hand. A light sphere slowly shrank. The mana on Richel was drawn into it. Richel casually looked inside. He only saw an old man urgently pleading, Director, please. You cannot just disappear like this any longer. The academy has been thrown into chaos by your absence. Richel replied nonchalantly. All right, I will explain later. But before me, there is an important question. The old man asked anxiously. Yes, what is it? Dear Headmaster, our letter 1ED3 forced a smile and asked, How much gold do we currently have in the Aramida Academy treasury? As soon as the question was spoken, the old man grabbed his head in the room. Carline tilted her head and asked with a smile, Really, Long Thuong, sir? I truly don't understand why you are so flustered. Perhaps you think our lunatics organization is just some cold-blooded lunatic gang. She paused for a moment and gathered mana at her fingertip. With one finger, she easily crushed the teacup in front of Leon. Warning over, she said coldly, but I assure you we scheme far more than you imagine. Seeing the tea spill in front of Leon, Walter couldn't help drawing his weapon and shouting, How dare you threaten the young master? Carline paid him no mind and said calmly, Our wrath is reserved only for defaulters. Am I clear? Leon sighed in reply. We have nothing left, Miss Carline. Carline asked in confusion, What did you just say? Leon looked up to confirm. Literally, our treasury is empty. This made Carline pause for a few seconds. Then she lowered her head and forced a laugh. Ah, now I understand why you tremble like a frightened pup. So let me show you directly what happens to those who can't repay their debts. Seeing the aura she emitted, Leon broke into a sweat with fear. At that moment, Richel rushed in and shouted, Wait. The group immediately turned to look toward the door, but Richel was also a bit timid and didn't know what to say. Carline couldn't wait and growled, Ah, I wondered why you were so restless. It turns out our honored guest has no money. Her gaze was like a predator staring, but Leon could not resist. Richel mustered his courage and shouted, How pathetic. Please don't trample the budding future of the Aremina school anymore. He rushed forward to stop Carline. Leon remained motionless, there not speaking. But this struck Walter differently. He ran over to flatter Leon. As expected, young Master Leon had planned everything in advance. Leon didn't understand a thing. The Aremina school, Carline continued to glare at Leon with hostile eyes. Richel smiled and blocked her. Carline sighed and withdrew her killing intent. Leon remained pensive, sitting there without speaking. After a while, he ordered those beside him, First, everyone please step back a bit. We need to clarify a few things. Have them step outside. Lon then spoke. If the Aremina school formally accepts me, then you will pay 10% of my debt to Carline. That's your proposal, isn't it? Richel smiled in confirmation. That's right. The recent battle for territory with the Sylvester family. It was clear you used necromancy in that fight. Leon denied it and asked back, Why would you think that? Richel explained, Because it was a battle that without that magic you would have surely lost. Carline thought the same, which is why she came looking for you, right? Carline smiled and replied, True. Wizards are always cunning. It's no secret. I also thought the head of the Marbaz clan had restored his former power and came here for that. Leon asked irritably, Because you think you can collect the debt. Carline said forcefully, To be honest, I won't deny I considered it. But I know that debt can't be repaid immediately. I just want to set it aside for now. Marbas, upon hearing this, guessed right away that the debt must be piled up like a mountain. Leon, hearing what the two had said, understood their intention. Lord Richel wants to recruit me. Lady Carleen wants to settle the debt. But I still don't understand why she's so certain. The power to control the undead isn't necessarily back. I could ask another house for help or hire mercenaries. Carleen interjected, but of course those things cost a ton of money, right? Richel laughed when he heard that. Ha ha, I've never believed war can be won with money. That's why I was suspicious from the start. The special power of the MARBAS line. The ability to summon the undead has awakened once more. Carleen added, if that ability reaches even a fraction of House Welland's level, then getting close to the continent's unparalleled genius wouldn't be a bad out. But Leon kept returning to the main point. Nonetheless, the debt still has to be repaid, right? Carleen was cut off and lowered her eyes displeased. She pulled an item from her coat and said slowly, of course, do you think I run a loan shark business for fun? She cocked her small gun, pointed it straight at Leon and said, I can tell you the reason. Richel saw this and hurriedly intervened. Can you let me and him speak privately? Carleen lowered the gun and agreed. If he truly is the talent the Aremina school insists on recruiting, then I don't mind. After all, recovering debts is still my top priority. After saying that, she put the gun back in her coat and walked straight out. Richel breathed a sigh of relief at that. She's something else, nearly ruined us. But Leon remained wary and said to me, you are not someone to trust either. You are not human, are you? Hearing this, Richel curled his lips and smiled. Pointing ahead, he said, just like you. You are standing beside one of the 72 demon gods, aren't you? Marbas, pointed at in the face, growled displeased. A mage saw me without permission. Your body slowly transformed back. Returning to the demon god form, he roared. What the hell are you? Richel's body began to change. The dual forms were revealed before Leon, along with Marbas. Marbas exclaimed in surprise, a dragon, huh? I thought you were all extinct after the war against magic. Leon was startled to hear that. A dragon, Marbas confirmed. Yes, you can tell by the pair of horns and that distinctive tail. Rachel also asked with interest. Even I am curious. Why would one of the 72 demon gods travel with a human? I don't know the reason, but it's certainly related to the first house. Leon hurriedly made his position clear. Don't worry. Master Marbas stands with humanity. He is not like the other demons. Marbas also confirmed this was true. Though a demon, I do not share their aims. Richel, understanding, smiled and interjected. Otherwise, you would have no reason to meddle in human affairs. Seeing both sides sincere, Leon moved to the main topic. So let me ask, to join the Aremina Academy, what do I need to do? Richel explained, our school is a secretive academy. You will undertake common missions and continuously raise your status among mages. Leon didn't believe it. Is that all? Marbas demanded. Tell us the real reason. Richel had to admit honestly, ha ha, you are sharp. Actually, even if I hadn't said it, I would have added this. You may not join any other academy, nor accept missions from them. Those are our conditions. Marbas grasped the point and asked, to prevent other schools from growing. Richel calmly admitted, of course that's one reason, but the main reason lies elsewhere. He placed a demon head badge on the table and said coldly, among the two other renowned magic academies besides Aremina, at least one is breathing demon energy, a demon. Marbas sighed at this. They have finally begun to move. Damn, I wish I had awakened a bit earlier. He then asked what their goal was. But Richel fell silent in thought. After a moment he answered, the Demon King. They want to resurrect Baal from the war against demons. The first great battle between humans and demons. A tragic event where the human king Solomon has rested forever. Before he fell, he poured all his power into transforming into countless chains that bound the remaining demons. Through the dark mana from the death book of the Marbas house, sealed by the first head of the Marbas clan, Kong Fong. The war then reached its conclusion. In the demon-slaying war, King Solomon bestowed the seal. But over time, that power gradually weakened, to the point where a demon awakening at any moment is not surprising. Leon interjected to probe. I heard His Majesty the Emperor is no longer clear-headed. He was once wise, now he's called the Foolish Emperor. Is that related? Richel admitted, yes, demons always know how to exploit the smallest gap. And you already have a demon at your side. You understand this better than anyone. Marbas was displeased at being named. Adding some information he had, I also heard many dragons and other races fell in that war. This explanation sounds plausible, not like a lie. But Leon paid it no mind and asked, the reason you won't let me join another academy is because you found a demon sign at another academy, right? Richel confirmed, exactly. Please join our Aremina Academy. We believe we can reveal many truths to you. Marbas jumped in to bargain a bit. However, it would also require a fair amount of money. Richel could only helplessly smile. Ha ha, that is beyond our ability. Leon asked calmly, is there any way to earn steady gold? Owing 5 billion is a bit too much. Richel pondered. After a moment he smiled and said, I've thought of a good way. The Adventurers Guild, the person closest to the guild leader, is Carling. If you take on missions and obtain the gold badge, you can accept missions worth 10 million gold at a time. Leon was shocked by the number, 10 million. He threw away his pride and bowed. Please speak to Lady Carling for me. Marbas could only sigh, pathetic. The Black Crow couldn't help scolding. You foolish lion, don't insult your master. It's just to build momentum, Marbas asked unhappily, who just said that. The Black Crow played dumb. The butler acting Marbas was at his wit's end with him and helplessly slapped his forehead. Suddenly Richel shouted toward the door, Carling, I know you're eavesdropping, give me a hand. Carling had no choice but to push the door open. Damn, Richel knows me too well. But facing Leon this time, she couldn't act arrogant. Richel stood up to reintroduce. Go on and introduce. This is the demon who serves our master. Carling helplessly held her head. Ha, getting involved with you lot never ends well. Richel could only laugh awkwardly. A few days later, in the wild mountains, Leon's group set off on the journey to earn money to repay the debt. Carling complained irritably, why the hell do I have to escort you to the Adventurers Guild? Richel as usual smiled and said, it's 4 billion of debt, consider it me paying off part of it, don't get the wrong idea. Leon asked curiously, what kind of place is the Adventurers Guild? Marbas on his shoulder chimed in, I'm wondering too. There was no such thing before, it's really strange. Carling explained, simply put, it's the place that accepts and completes outsourced missions. You can form groups freely, split rewards, and increase your personal value. In that way, if you're not capable, you'll die. But if you're good, you can earn tens of millions in a single run. Marbas remarked coldly, a place where moths burn their lives, that's what people say. Richel snorted with laughter, but it's not always that hard. The Adventurers Guild is a neutral zone. If you perform well, you can even be invited by other nations to serve as knights or mages. If you have the skill, this is also the fastest way to make money. Leon asked again, explain more about the badges and ranks. Richel smiled and said, all right, Carlin, you're showing displeasure. Now trying to boss me around too, I guess. But he still explained to Leon. The Adventurers Guild divides adventurers into 5 ranks. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black. The higher the rank, the more powerful the adventurer. And they also receive higher level missions. Leon got to the point and asked, so becoming a black rank adventurer is the fastest way to make money, right? Richel smiled and confirmed, that's right. But that level is so hard it's almost unimaginable, so I won't mention it. There are fewer than 10 black rank adventurers on the entire continent, and missions at that tier require rewards of at least several hundred million gold. There aren't many people that rich in the world. Leon understood. That's how it is. The group quickly headed for the city gate. Carlin stopped before the 2 gate guards, handed them a note and instructed Leon. First, we must check whether you are capable of obtaining the bronze badge. The imperial laws are complicated. Minors can't easily become adventurers. Richel hurriedly intervened. Now, Sin, don't be a spoilsport. They entered a shop with a beer sign. Richel led the way and said, start the examination. We've arrived. Leon looked up and asked blankly, is this the Adventurers Guild? He was still looking left and right when a platinum-haired girl noticed him. She lifted her teacup leisurely and asked, seems a rather noisy regular just walked in, then stared toward the door. Leon's group slowly stepped inside. The patrons on both sides were chatting and laughing, but when they saw Carlin among Leon's group, they immediately fell silent and glanced over. After a moment, shoulders whispered to each other, wait, is that Carlin? I think it really is. Look at those eyes, like a hungry beast. That look shows they're not someone who lends money. Why are they suddenly at the Adventurers Guild? Is that Richel beside her? Headmaster of Aremina Academy, insanely handsome. He looks young yet reportedly even holds the tower master post. Oh my, ruined my mood to drink. Life is so unfair. Hearing the gossip, Richel looked at Carlin with some embarrassment and said, it seems you've made them uncomfortable. She scowled and hissed, stop the nonsense, hurry up. We don't have time to care about people like that. Leon ducked his head and asked, where is the person we need to find? There's no one with a powerful presence here. Marbas heard the denial, no. Don't you feel a stream of mana watching us? At the same time, a young master in the crowd's face went pale and twisted. He slowly edged closer, tailing Leon. Leon felt the pace slow down. He glanced at the man. A wave of mana spread out searching. Leon was astonished to discover, found it. No sooner had he spoken than the platinum-haired girl lunged forward. Without a word, she drew her sword. Carlin also coldly turned and drew her weapon. The girl pressed her blade to Leon's throat, while Carlin pointed a gun at her head. The girl pressed her blade to Leon's throat, while Carlin pointed a gun at her head. Carlin smiled mockingly. You're getting more impatient. Raleigh glared back toward the rear, lowered her weapon and angrily snapped. I told you not to call my name casually, Carlin. Leon paid it no mind and walked up calmly to ask, You're the strongest here, right? Raleigh turned and irritably replied, Sorry, but I haven't given permission to speak. Who are you? She judged inwardly, truly a monster, even more dangerous than the two standing behind him. Leon casually introduced, Leon von Marbas, the 10th heir of the Marbas family. People call me that. Moments later, Walter entered the room and closed the door. Inside, the full group of people for this time was already seated. Raleigh lifted her teacup and exclaimed, I've heard the head of House Marbas has changed, but I didn't expect it to be a child. Carlin cut in coldly, well, his magical talent is undeniable. I can vouch for that. Raleigh still asked warily, but it's strange for a noble to appear in this shabby adventurers guild. Richel forced a smile. Ha ha, I have my reasons. Raleigh grew more disgusted. Seeing you with a demon is rather amusing, Carlin. Are all your friends this weird? But being grouped with Marbas made him unhappy and he snapped. Apologize at once. The blonde also jumped up to join in, that's right. Finally the black cat sobered up. Marbas leapt over growling and said something. Leon nonchalantly held him back and explained. I have my reasons. I'm in enormous debt. I want to work at the Adventurers Guild. Carlin added, a place anyone can join without revealing their identity. Isn't that Muolian's greatest feature? So there's no reason to refuse. Richel smiled and pleaded, please give him a chance. Seeing both of them beg, Raleigh reluctantly accepted. If both of you insist like this, then you might die. Leon replied earnestly, our bunch are those who live closest to death. Besides, Richel told me that not repaying that madman's debt would be worse than hell. Raleigh, recalling Carlin's lackeys, agreed, that's indisputable, fine, I'll give you a chance. As she said this, she tipped the teacup in her hand. It flowed perfectly into a symbol on the table. Immediately, the floor lit up with the same symbol. The room shook violently, and white smoke rose. Leon broke into a sweat and was speechless. Marbas explained, it's a teleportation spell. A high-level formula indeed. She even simplified it. It seems she is truly a capable sorcerer. Now an extra row of stone statues appeared in the room. Everyone turned to look. Raleigh stood up, stepped over and said as she walked, the test is very simple. Among these statues, only one contains mana. That is the real statue. Find it. You have a total of 30 minutes. If you don't finish in time, you must return to your family. Still want to try? Leon agreed at once. I'll try. Raleigh immediately declared, I begin now, Carlin. Prepare the hourglass. She complained unhappily when summoned. What a bother, fine, I'll help this time. An hourglass instantly appeared floating in midair. Leon slowly walked into the row of statues. He looked up and examined every detail. Suddenly Raleigh shouted, hey, that statue is moving. I'll attack you. While she was still speaking, the statues raised their weapons to attack. A mace came down. Leon leapt into the air to avoid the blow. Just as he landed, another statue struck at him from behind. Leon hurriedly ducked to evade. Carlin, seeing this, ground his teeth in displeasure. Richel also said with concern that Raleigh had gone too far this time. Even a mid-level mage would struggle to pass this test. He's very talented, but still only a child. But Carlin objected that that's not right, is it? She knows better than anyone that the younger you are, the easier you fall. Now we can only watch. The chance of success is almost zero. Marbas was also a bit tense. Each statue's strength was negligible, but finding the magical golem was nearly impossible. The mana density is too low. The blonde stroked his beard and judged that the task was truly difficult. Even a stupid lion could sense that. The contract holder would have a hard time. Marbas stopped bothering with him, staring at Leon, wondering, you contract signee, what on earth are you thinking? Raleigh frowned and thought to herself, giving the guild's emblem to a child is truly dangerous. Because on this continent, even extraordinary talent can collapse easily. As for Leon, after dodging for a while, he stepped back. That dead-eyed gaze locked onto several golems. They charged up to attack again. Leon gathered 2 dark mana orbs in his palms. As they neared him, he threw them, directly seizing control of Raleigh's statue. Seeing the statues stop attacking, Leon murmured with satisfaction, just as I thought. This seems to be the most effective method. The onlookers were stunned in place. Marbas broke into a sweat and was speechless. That guy really is. Leon continued to gather more dark mana spheres and said that what I learned from you, Marbas, is only some of the dark arts I know. But for now, that's enough. The black spear immediately created countless mana-tipped spears above Leon's head. Marbas and the blonde were astonished. Ritual was secretly delighted. The black spear we know. Lon paid no attention and directly ordered the spears to charge. The statues couldn't withstand it and were smashed to pieces. After this attack, there were no statues left on the floor. Marbas helplessly muttered, "You're insane." Carlin stepped forward, picked up a shard, and said, "His mana quantity and controllability are indeed excellent. But the purpose of this test is to find the statue that contains mana. It seems to have failed." But Rick, unconcerned, turned and said there is only one way to pass the test. If he intends to use that method, then we must recruit him into a Ramita Academy. This remark left Carlin silent in place. On the other side, Leon closed his eyes and recited, "I call forth the wandering souls of the celestial realm. I, a direct descendant of Marbas, summon you. Open your eyes." Immediately, the broken stones under the floor began to move. They slowly gathered together. This sight astonished Raleigh. This is. Ritual was overjoyed. Leon von Marbas had anticipated this from the start. Mana is life force, so anything with mana is a living being, and once slain it can respond to necromantic summon. But how many people can actually do this? Perhaps we've just met someone beyond imagination. Carlin also wiped sweat in agreement. I don't want to admit it, but he's truly impressive. I thought his mana alone was remarkable, yet he devised this method in such a short time. Raleigh bowed her head without speaking. Seeing Leon return, she asked, "How did you do that?" Leon replied calmly, "I killed it and then revived it, as you all saw." Raleigh worriedly looked up and asked why he thought of that. Leon answered hoarsely, "Because a golem is not a mere construct. It is a true living being. This golem is the one that possesses mana." Saying that, Leon turned his head toward the hourglass. Seeing the sand still flowing inside, he asked, "Have I passed the test?" Raleigh smiled in acknowledgement. "You are extraordinary." But Leon, indifferent, said, "If that is a virtue a family head must have, then I will possess it." Knowing you can't reason with a slab of stone, she turned away and proposed, "All right, you've passed. I'll give you a silver badge. A bronze badge is unworthy of a mage with such mana. Do we all agree?" Carlin, incredulous, asked give him the silver badge from the start. Ritual laughed and marveled. "This journey is full of surprises. Lord Marbas, you truly are an extraordinary contract signee." Marbas nodded in pleasure. "Indeed, he is my contract signee." Of course, not satisfied, the blonde interrupted, "Even a lion doesn't know how to accept praise. Now there are more things I can't do, I'm useless." Leon paid them no mind and stood like a log watching them. Just then, Walter stepped into this virtual space. Surprised at the scene before him, golem. They are usually considered products of magical engineering, but some core-bearing creatures can also appear naturally. Based on the characteristics of the green golem, compared to an artificially made one, he could tell the difference between them. "Indeed, the young master," Raleigh explained quietly, "this case is quite special." "I admit it," your strong Leon remained stone-cold in reply. "Thanks, How much could I earn from quests with a silver badge?" Marbas angrily scolded, truly money-obsessed. Ritual, embarrassed, at a loss. Asking that now, Carlin smiled and answered, "It depends on the situation, but you could easily earn around 3 million. Of course, with your debt, you'll need to secure at least a gold badge." Ritual intervened to ease the tense atmosphere, yet it was still a very good start. It had been a long time since the guild leader awarded a silver badge outright. Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right." It had been a long time since the guild leader awarded a silver badge outright. Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right." Leon bowed in thanks. "Thank you for your consideration." Guild leader Raleigh casually snapped her finger. The pile of golems Leon had smashed stirred. They perfectly reverted to their original state. Walter, astonished at the scene, exclaimed, "Just a flick and everything returns to normal." Not only her mana level, but the precision of her control is astounding. Indeed, the guild leader is a monster. Ritual turned and suggested, "Then let's return as well." A moment later, inside Raleigh's office they sat quietly, recalling the recent scene. Remembering the image of Leon attacking with the black spear, she couldn't help muttering, "I was sure it was over." But he acted differently and ultimately passed the differentiation test. Distinguishing which golem has life force would be easy for him. Although from the start he knew which one had mana. Yet he didn't say why to conceal his strength. The Marbas family stood on the brink of survival, It seemed an absurd monster had appeared for the first time in centuries. But what troubles me most is those emotionless eyes. What is Leon von Marbas seeing with those eyes? The next day, inside the office, everyone sat together again. Raleigh pulled out a scroll and said, "Along with your silver badge, this will be your first mission." Leon took it and read aloud in Celici, where the Archbishop of the Arden Church, the goddess of creation, resides. Am I to investigate accusations of Archbishop corruption? Raleigh confirmed, yes, recently in the southern city of the capital Celici. Rumors have spread that Archbishop Cadon has been corrupt there. Deal with this, and I will pay you 1 million. Carlin couldn't help asking, isn't assigning such a first mission a bit excessive? This made Gio Lai stare at her. Finally, she replied indifferently, this is a rare privilege. You should be able to handle it. Richel laughed helplessly. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Leon paid no mind and said, if this helps me rank up quickly, then I am willing to accept. I will do my best. Raleigh warned, if you give up you must start over from the bronze badge. Leon nodded in response. I accept. Raleigh turned to instruct, if you can accompany him and assist. Carlin protested and shouted, what, I said it's troublesome. Do I really have to go too? Richel smiled and replied, of course. We are also curious about Leon's ability. Carlin angrily snapped. Excuse me, isn't my opinion important? No one bothered to answer. Leon bowed in thanks. Thank you everyone. My father always taught me that in times like these I should be the first to greet. This left Carlin, who was storming, dumbfounded. The blonde laughed heartily in delight. Indeed, my young master. He truly knows how to deal with people. Marbas smugly chimed in, of course, a demon must know how to touch the human heart. Walter retorted irritably, but the young master is human. But before he finished, he was silenced by Marbas's intimidating stare. Leon nonchalantly said, anyway, we'll definitely succeed, because we need a lot of money. At the same time, in Celici, where the Archbishop of the Arden Church resides, 2 worshippers were kneeling and praying before the holy chalice. He slowly stepped forward, haughtily exclaimed, excuse me. The 2 did not bother to turn and stared into the chalice. The surface of the water gradually revealed the words that the miraculous saint would inherit the blessing of the goddess of creation, and divine power would be one of the 2 daughters. Only one will shine like the sun, and the other will face annihilation. The 2 will become one, and one will die to become 2. After reading, both sat motionless like statues there. Religions on the continent are mostly divided into 2 types. One worships the goddess who created the world, believed to have created the dead stone. A religion that venerates Arden is called the Arden Church. The other side worships Ban and the 72 demons and many other dark deities, called the demon-serving set. Usually, if they are human, they will worship the Arden Church. And those chosen to wield this sacred grace, the power of the Holy Spirit, is called across the continent by a holy name of miracle workers. Scene changes, the clatter of carriage wheels on the trail. Outside the carriage, a black-haired man wore a stern expression. His gaze kept drifting to the window. Inside the carriage were Richel's party. Opposite him were Leon and the 2 others. Returning from earlier, the black-haired man was puzzled by their request. Excuse me, do you wish to go to Celici? But Celici is currently in dire straits after the religious war. Even pilgrims hardly visit anymore. Suddenly he asked, is there any special reason you must go there? Richel awkwardly replied, it's hard to explain the reason clearly. Then he looked at Carlin, his tone implying. Carlin, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. I understand. Then she took out a large pouch and placed it on his table. The pouch spilled out a pile of gold coins. She spoke with seriousness and authority, slamming her hand on the table. At this point, I think there's no need to ask why anymore. If you don't want to, we can find someone else. After all, we don't have only one escort. He hugged the bag of gold to his chest and looked at them. Anyway, if you guarantee my safety, I will definitely go. As they rode, he thought to himself, I say it's for the money, but is this really okay? Celici, a city collapsing under the aftermath of a religious war. A new cardinal should have been sent to support the archbishop, but everything ultimately fell apart. The divine power likewise. The new miracle-working saint has yet to appear. With this, the continent will lose Arden's grace and divine power. Thinking this, his face darkened somewhat. Inside the carriage, Leon spoke first. Our mission this time is to expose Archbishop Cadon's corruption. Is that all? Walter replied, you smell danger in this matter. Marbas disagreed. He said proudly, they're just a bunch of small fry. Don't worry, no one now has the strength to stop someone of your current power. Richel also spoke up, that may be so, but human kingdoms have grown much stronger over the centuries since Lord Marbas was sealed. If we prepare too carelessly, we'll get hurt. Carlin agreed, especially since this involves the archbishop. No one on this continent is free under the name of Aid, and the new miracle-working saint has yet to appear. Ritchell added, the problem is the current saint is a direct descendant of the archbishop, and people expect that tradition to continue. But if something more serious happened, Leon continued, it would be that 2 daughters were born when there should have been only one, which has caused turmoil in the church. He said sternly, because only one person can inherit the power. Walter looked at him and offered his speculation. It can't be that both receive divine power, can it? Lord Marbas answered him. Divine power passed through bloodline has always been reserved for a single person. In the end, one of the 2 will have to die. At this, Ritchell's gaze fixed on Leon. He evaluated silently. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. Leon was truly surprised. The black-haired man sitting outside interrupted his thoughts to announce, we've arrived. This is the continent's largest religious sanctuary, Selashi. Inside the mansion, a tall man slowly opened the large door. That man was Glazer. He spoke, addressing Holy One. The people who requested the mission have arrived. The one called the Holy One murmured, is it them? Can they truly evade the imperial oversight? Hearing this, Glazer answered respectfully, yes, your holiness. If they come from the Vo C letter 1EF1C Hoa Liern, it's entirely feasible. Cadon sternly instructed him. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. After all this fabrication is only to save my daughter. A moment later, he stepped outside to greet them. Hello, I'm Glazer, the head steward responsible for supporting the archbishop in this city. Ritchell asked with a friendly face, did you send a request regarding the archbishop's corruption? He smiled faintly, his voice low. Yes, I did not expect the head of Aremia Academy to carry out the mission personally. He replied awkwardly, sorry, but I'm not the one in charge of this mission. His face showed surprise. Then who? Leon spoke up, it's me. Seeing him, he appeared somewhat worried. You seem a bit young to undertake this mission. We must act so the archbishop does not detect us. Seeing his expression, Leon understood his concerns and took out the badges to show him. Glazer was surprised. Those were the silver badges of the Adventurer Guild. Before accepting the mission, he suddenly asked oddly, I have a question. The 2 women disappeared. Are they enemies? Behind him, there indeed were 2 dark silhouettes. When the 2 dark figures realized they had been noticed, they revealed their true forms. Only then did he look at him with different eyes. His voice serious. We should move elsewhere. This conversation will probably take a while. Below, they sat properly at the table in the middle of the room. Glazer, his gaze full of thought, looked at Leon. Finally, it has come to this. Selashi's power has weakened, but how could such a young mage possibly help us? He suddenly spoke, I'm not sure, but it's best not to show any emotion. Then he communicated with him by thought. He said his name was Glazer. Hearing what he conveyed, the man could not believe it. He added, I'm not sure how much this will help, but he wondered silently, telepathy. That's a kind of magic that at least mid to high-level mages can use, right? It's better not to hide anything. I know this mission was assigned directly by the Pope. So can you tell me what the real task is? Upon conveying that, a subtle smile spread across his face. This made the man trust him more. He told himself not to deceive him. Immediately afterward, he spoke. Understood very well. Let me explain the mission. The Miracle Maiden, the one who receives the blessing and power of the Creator, will be one of the 2 daughters. Only one will be chosen as the son, and the other will face annihilation. The 2 will become one. To split into 2, one must die. According to him, the Holy One was very worried. If the prophecy is true, what will happen to our daughter? The woman beside him said respectfully, forgive me, but it seems the power has been split between the 2 and is still incomplete. Ultimately, to perfect that power, one side must, he cut in angrily, one must die for the power to be whole. Is that what you mean? Sensing his anger, she became fearful. I'm sorry. That day, a knight came to him by order. I am Caliban, commander of the Royal Knights. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, I have come to deliver a decree to the Pope. In the name of Estevan, the son of the Empire, I command that under this sky there cannot be 2 sons, sir, and I believe you understand that. According to him, when the 2 daughters reach maturity, one will live to become the Miracle Maiden, and the other, to perfect that power, will be burned alive under the name of a fallen maiden. Because of that, the Holy One could not believe such cruelty and shouted at him, What are you saying? You want me to burn my own daughter alive? He paid no mind and only laughed. This is the Emperor's order, sir. Consider it a small sacrifice. Then he turned and left. Let's go. He refused to accept this truth. He fell to his knees, devastated. Why? Why would you bring such misfortune upon my child? O Ardens, you took my brother, and now my daughter as well. Why must I endure these trials? At the end of the story, the 2 sisters could not hold back their tears. Ritchell spoke in short. The Miracle Maiden, who bears the divine power, has not appeared for decades. And this time, the maiden born into the legitimate line is a pair of twins, so the power is divided. You mean that right? He replied, yes. I came here to save both people beside me. That is why I am here. I know I am acting against the will of the Empire. But Leon interrupted him. May I ask someone else this time instead of you, Glazer? Hearing his request, he looked puzzled. He politely asked permission to step back a moment. Then he knelt on one knee to show respect. May I ask which of you two thinks that you can accept death? Taken aback by his sudden question, Marbas was stunned. Hey, contracted one, what are you saying? He calmly answered him. Because it is the most effective way. I will do my best, but it will be hard to deceive the Emperor. So in the worst case, one person will have to die. He kept a serious tone. I asked the same question again. Is there any one of you willing to accept death? In their eyes were both worry and shock. The two sisters Heaven and Heaven hesitated. People call us that, but we never thought ourselves blessed. We are the unchosen ones. The demons rampaged wildly, destroying and killing the people. The Holy One was desperate, damn it. And at this moment, the miracle maiden has no light power. What are we to do now? A knight said anxiously, Your Holiness, it's very dangerous. Please step back. He shouted angrily, a demon. I will absolutely not forgive you who have betrayed his will. Cut to the scene when the mother of the two sisters, Mrs. Rhea. She spoke in a gentle and soft voice. What a relief that our child may become the new miracle maiden. The Holy One was joyful but burdened with sorrow, of course glad. But Rhea, each role carries its own burdens. That is what makes me fear that the girl will be worshipped and exploited by people as a saint. As he spoke, he clutched at his garment. Sensing his worry, Mrs. Rhea gently took his hand. Do not worry. Kadun, this child will be strong, and I will teach her to live that way. Then she continued, name her Heaven, okay? Meaning she will bring a heavenly life to everyone. What do you think? I had never heard my mother speak like that. She poured all her strength into giving birth to us. And in the end, she departed forever. I will say it again, our beginning was tragedy, and the end will also be tragedy. No one can change that. That is the fate of the two of us. Yes, it is simply like that. At that moment, the older sister spoke firmly. Have I already decided? She hadn't finished speaking before her younger sister interrupted. No, the one who should die is me. You were born first. Only you can carry on mother's will. You are better than me in every way. Of course, how could a flawed person like me compare to you? Please. Hearing her sister say that, she couldn't hold back her tears. Don't say that anymore. You then turned to him and said, I was never taught what to do in a situation like this. He thought for a moment and asked, Are you saying that if both of you die it's fine, then everything would be simpler? Marbas spoke up to remind them, Hey, contract bearer, your mission is to save both of them. If one dies, you will not receive the reward. Hearing that, he slapped his hand once. Indeed, Lord Marbas, you mentioned something I hadn't considered. So let's start finding a way to save both of them. Hearing this, the sister's anxiety eased a little. It will be very difficult, but please try. But please do not let our father be endangered. He is innocent. The younger sister agreed with her sister's view. That's right, father only fulfilled his duty as pope. Leon stood up. I understand, he said, then asked, Tell me the details of when one of them will be burned alive. The older sister answered, In 2 days. If by then there is still no way, I will sacrifice myself. Hearing this, the younger sister panicked. Sister. He thought silently, 2 days is really too tight. Can it be avoided? He ordered seriously, next, check whether there is any decisive solution. Lord Richel first checked the mark bestowed upon the miracle maiden. He carefully asked the two of them, Can you show me that mark? The older sister hesitated. Its location is a bit. The younger sister continued, Everyone except Leon and the lady. Could you step outside for a moment? Carlin spoke up. Wherever it is, we should still ask that man to go outside. As she said, she pushed him out. Her action puzzled him. Why are you doing this? I am the Archmage. I can examine it. She pushed everyone out while arguing with Richel. I can do that too. Planning to sneak a peek at a woman's body, are you? After finishing, she even brushed her hands off. Seeing no one left, the two sisters exchanged a glance. Then the two gently removed the outer layer of cloth, revealing the 2 marks, located on the left and right of each of them. It seemed inevitable. Leon spoke before examining their marks. The transfer or bestowal of power is done by magic, Carlin added. Because it's located there, it's no wonder she couldn't easily show anyone. Lord Marbas also spoke. In my view, there is only one way left, though it will take time to accept, but in the end. Leon used telepathy to tell him, yes, one person must die. One of the 2 prophecies and fate is truly terrifying. They can destroy the lives of 2 people in the blink of an eye. He replied to him, that look I have never seen before. Are you angry? Cut to 2 days later. Louis von Arkheim propped his chin with his hand, showing amusement. At last it is beginning. The miracle maiden is about to be born. After more than a decade of waiting, people will certainly rejoice. Caliban added, and one woman in the name of a witch will be burned alive on the pyre. He added it shouldn't have been twins. We had to wait until they matured. Leon stood at a distance and heard everything they said. He fell silent, then telepathically asked Lord Marbas, is it really right to save those who want to live and kill those who want to die? The Lord looked puzzled. What are you saying? He continued, one of the two sisters lied. Perhaps only one of them, only someone close to death can feel what it truly means to yearn for life. The other really doesn't care about death. So I'm torn over whom to save and whom to let die. He asked him, will you decide on that very day? He echoed the older sister's words. No one ever taught me what to do in such a situation. Many people stood on the sacrificial altar. The man Louis von Archheim stepped forward. Louis von Archheim, I was commissioned by the Emperor to attend the birth ceremony of the miracle maiden. Those below shouted wild. He subtly signaled for order with his hand and continued to speak. Tonight the darkest night will descend upon you, but it will pass quickly, and a new miracle maiden will appear. Therefore we will burn the witch called the Nameless One on the pyre. A knight also spoke up, just as the sky cannot have two suns. This world can only have one miracle maiden. The birth of two children disrupting the continent's order must be the devil's plot. With proper procedure, the emperor will act in the name of the royal family before everyone's witness. Then he glared and asked, does anyone object? No one dared to speak against it, despite how cruel it was. Then the two of them approached the Holy One and the two sisters. He looked at them and said mockingly, what a waste of such beauty. If she weren't a witch, she might have been kept as a concubine. Hearing him speak of his daughter like that, the Holy One was furious and clenched his teeth, but could not do anything to the man. He squeezed his hand, as the crown prince's hand rested on his shoulder. Then the man walked away. The two men's gazes seemed to relish it. He whispered to Leon, is there no other way? To save both, Leon pulled his hood down and replied, the chances are very low, therefore I have something to ask. I have a question for the Pope. He turned around. Do you have something to say? He stammered. Then the scene shifted inside the church. Heaven softly comforted, it's okay, don't cry anymore. If someone must be sacrificed, I have always thought that it should be me. Heaven cried without stopping. What did we ever do wrong after all? Is being born itself a sin? The older sister gently accepted that truth. Perhaps so. In the end, we must accept it, because prophecies are never wrong and must always be fulfilled. This time it's actually better, right? At least I can choose who will die. Outside, Caliban shouted orders. Bind the witch tightly and take her to the pyre. She felt reluctant but knew it was time, so she pushed the door open, a resigned smile forming on her lips. I will go. The younger sister cried out anxiously, then fell to her knees in guilt. I'm sorry. I lied. Thank you for taking my place. Unexpectedly, Leon was behind her. He cast a spell and shot straight toward her. She let out a scream and then fainted. He looked on coldly. Are you sure this is the best choice you can make? Lord Marbas asked. Hearing that, his face darkened slightly. Yes, though best hardly suits this situation, at least for me. On the pyre, the girl labeled a witch was bound to the stake, awaiting a painful death. At the man's command, the torchbearer began to light the fire. The crown prince showed obvious satisfaction. Finally, the moment the miracle maiden is born, now all who doubted my power will be silenced. Caliban chimed in, who would dare doubt the prince? Those who don't follow the trend face only death ahead. Soon they will understand. The girl screamed in agony within the flames. On the other side, Leon's group witnessed the cruelty. Everyone was stunned. Carlin spoke first. Even so, using this method, are you certain about this decision? The young master forced a smile. Doing this means the mission is neither a success nor a failure, at least not entirely a failure. Leon also spoke. After all, I only want both of them to survive. What kind of emotions must one have to become a father? Honestly, I don't fully understand the Pope. But still, he wishes for his daughter to live. Even if he must die himself, as long as he can see the girl alive before him, that is enough. Then he thought to himself, I don't understand that yet, but perhaps one day I will understand that indescribable feeling. The heavy ache in my chest is unbearable. They must have realized it already. That person is fine too. Somehow I feel relieved, as if I'm just being punished. Unlike her, I've never been a good person, and I'm afraid of death. So I clung to the gentle words of that kind sister. Watching the girl inside the crackling fire, Louis von Archheim snapped his fingers and ordered sharply, pour more oil on it. The servant immediately carried a barrel of oil and threw it into the blaze. The flames caught the oil and roared fiercely. Watching his sister scream miserably, the younger sister, heartbroken, blamed herself. I'm sorry, sister. 2 days earlier, in Pope Cadon's chamber, Leon here hesitated and asked, Do you want to save the daughter who wants to live, or the one who's already ready to die? The Pope heard that and coldly asked back, in such a case, can you really tell the difference? Leon replied confidently, you can, though it's hard to explain precisely. But when the Pope received the answer, he fell into thought. After a while, he looked up and said, if you truly had eyes to see through, then save the one who wants to live. Back to the present. The Pope and the younger sister stood at a distance watching the pyre. The heartbreaking sight made the younger sister try to cover her mouth so no sobs could escape. At the same time, a carriage approached the square and stopped. Outside the carriage, Richel and Carlin hid in a corner to watch. Inside, Leon bowed his head and asked, what do you think? The carriage fell into a silence. Marbaz, seeing this, looked up and asked, huh? Leon spoke again. Why would the Holy One choose to save the one ready to die? The carriage sank into silence once more. Marbaz jumped onto his shoulder and smugly said, you're asking the obvious. Because I want them to feel the value of life. Leon, puzzled, the value of life. Marbaz nodded, exactly, because the living must live on behalf of those who are no longer. So when the moment to choose comes, you chose death knowing how precious that choice is, knowing its meaning, knowing they stand in place of someone else. They understand more than anyone. Leon realized, while the one who wants to live might never truly understand in a lifetime. Our elders used to say gratitude fades with time, and one day it will be taken for granted. Kindness that lasts will be used carelessly. Marbaz agreed, precisely so. Walter heard them and felt bewildered. If this keeps happening, who should my anger target? What did they do wrong? Suddenly Richel, who'd been sitting quietly, blurted out, there's no other way. This continent needs a saint of miracles, and no matter how skilled we cannot disobey royal order. All eyes turned to Richel instead of the saint of miracle. After a while, the younger sister trudged out from inside. Carlin let out a sigh. Well, that's that. The saint's power must have fully awakened. She was speaking when she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Huh. Even Leon and the others were left utterly astonished. Richel spat out, ugly as ever. The power still isn't complete. Even the younger sister couldn't believe it as she stared at the mark on her chest. The Pope screamed in terror, what is this? The younger sister startled and turned, Father. Before he could finish, Louis von Arkham cut in. This has gone beyond control, Your Holiness. His face darkened. Pointing at the Pope, he ordered, even after executing the witch, the power is still incomplete. Arrest Pope Cadon and all his followers at once. The Pope was overwhelmed and railed in protest. This is absurd. That child is surely my daughter. Louis von Arkham didn't want to hear more and cut him off coldly. You trying to play games with me? Cadon, I gave you respect, I gave you time, and you choose this foolish path. Kill him. Caliban hesitated a bit and stepped forward. What? But the Empire's papal lion is still on site, not to mention he could be hiding the real saint. Louis von Arkham glanced back and said, if he doesn't present her here, it means he's confident he's hidden her somewhere. Anyway, I've survived decades without a saint of miracles. I won't let religious faith sway my decision. I'll say it again, Caliban, kill him. With no choice, Caliban lowered his head, drew his sword from its sheath and whispered, don't bear grudges. This is the consequence you brought upon yourself. The Pope denied in panic. No, that's my daughter. Caliban aimed the blade at his throat and said then everything must be done. With that, he swung the sword, and as he brought it down, the younger sister leaped out to block it. A long slash scored across her body. The sight left the Pope dumbstruck, unable to scream. Why go this far? All for a useless father like me. But the younger sister only smiled and whispered, it's not just for father. Because if I do not truly live, then everything is meaningless. I've always searched for the meaning of my life but never found a clear answer. So I only hope my sister can live in my stead. I chose to run away. Perhaps this is my punishment. At the same time, inside the carriage, Leon glared out at the charred corpse atop the wooden stake, still exuding faint deathly aura, along with a dense deathly energy pouring out from the younger sister's body. He gasped and muttered, it seems they punished the wrong person. Over here, the Pope repeated in shock, punished. The younger sister said coldly, Father is no different. Your Holiness, the Pope flusteredly explained. What are you saying? My daughter, I was only speaking up to hear. He replied awkwardly, speechless. The younger sister smiled and exposed. To the Pope, we were never daughter. We were merely tools to maintain power. Now admit that so we can find peace. In the end, Father never truly had children. This is the only punishment I can give you, Father. Perhaps this death is that. Saying this, she collapsed helplessly. The Pope cried out in horror, my daughter, but it was too late. She had stopped breathing. The miracle left her body. The miracle on the sister's corpse was also stripped away and flew off her body. Inside the carriage, Marbaz was startled. Looking at Leon emitting deathly energy beside him, he stammered. The contract signer, are you really going to? Leon coldly opened the black grimoire and read, "Two souls have perished in the chaotic whirlwind, hear me." These words made Carlin next to him flinch. What? Leon closed his eyes tightly and summoned, "I solemnly declare your mission is not over. As the legitimate heir of House Marba's, I offer this proposition." The eye on the black grimoire flared. An invisible pressure descended upon Leon. Carlin was aghast. This is the necromantic inner art of summoning the dead. The souls of the sister and the younger sister were peeled away, fused together, and gradually flew toward the carriage where Leon sat. He looked up and called to the departed, "Hear the summons of Leon von Marbas. Even in an immortal form, do you wish to continue existing?" The two souls paused in confusion and asked back Leon, "Are you saying you will revive us? Is this real?" Leon answered firmly, "If you accept to continue living in the bodies of the dead. If you accept a life without the warmth of a heart, then I am willing to receive that." Finishing, he reached out. Two strands of death energy flew over and coiled tightly around their soul. The younger sister smiled and asked, "What must we do?" Leon replied bluntly, "It may sound blunt, but you will have to work for me." The younger sister was not bothered and agreed at once. "That seems fair. If you demanded nothing, I would be more suspicious." Leon lowered his eyes at this and judged, "Then I will take that as consent. I bind these two wandering souls to me, in the name of the heir of House Marbas. Are you ready to swear loyalty to me?" The two exchanged glances with each other, then smiled and nodded. Then the eye on the black grimoire flared once more. Leon waved his hand to collect the two and declared, "The contract is complete. When this contract ends, I hope in your new life, you will find what you once sought. Ultimately, that true value will lie in your hands. I sincerely pray for that." Back on the square, the Pope stood frozen with white, blank eyes, staring vacantly at the two royals before him. Caliban remained alert, searching around. "I have sensed extremely strong magic recently. What the hell is happening? Is there any faction here besides Prince Louis?" And outside, Leon sheathed the black grimoire and stepped into the carriage, then glanced once at the black grimoire. Marbas jumped up and tapped his head. "Dare to use summoning to dominate without warning me. When we return, prepare to be lectured. Contract signer." Leon awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. But since things have come this far, I saved them, so I'll be rewarded, right?" Walter smiled in praise. "The young master is extraordinary." Carlin added in various ways. "Previously, Marbas taught that to revive those mindless like beasts as immortals, they must undergo a process called sealing. It is a delicate technique, but the most effective way to achieve total control." Leon then asked, "What about those with intellect?" Marbas explained, "I must persuade the souls who remain attached to the world. Obey commands." Leon, not understanding much, repeated, "Persuade." Marbas confirmed a soul still holding regrets cannot move on. The Death Spirit Master will help them complete what they left undone in life, and borrow their strength until that matter is resolved. We call this process by another name, summoning and subjugation. Leon stroked his chin and understood. "So that's it. It means freeing the dead's regrets so they find meaning to continue living." Marbas nodded. "That's right. The stronger the regret, the greater the power they carry. Remember this, the Death Spirit Master is not merely someone who exploits the dead for profit." Leon obediently listened. "Yes, I will remember." Back to the present, he held the black grimoire and chanted, "As the heir of House Marbas, I call you. Heaven, Helen, respond to the summons of the Death Spirit Master." The book lit up. The two souls inside flew out. They intertwined in midair. From where the two souls entwined, a new body was born and descended. Leon watched, dumbfounded, waiting. When nothing happened for a long time, he turned to ask Marbas, "Why did only one person return when both were revived?" Marbas, unsurprised, explained, "That's easy to understand. Because from the start they were two souls born within one body. So even in death they became one." Hearing this explanation, the others realized and agreed it sounded reasonable and truly interesting. But Walter looked puzzled at the girl who had appeared. The atmosphere felt different, somewhat odd. Leon also asked coldly, "Heaven, Helen, who is here now?" The girl heard this and smiled. "Now it is Heaven." Leon asked again, "Can it be changed?" Heaven replied at once, "Yes, I think it's possible." Leon was slightly intrigued and exclaimed, "Marvelous." Suddenly, Heaven awkwardly turned her face away and said, "Although there is one problem." Leon asked curiously, "What problem?" Heaven said no more. Her whole being exuded deathly aura. Heaven's gaze changed. Helen took over the taller body. "What, we have to serve such a strict master, not easy." Rachel watched this sweating. The personality changed. Perhaps the hidden ego in Helen just awake. While they were speaking, she cut in, "Hey, you milk-faced brat, shut up. We are speaking to the master, can't you see?" Leon hesitantly probed, "So what are the twins good at?" "I summoned you to become immortals. If you are useless, I will send you back to the dead immediately. The number of immortals I can register is limited." Hearing him speak, Helen wiped sweat and whispered, "You say frightening things very calmly. But that's fine, we can do all sorts of things to please our master." For example, she silently grabbed Leon by the collar, bringing her face close to his, but faced with the beauty before him. Leon's gaze remained cold as ever. Helen whispered in his ear, "Like this, for example, my lord." The next day in the Adventurers Guild Hall, Raleigh asked in surprise, "All done already? I didn't expect things to be resolved this way." Carlin stepped forward to explain, "After all, the Pope has already agreed. Now it's just waiting to be paid." Raleigh rubbed his head to relieve the headache. Richel awkwardly said, "He is extraordinary in many ways, but raising his daughter as an undead in front of her own father." At a mere glance, she was sharply scolded by Helen. "Look where you're starring. No matter what, I still belong to Leon." Richel, at a loss, stepped forward to put distance between them. Marbaz also grumbled irritably, "I saved you from the dead, and yet your attitude is like this." Leon casually replied, "I'm fine, I'm more used to this state now." Walter forced a smile and said, "Well, I don't know much, but isn't the fact that I'm still alive a good thing? Although, to be honest, calling it living is a bit of a stretch." Raleigh had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I admit it. I officially recognize you as the holder of the silver bat. The reward will be sent to your manor." Leon asked again, "This isn't over yet, right?" Raleigh looked up and answered, "If there's new work, I'll contact you." Carlin also assured, "Don't worry, I'm as tight-lipped as I appear." Our lord of the house said, "As long as you keep paying on time." Richel couldn't help but click his tongue, sweet for no reason. Before he finished, Carlin smiled and pointed a gun at his head to silence him. Marbaz suggested, "Move on." Heaven and Helen right, we need to test their strength. Carlin beamed and asked, while helping her, "Couldn't you do a bit more?" Raleigh understood and set the teacup down on the table. "All right." Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Caliban returned to report, "Pope Cadon has stopped eating and is currently delirious. The shock of losing both daughters at once seems too much to bear." But Louis von Archheim was unmoved. Isn't having more children the solution? Truly a bunch of weaklings. Embarrassed to the point, they no longer dare face the emperor. We missed the chance to seize the miracle sainta. Who knows when the next prophetic message will arrive? Caliban hastily knelt and begged, "I have no words to mend this. If you grant me another chance, I will devote myself to the empire." Louis von Archheim frowned displeased. You'd better do so." And this dark mage who interfered, still no sign of his whereabouts yet. Caliban looked up and replied, "Unfortunately not. It seems the souls of both candidate saintesses have vanished. We believe someone intercepted them mid-transit. But as far as I know, no mage can manipulate magic with such precision, unless he is a lion spirit mage." Louis von Archheim repeated suspiciously, "A lion spirit mage." And over at Leon's place, they had entered a desolate wasteland. Raleigh hesitantly asked, "So what skill did his undead awaken?" Leon beckoned and said, "I will show you directly whether I can summon a suitable opponent. A common level will do." "I will test your sister's ability first," Helen responded immediately. Golden light appeared around her. Heaven took over the body. She bowed in alarm and apologized, "Sorry, my lord. My sister was rude." "Yes, I am ready." Raleigh immediately waved his hand. A bunch of golems crawled up from the ground. Richel at a glance recognized it as a forest troll, didn't he? "It has very strong regeneration." With Heaven just transformed, Carlin agreed it would be quite difficult. "But our lord has shown me more than enough." Over here, Walter cheered on with great confidence, "I believe in you." The young master, the Dark One, followed suit. Crow believed in his master from the start. Marbaz couldn't help mocking, "Ridiculous, didn't you previously complain about only getting peanut shells to eat?" Leon asked uncertainly, "A troll, huh? Heaven can handle it, right?" She nervously replied, "Of course I can." The golems thundered forward. Leon coldly flipped the black grimoire to summon. A medieval hammer appeared in her hand. The leading golem rushed in and took a hammer to the cheek, and was immediately knocked aside by Heaven. This scene made Marbaz and the Black Crow, who were fighting, pause to appraise it. "It's strong, but this one seems dangerous. What do you think?" Crow will be careful. "This immortal woman is really dangerous. She's smashing its head with a hammer." After taking down one, the golems behind stopped and didn't advance. Heaven anxiously turned to look at Leon. He simply said coldly, "Looks usable. The rest will be Helen's job." Immediately he swapped the souls back. The weak gaze transformed into a cold stare. Helen, without needing Leon's command, pulled a chain whip from her chest and laughed aloud. "Leon, finally it's my turn to shine. An opportunity to prove I'm useful." She leaped up, swung the whip to wrap around the golem's neck, and scolded, "Arrogant monsters must be taught a lesson properly, right?" She yanked hard and threw it into the air, then slammed it down behind her. She arrogantly strode forward, and stamped on the golem's head with a laugh. Die for the love between me and Leon. This display left those present bewildered. Marbas threw up his hands and shook his head. No matter how you look at it, these guys are all crazy. Some time later, Leon returned to his family once more. Looking at the familiar gate, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So you finally returned." Marbas, walking below, remarked, "We resolved everything and gained quite a bit of power. It was indeed a worthwhile trip." Leon looked down in agreement. "I think so too. I feel I've grown a lot as a death spirit master." Walter hesitantly interjected, only a bit regretful that the two left earlier. When Leon returned to the family, Richelieu smiled goodbye, "But I'm glad the Eremita Academy has gained a new star." Carlin also glanced and reminded, "Don't forget you still owe me money." Seeing her reach out her hand toward him, Leon caught it and asked, "Are you two leaving already?" Richelieu replied, "On my end, yes, I've been away from the academy too long." Carlin added with a cold look, "There are plenty of others out there who still owe us money. We should go check on them." Marbas exclaimed, "You're really industrious." Suddenly Carlin turned to Walter and asked, "Hey, you're Walter, right?" Walter jumped, "Ah, yes." Carlin then said, "Though you stand in your master's shadow, your talent is no small thing. I don't know the details, but if the commander saw it himself, he'd be surprised." Richel nervously chimed in, "Even so, I hope I'll never have to meet the lunatic's commander." Leon asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" Richel reluctantly recalled, "Because he's a monster. This one is also a monster. But remember, the monster's commander is a completely different kind of monster. Anyway, Walter's talent is genuine. If you remain loyal like this, you'll get everything you want." Encouraged by them, Walter was moved. "Thank you, everyone. I'm still not used to being praised." Leon stepped forward and assured, "He will become an excellent retainer. I think he will grow beyond your expectations. I will ensure that." Richel laughed at that. "That confident attitude suits the role of head of household well. So let's treat this as a hopeful farewell rather than a sob. Until we meet again." Leon cheerfully replied, "Yes, I like that idea too." Carlin immediately turned away and instructed, "We're off. I've connected you with the guild, so I trust you'll repay your debts properly." At the mention of money, her expression fell. "Yes." Richel also frowned and nagged, "You really ruined the pleasant atmosphere today." Halfway through speaking, Carlin coldly pointed a gun at his head. Silencing Richel, Carlin slung an arm over his shoulder and dragged him away, saying, "I think keeping a talkative person around too long isn't good. I hope you'll be stronger next time." Young Master Leon said nothing more, just stood there smiling, watching the backs of the two as they walked away. Returning to the present, the scene before Leon stunned him. The subjects murmured as they saw him approach, "Young Master has returned. Can't believe you didn't abandon us. Oh my God, thanks be to the heavens." Leon broke into a confused sweat. What's going on here? No sooner had he spoken than Pullen ran over from afar shouting, "Young Master." Leon tilted his head, trying to recall Pullen. Suddenly, someone knocked hard on his head. A girl who had been standing behind him shouted, "Leon, where did you disappear to, leaving the whole house like that?" Leon clutched his head and turned to look, stunned and speechless. "Sister Diana." Walter anxiously rushed over. "Young Master, are you all right?" Leon glanced back and asked, "Shall we go inside first?" After a moment, Marbas asked again, "So that girl has bonded with the little Earth Lion contract, and is also the heir of the noble Virexia family?" All eyes turned to Leon. He glanced at them and replied, "Yes, she is an excellent spirit summoner. She has helped a great deal from the start." The Dark One liked the idea and smiled, "Master, I'm very skilled, and I'm also a beauty." Suddenly Diana cut in, "More importantly, tell me, you're a demon, right?" Marbas traveling with Leon is indeed puzzling, but the people here find it perfectly normal. Things just happen that way, that's the truth, it happens like that. Only Walter hesitated awkwardly. "Pardon me," those were his words. Diana shrugged and sighed. "Leon, why do you always get involved in these kinds of things? I really don't know why either. Still, how could you leave the whole household and go alone to the guild at a time like that?" Everyone panicked, thinking the master had abandoned them. Leon replied awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Sister Diana. I'm surprised you managed to keep everything together." Diana blushed and looked away. Poor Mr. Pullen too. People said you were coming back, so I waited." Leon still asked coldly, "Why did you come to find me?" This question surprised Diana, and she turned to him. She lowered her face and endured, finally shouting, "There's not much time left, so I came to check. Do you understand what that means?" Leon, confused, repeated, "Not much time left." Diana waved her hand to beckon him closer. She flicked his forehead and said it was a punishment for a master who forgot such an important event. Leon, enlightened, could Diana be interfering? It must be just as she thought. The social ball would include a party where all the noble houses gather. And you should know you have to be my dance partner at that event. Even if only nominal, we're still fiancés. A few days later, inside the far hall, a white-haired youth was still sleeping when the butler entered to announce, "Young master, the noble's banquet is about to begin." He refused to get out of bed and grumbled, "What a nuisance, aren't my brothers going too? I don't see why I have to go." The butler tried to explain, "It's the gathering of the three great dark houses and also an opportunity for the youngest Lienhaber to shake off the reputation of being the troublesome child." He could only stand up and sigh, "It's such a hassle." While Pullen was tidying Leon's clothes, Diana entered, looking at the woman before him. Leon thought to himself, Diana de Virexia. She is the next heir and a powerful figure of the Virexia Marquis family, long allied with Marbas and also my fiancé. Leon spoke first, "Do I really have to attend?" Before Diana could answer, Heaven and Helen whimpered in grievance, "I thought the little young master was faithful to one woman only. Did I believe in you?" Hearing that, Diana, annoyed, said, "What the hell, it's just for show." Then she stepped forward, grabbed the cloth at Leon's collar and said mockingly, "Marry someone like him, really. Personally, I prefer mature men." Leon agreed, "That is true." Witnessing it all, Marbas angrily scolded Leon, "As a contractor are you so easily swayed?" D.P. Ganner then loudly asked Pullen the steward, "Tell me, what kind of emotional provocation is this?" Pullen nervously wiped his sweat, stammering, "Well, Leon and Miss Diana are complete opposites, so they argue every time they meet. Besides, the two houses have been close for a long time. Perhaps that's why they feel comfortable around each other." Only then did Leon speak up, "Ah, sorry, could you let go of my collar?" Expecting him to be silent, he might explain that. Instead, he merely complained about a trivial matter. That remark left Diana completely disappointed. She withdrew her hand. "I thought when you became the head you would change, but you're still the Leon I knew." Leon adopted a didactic tone. "Someone once said people shouldn't change so easily." Diana grimaced, "You're annoying to death." Then she stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "Seriously, don't keep the people in the territory worrying. You and your father really are." As she said this, Diana suddenly remembered Leon's father had died, so she immediately stopped because she knew she had spoken out of turn. Diana feared she had touched that pain of losing his father. She turned away and lowered her voice, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Leon calmly replied, "Miss Diana, you don't need to apologize. My father had no regrets. So do I. He died defending what he wanted to keep." Diana stood stunned for a moment. Then she returned to her original tone. "You are indeed an extraordinary person. Anyway, it's best to attend this event. I don't like these things either." Diana emphasized, "But our Marbas family won the territorial war with Sylvester, and has thus restored the honor of a duke, right? This event is an opportunity to elevate your status, moreover." Leon said, "I understand that." Pullen beside him sighed, "But unfortunately the other houses still look down on us." Leon elongated his tone, "If that is necessary to protect the family." Seeing this, everyone around stirred. Walter exclaimed excitedly, "Finally the young master is being recognized." D.P. Gunner crossed his arms and praised, "I'm impressed, not bad, householder." At last Leon decided, "All right, I will attend the ball." At one of those banquet tables sat a table, where the crown prince and many other high-ranking officials were conversing. The light brown-haired man spoke up, "By the way, is it true Sylvester lost the territorial war? I heard even Count Allen was defeated." One of them asked curiously, "Who did they face off against?" The light brown-haired man whispered mysteriously, "Would you believe it? They say it was the Marbas family." Hearing that, Rivet immediately dismissed it. "Come on, isn't that a duke house in decline? How could it suddenly grow strong? Ridiculous." The light brown-haired man tried to explain, "No, it's true." Anyway, sensing the awkward situation, he awkwardly pointed toward Leon and Diana. "There, the householder, why not ask him directly? He really looks just like his father." As for Leon and Diana, the two must pretend affection and hold hands at the party. Leon was a little embarrassed. "Perhaps I'm not suited for occasions like this. It's noisier than I expected." Throughout the time, the two held hands. Diana constantly took note of this, but when she heard Leon say that, she showed a proud expression. Annoyed as usual, you think anyone likes these things. Maintaining composure and poise at occasions like this is also the duty of a true household. Leon suddenly turned to Diana and smiled. "I understand. Thank you, Diana." Diana sighed, her mind in turmoil. "I've known Leon since he was a child, but this time he really seems stirred. Just mention the household's responsibilities and he'd jump into the fire. What to do with?" Leon spoke up and asked, "The others will be fine, right? They have not yet reached their full potential." Hearing that, Diana scoffed. "If you say that, it's basically claiming you've fully matured. You know that. Anyway, you're still just a 14-year-old kid." Leon calmly asserted, "In rank, I consider myself higher. I am the householder." Diana said wearily, You really never yield anything. Reves stepped forward and interrupted Diana. You are the head of the Marbas family, right? Leon answered, yes, what do you want with me? Reves put on a mysterious air. Oh, nothing major, he thought to himself. This guy defeated Alan. Ah, though only a count, his house is still considered comparable to dukes in influence. I know the rumors must be exaggerated. With that in mind, Reves pretended to smile to probe Leon. You are the one who defeated Sylvester in the territorial war. I heard such a ridiculous story. Leon said decisively, that is the truth. Hearing that tone, Reves glanced at Diana and realized immediately. Acting childish just because a girl is here. Reves forced a smile. I can't imagine that scene. Could you tell me how you won that territorial war? Leon's voice dropped. I killed him. Reves couldn't believe his ears and asked again, what did you say? I killed Alan de Sylvester as the head of the Marbas family. It's hard to show you the process. But as he said this, his eyes widened as if about to devour someone. If you make my family your enemy, perhaps one day you will see it with your own eyes. Marbas crawled out from behind Leon. By that day we'll be exhausted. Everyone's gone mad. At that moment, someone in the distance was watching the whole scene. It was Knox. He stood up and stroked his chin. This is getting interesting. Hearing the commotion, everyone began to pay attention. The blonde asked, what the hell is going on? Why is it so noisy? The light brown-haired one guessed. Is the young master of the Marbas house causing trouble? The blonde shook his head. No way, that house has no power anyway. The light brown-haired agreed. Indeed, all these words reached Reves' ears. Meanwhile, Marbas had jumped onto Leon's shoulder. He teased, you just spout nonsense like it's true, but I don't care. Leon hummed. He was about to leave when Reves raised a hand to stop him. Giju, your joke has gone too far. He glared threateningly. If you're insulting the Varela house, then be responsible for your words. Leon fired back. Did I say anything wrong? Weren't you the one doubting the Marbas family's victory? Reves growled, but from what you just said, Marbas has almost declared war. Suddenly, Diana spoke up. Why don't you calm down a bit? She said sarcastically, tell the truth, Reves. Aren't you from a branch of the Varela house? You're not even the rightful heir, yet you dare challenge the successor of a duke. Diana raised an eyebrow slightly. That behavior is clearly rude. Are you prepared to bear the consequences? This meticulous, airtight wording left Rev momentarily speechless. He was so furious he didn't know what to say, so he cursed whatever came to mind. Don't think that winning once gets you everything. He even pressed close to Diana and ranted, especially about her, and also Miss Varela. Diana calmly tossed out a few words. If you were truly fearsome, I wouldn't treat you like this. But right now I see nothing to be afraid of. Hearing that, he grew even more enraged. You dare. Suddenly a strange voice rang out. Hey you're doing fine there. Reves, without knowing who it was, hastily shouted, who dares speak to me like that? The moment his eyes landed on the person before him, Reves became trembling and submissive. Leon watched with suspicion. He was so arrogant just now. Why has that attitude disappeared now? What is going on? The person turned back to Reves and raised a glass of wine. Reves, something. You just spoke without knowing who you were talking to. At that moment, Marbas whispered into Leon's ear, watch your mouth. That one is dangerous. Knox grabbed Reves by the collar, looking very impatient. Say it, do I really have to explain this myself? Outside the ball, Walter and Pullen were standing here waiting. Walter asked anxiously, is the householder and Miss Varela all right? Pullen stammered, of course. It's just that this is his first time at a place like this, so. Walter said tensely, so in the end you were worried after all. At last Pullen could no longer keep it together, and let out a sigh. Damn it, I have to admit it, but it's true. You know how reckless our householder can be. I can't not worry that he'll cause some trouble, Walter reassured. Anyway, he's still the householder of the Marbas house. All we can do is trust and wait. Pullen rubbed his chest in slight relief. Fortunately, this time Miss Diana de Varexia is accompanying him. After all, he's quite headstrong. Walter curiously asked, reminding himself what Miss Viria is like. I heard she's his fiancée. Pullen confided, how should I put it? Honestly, rather than a fiancé, Walter was a bit surprised, honestly. Pullen continued, she's more like an older sister, and is considerably older than him. He emphasized that she is much older than him. He added, she is someone who always cares for and looks after our clumsy householder, Walter guessed. Ah, so it's more familial than romantic love. Pullen said, you can put it that way, but now is not the time to talk about her. I heard there's a social bomb attending this gathering. Walter asked in alarm, a social bomb. Pullen explained, yes, a notorious troublemaker, the heir of one of the 3 dark houses, like our young master, the youngest son of the Reinharber house. Their power far exceeds the weakened Marbas house. His name is. At the same time during the ball, Knox grabbed Reves by the collar and announced his identity. Knox von Reinharber's voice was always soft-toned yet terrifying. If you don't know then you'd best remember. If you want to leave this place intact. Hearing that, Rivet was terrified and hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the young master of the Rheinharbor house. Please spare me. Turns out the social bomb Pullen mentioned was this Knox. At that point, Knox spared no courtesy and slowly poured wine over Rivet. He even spat a few insults. You're pathetic, now look at you. It's because of you that this happened, you fool. Witnessing this, everyone was shocked. Finally, Knox pressed the glass onto Rivet's head, then walked away. Rivet said in shame, I truly apologize, young Master Knox. Leon asked curiously, who are you? Knox smiled amiably. If it's that name, you've surely heard of it. Diana beside him spoke up. Knox von Rheinharbor is called one of the two great houses on par with the Holy Race. You are the lousy servant who beat the youngest son of a prestigious house. Knox slightly frowned. What, I recall I helped you back then. Then he laughed and said, your name is Leon Wright. I think we'll be meeting off. Leon did not object. If it's necessary for the family's advancement, then fine. Hearing that, Knox looked at him. That answer was refreshing. Good. Then let's meet off. As he departed, Diana cautioned, the youngest of that house is known as Rheinharbor's watchdog. You don't need to be overly wary, just don't be rude. Leon asked suddenly, the disgrace of the Rheinharbor family, is that true? Diana blinked. Why? Marbas then spoke, you're right, that one is different from you, but he's truly a genius, though his body is a bit crippled. Leon skeptically raised a hand to his chin. I thought so too. Since birth this is the first time I've felt such strong dark magic. Watching the figure leave, Leon muttered, I think we'll meet often. I don't think that's a bad thing. As for Knox, while he walked, a maid approached to ask, young master, may I ask why you helped someone named Leon? It's just that you usually find such matters troublesome. Knox simply replied gently, in a few years. The maid curious, a few years. Knox continued, there will not be anyone who does not know his name. Whether he becomes a useful pawn for me I am not certain. Today we'll stop here. We should rest a bit. Turning back to Leon, Diana suggested let's go. Even if it's just ceremonial, we're engaged, right? Hearing that, Marbas jumped off his shoulder. Leon wondered, what should I do? Diana said, you know how to dance, right? You must have learned from the head of the leading house. So Diana took his hand and began to dance, moving in time with the melodious music. The two moved gracefully with each step. The moment Diana looked at Leon, she felt a slight flutter in her heart. It seems you learned to dance quite well. You're a bit cute too. Diana muttered, but you are completely not my type. Perhaps the music was too loud so Leon didn't hear. He said loudly, I couldn't hear clearly. Diana said shyly, nothing. Don't worry. You just need to do it properly. After all, this is just a formal dance. Leon kept a serious face. My father once said the head of the household must do his best in everything. Saying that, he used his hand to pull her waist close. This meant their faces were very close to each other. Diana was a little flustered. Even so, do we have to be this close to each other? The two danced together, just like a real couple. This caused everyone's gaze to be drawn there. Tension for a moment. Finally, Diana sighed. Are you still serious about such meaningless things? Leon worriedly said, Sister Diana, you're all stiff. Diana, embarrassed, lowered her voice. Shut up. You used to be just a tiny little bean. Suddenly, everyone rushed out the door, making a commotion. Is there a fight outside? What's all the noise at a holy gathering? Not a fight, it looked more like someone was being beaten one-sidedly. What? Whoever saw something wrong. The two looked at each other to confirm, then ran out together in a hurry. When they went out, the scene was very chaotic. Pullen was clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. Walter was wielding a sword, fighting someone. Diana shouted, you need to explain clearly what is happening here. Rivet de Varela. Rivet asked, are you the Lord of Varisha? Diana ignored the question. She gritted her voice and said again, explain this situation. The corner of Rivet's mouth lifted. No one could help anymore. And you look very tired. Marbas thought to himself, thanks to that white-haired guy disappearing earlier, the situation became chaotic like this. What a useless person, stirring up trouble over nonsense. Leon stepped forward to where Pullen was trembling. Leon glanced up at Walter. Explain how this happened. Walter hesitated. Go back to before the incident happened. Rivet left the party in a huff after the earlier commotion. The brown-haired man who went with him kept asking if he was okay. Then Rivet snapped again, shut up. They're all trash. He clenched his fist. Damn it, images of Knox. And Leon kept flashing in his mind. As he was stepping outside, he accidentally saw Walter and Pullen talk. Walter spoke, after all, this gathering is for noble families to meet and exchange. A place to present each family. Pullen, upon hearing this, said, I see, for my Marbas family, gatherings like this are even more important, because my influence has weakened recently. So he came to bring the Lord of Varisha. Walter smiled and asked, it seems you two are close. Pullen replied casually, I've had a good relationship with young Master Leon since he was a child. That's right. But at that moment, Walter noticed someone standing in front of them and cautiously reached out to block. Reves spoke up to confirm, you come from the Marbas family. Perhaps he learned this because he overheard their conversation by accident. Pullen pondered, he is the young clan leader of Varela. Why would he suddenly approach like this? Then he bluntly said, I'm sorry, but I cannot tolerate anyone insulting my family. What are you aiming at? Reves replied with a strange line. It's just a hot topic late. Then he called his subordinate Kalman. Tell him to go easy on him a little. Kalman hesitated, but isn't Marbas a duke? Revet tried to persuade. I understand your doubts, but after all it's a family on the brink of collapse. Just do as instructed. Hearing that, Kalman complied and drew his sword to probe. Since it's come to this, if you are the knight over there, draw your sword. Pullen used his hand to stop him. He advised, no, Walter, don't do that. Our family's foundation is still weak right now. There's no need to raise an army. Walter hesitated, but taking advantage of the moment when he wasn't focused, Kalman stepped forward and stabbed Pullen. He collapsed in pain, Walter shouted anxiously. After seeing Lord Pullen, he completely lost his temper. Seeing this, Pullen shouted loudly to dissuade him. Stop, I'm fine, think of the house master. However, then someone kicked Lord Pullen in the head with their foot. This time Walter was completely enraged. He raised his sword ready to fight. Pullen repeated again, Walter, I do not intend to fight. Walter declared firmly, I will protect you. After all, you are valuable as the clan leader, and so is Lord Pullen. Reves smiled, it was truly admirable. Then he ordered his men, just keep watch for me. So Kalman and Walter clashed swords fiercely, but unexpectedly, Walter was put on the back foot. He lost his momentum and fell, but he was determined to get up and point his sword at Kalman. Just then Diana appeared. You need to explain clearly what is happening. Reved de Varela returned to reality. Those around watching the fight began to gossip. Some said, the Varela clan leader has really caused trouble this time. Others excitedly said, what, isn't this interesting? It's also a chance to see if the conflict with Sylvester is real. Hearing that, a girl sneered, really, what can a minor noble do at most? The person beside her added, exactly, now that it's come to this, I hope all the villains get wiped out. Revet challenged Leon, since you are here then clan leader, do you want to start a bit? The audience is large. Leon said decisively, I accept. Diana tried to dissuade Leon. Leon ignored the calls and focused on summoning. Reves snarled, die. Leon suddenly spoke up. I am truly disappointed, Walter. Walter awkwardly bowed his head. Sorry for troubling the clan leader. I couldn't restrain myself. Unexpectedly, Leon denied it. Not like that. Suddenly, Kalman swung his sword. A beam of light shot out from behind Leon, severing his hand completely. Seeing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Leon coldly said one sentence. I ask, did you do your utmost to protect Lord Pullen? He lowered his voice. Let me tell you the new rule of Marbas. At that moment, the terrifying skeletons Leon had summoned earlier began to appear. Pullen was somewhat surprised, my lord. The skeletons advanced and forced Reves' neck down. Leon bluntly declared, if necessary I will kill, for the honor and prosperity of the family, and for the safety of myself and those around me. All will be dealt with appropriately, even if it costs my life. Reves bowed his head low, blood still flowing from above. Suddenly someone stepped in front of him. He angrily shouted, what? Who dares this time? But when he realized who it was, Reves fell silent, seeing Louis von Arkheim in front of him smirk. He could only address him as your highness. Reves fearfully bowed and saluted. I am truly rude. I did not know it was your highness. Louis cut him off with a question. No. Not important, Reves right. He immediately answered respectfully. Your highness still remembers my lowly name. I really don't know what to do. Seeing him speak at length, Louis ordered. Keep it brief, Reves replied, forgive me. Then he went straight to the point. I saw you involved in a dispute. It seems interesting. He was stunned, then quickly explained. The dispute your highness refers to is between young Master Marbas and Lienhaber. Reves was correct. Louis raised a hand to stroke his chin sensually. Indeed, I cannot suppress my curiosity. Reves, now I want to know why the two black houses sided with you. I have never heard they could cooperate. So why did House Marbas win this territorial battle? Reves hesitated for a moment. At that, Louis suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered into Reves' ear, I will prepare a small stage. Can you expose the true intentions of those black house pests? He froze at the prospect of personal gain. Earlier Nox Lienhaber had left, and the Marbas man had lost his fangs. With your highness's backing, it's not impossible to handle them. This is an opportunity. His eyes lit up in response. Yes, I will obey. A faint smile appeared on Louis's lips when he heard that. Switching to the present, Reves was being held at knife point at his throat. Damn, have I meddled in something unnecessary. He tried to threaten, even if you are the housemaster, this cannot be easily overlooked. Just meddling in the affairs of a few servants. Leon, expressionless, turned and said, "A few servants, sorry, but I don't think so." Kalman heard this, veins bulging on his face, but he still bowed. His hand clenched in anger. Revek questioned in confusion. "Must you go that far?" Leon calmly affirmed. "I already said, if necessary, there are no exceptions." Then he turned and walked away, stepping up the stairs with the undead. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give orders. Walter took Pullen to the royal physician. Walter immediately complied. "Yes, I understand." Housemistress Diana sensed the situation was wrong and hurried to intervene. "Leon, I understand how you feel, but it's too dangerous. True Marbas is a ducal house and may not be worth worrying about. There are too many eyes watching. It's best to step back." Leon did not answer, but pondered for a moment. At that moment, Revet turned his head back and signaled the servant with his eye. The man nodded to take the order. Then he lunged forward to subdue Diana. Marbas grimaced and cursed obscenely. Revet then revealed his true face and said, "Damn it, if you don't intend to play the saint, then you better stop here. Otherwise your toy will get scratched." He showed no concern and tilted his head in puzzlement. "No matter how you look at it, Sister Diana is not that kind of person." "Are your eyes that bad?" Marbas slapped his forehead in helplessness. "Oh, contract." Revet fearlessly continued to threaten. "If you don't want what belongs to you to be damaged, then why not stop and walk away to keep things quiet?" The others also hesitated a little. Leon began to emit killing intent and told him, "Let me confirm one thing to avoid mistakes. After insulting my house, you also insulted the Berekia family. So now you have also insulted Sister Diana. If so, one servant's arm may not be enough to pay." Something was wrong. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Leon radiated murderous intent as he asked, "Did you just insult Sister Diana?" The Lord now leapt up and aggressively proposed, "Contractor, begin." Just as people said, silence means admission, he pretended to learn some new lesson. "I see, today I've learned something new. If that's the case, then die." Seeing this, he looked at the servant and shouted, "If you insist on wanting to see me die." But Riv was wrong to let Diana be captured. She quickly dealt with the servant. Blood spattered across his face, but Diana smiled, a mask appearing on her face. Diana moved to stand behind Leon. The undead he summoned began to annihilate all the enemies. One by one, they fell before Revet. His face changed from pale to dark. A hand reached out and grabbed Revet's face. Leon looked at him with cold, murderous intent. Only then did Revet feel fear. Diana, seeing that, wondered how could it be. "I heard Leon has grown stronger, but I didn't expect it to this extent." Marbas now approached, wagging his tail, telling the young lady, "You seem very important to him." She asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" His face showed only interest in explaining. "I've never seen a contractor display so much emotion." Revet then shouted loudly, "Wait a moment." But Leon didn't listen and used magic on him. Diana was stunned. The onlookers were also terrified. How could this happen? More importantly, isn't it Leon? Can't you see the housemaster is using dark magic? His mana flow may still be unstable, but it's truly frightening. From now on, Marbas will be treated by society in two ways. Either as an overwhelming victor that people fear and flee from, or as a target everyone wants to kill out of precaution. At this point, Revet could no longer make another sound. He dissolved back into dust. Leon's face remained calm, even though he had just slain a man. Suddenly applause rang from afar. Louis stepped forward to praise the recent display. "Leon von Marbas, the housemaster of Marbas, how interesting." He continued to clap, though no one welcomed it. Leon replied calmly, "It must have been a terrifying sight for the faint-hearted. You truly have peculiar tastes." Diana, shocked, called out. Louis just smiled and said, "It's okay. I was simply intrigued, because dark magic has returned after centuries, with no one able to wield it properly. How can it be possible now?" He maintained his cold demeanor and answered, "It could be talent. Even I don't know the full extent." He continued, "A talent that hasn't appeared in centuries." "What do you mean?" Leon did not hold back before the crown prince and replied, "I'm not sure either. But what I'm sure of is that I have not lost, and that I'm still standing here." "That I have not lost, and that I'm still standing here." Louis's face hardened. He said as if issuing an order, "Just ensure that such talent is not pointed at the royal family." Leon smiled gently and tilted his head. "Yes, as long as they don't stand in the way of protecting Marba." The guards followed behind. Louis suddenly felt uneasy at seeing his expression. Louis turned and left without a word. Marbas then climbed onto Leon's shoulder and said, "Well done. Many will try to suppress you, but thanks to the chaos at the gathering, things will be quiet for a while. You must grow up quickly." He replied indifferently, "All right." Then the Lord switched off his joking mode to issue a serious warning. That man is dangerous. I can smell someone of the same kind as me. Leon agreed with Marbaz's opinion. I sensed a base, dark aura, as if something demonic. The night fell over everything. Inside the room, Marbaz jumped onto the soft mattress and lay down. Leon also looked up and relaxed after a tiring day. After the incident ended, they brushed off the Reve matter as if it were nothing. Marbaz then spoke up. It was definitely that prince's doing. Louis must be plotting something. He joined the discussion. Things will get harder from now on because we barely managed to handle the loan advance fees. So we need to strengthen the fund and also repair the facility. But as Diana said, we need an excellent chancellor. Memories drifted back to when Diana spoke. Exactly. She pointed at Leon's face and asked, if you keep circling money just to pay debts, you'll be a debtor for life. Are you planning to die and leave that debt to your descendants? He pondered at this. I don't want that. The Black Crow quickly offered an opinion. You just need to reach the pinnacle and become a great archmage, then you will not die. You can spend the rest of your life paying off debts. Marbaz angrily cut in, shut up, Crow. I will not allow my contractor to be a lifelong servant to the loan sharks, Helen asked with great concern. But is that really okay? The truly outstanding chancellors are sought after by the city-states, Leon added. So our situation is to spend money to make money. He frowned as he affirmed the plan. Fretting in advance is not a good habit. Let us return first and plan for the future. He clenched his hand in determination. Fine, I will certainly find an excellent chancellor. For the family, Leon's eyes gradually returned to the present. He turned to Marbaz and said, I will post a proclamation. You asked in surprise. A proclamation, Leon patiently explained, whether noble or slave. As long as they have the ability, I will give them the position. Marbaz hummed with interest. He added, though I hope the wages will be a bit cheaper. Hearing that the Lord could only appraise. If you hadn't said that, I might have thought you were really cool. The Black Crow interjected angrily, truly a foolish line. How dare you insult my great master just because he doesn't spend more? Marbaz shot back. You two clean up that pile of trinkets. The company said. He then grabbed his things and sulked off. This is my reward from the recent trip. I won't share it with anyone. Leon paid no attention to the small quarrel and called for others. Helen immediately responded, yes, master. A rare seriousness was on his face. Call Pullen. Next begin the first great Housemasters Conference. Scene shifts to the Crown Prince's castle. Louis was reclining in a lounge chair. He tilted his head back and murmured, he is indeed an interesting one, as if carrying a certain flavor. The smile on Louis's face grew more tyrannical each day. The demonic mark on his chest peeked out beneath his shirt. Its spreading patches of skin increased. Louis smiled with satisfaction, exuding murderous intent. Even if I think the same of myself. Inside, the city people were buzzing with gossip. A notice was pinned to the bulletin board, and everyone stood around reading it. They were loudly debating the notice. Is House Marbaz really choosing a prime minister? A blonde fellow asked. Is that family so rich they can hire a prime minister? His companion hurriedly warned, hey, watch your mouth. Still, that's over the top. Our lord must have some scheme. The blonde man stepped closer to the notice. Maybe so, but look here. Don't they say they're hearing regardless of status? Don't they say they're hearing regardless of status? Others nodded. Right, he went on to analyze. It can only mean the house is running out of funds. A slave or a commoner. Someone who can't even read could never become a duke's prime minister. From afar, a figure stood. Watching everything, her hand clenched slightly. She was Saren. At Lord Marbaz's mansion. Marbaz sighed, saying, so in the end they want someone they can pay just 1 gold coin. Pullen worriedly raised the current problem. We can't do anything. The royal family is holding back. We're so restricted, we can't even receive war reparation. True, the head of the house had set aside a fair sum, but most of it had gone to debts. Leon calmly summed up that they had about 100 gold coins left in hand. Probably not enough to last a month. The Black One snapped, this is serious. Crow needs to sign the contract too. The master must give me peanut. Walter, keeping calm, reported the situation. All the candidates for prime minister had gathered outside. Why not meet them once and decide? He stood up and quickly agreed. Then let's go. Sitting here yakking gets us nowhere. No emotion showed on Leon's face. Pullen then helped him adjust his outfit. Marbaz, seeing Leon's awkwardness, only sighed, not knowing what to say, and quickly stepped to the door, saying, let's go then. Outside in the training yard, weapons were laid out, and the wooden posts for martial practice were ready. High above there was a special chair reserved for the head of the house. The applicants had already been waiting. Saren was among them. Suddenly she startled and turned back. What? Alcar shoved his hands in his pockets and walked past Saren, you here too. Who would have thought a lowly wretch would crawl here? Alcar de Najishi, the third son of the border clan Najishi. The pest who won't leave me alone. Saren snapped, annoyed. Didn't expect you to follow me all the way here. What's it to you that I'm here? Alcar retorted gruffly. Of course it concerns you. You're my future wife, so of course I have to come, right? Saren brusquely shrugged him off again, leaving Alcar looking peeved. He began hurling insults at her. Why don't you just give up? Trying to climb up, are you? You're born from the muck, got it. Saren shot back without holding back. What about you? Can you have everything you want? Alcar raised his hand, asserting that at least he's above a mere commoner. She immediately retorted, but you won't have me either. Right, that hit the crazy spot in him. You damned scum. Saren, unafraid, continued. I'll climb even higher. So what if I was born lowly? Born in the mud, so what? I'll change, I'll rise up. Alcar wouldn't let it go and kept taunting. You think a noble would take in trash like you? At best you'd be a concubine. She spat back without fear. Still, if I can claw my way up. Isn't that better than being sold to trash like you? Insulted, his fury flared. Alcar raised his fist and yelled, You bastard! Saren's feet did not move back an inch. The crowd buzzed and turned to watch them. Alcar froze just before throwing the punch. A wave of black auras emanated from Saren, forcing him to recoil. What? The one who produced that black aura was Leon. Seems things are getting noisy here. Apologies, but I'm not fond of noise. He then sat lightly in the prepared chair. Leon spoke in a cold tone. I am Leon von Marbas, head of House Marbas. We will now begin the trial to select the Prime Minister for House Marbas. Saren blushed slightly as she looked at him with admiration. Leon's gaze swept over her as well, making Saren smile with pleasure. Marbas, standing aside, smiled in satisfaction. Oh, there really is someone not bad. Looks like fate isn't going to let you die easy, huh? Leon sat in the presiding chair, his eyes showing a little curiosity towards Saren. What Leon gained after meeting Marbas was nothing more than eyes that could see through others. Demons are like that. They know what talents someone has, what flaws they possess, then lure them, grind them up and take them for themselves. This time what caught Marbas's eye was a young woman, but her will was fiercely determined. Saren maintained her admiring gaze toward him. Black aura flowed from Leon as he announced in a cold voice. Now we will begin the trial to choose the Chancellor for House Marbas. Then Leon raised his hand, took the scroll from Pullen and announced, The first thing you must do is understand the current situation. Walter followed orders and brought each person there a similar scroll. When opened, inside was a map. This is a map of the area around House Marbas's domain. You all know House Marbas's finances are not prosperous. I believe you are all aware of that, however, through relations with other territories, or by relying on local specialties and different resource sources, it can still be overcome. Then Leon raised his hand and used magic to produce an hourglass. He tilted the hourglass in his hand and asked, 10 minutes should be enough, right? Saren quickly opened the map. She frowned. She skimmed each location and circled them with her pen. After circling them, Saren sighed. Think about it. House Marbas is located in the southern part of the continent. It has no notable produce, only a single ore mine. Of course, they lack the capital to develop it, so it remains abandoned. That's a dead end. After thinking, she put her pen down. The most important thing is still the people. Alcar glanced at Saren from beside her, but the chances of other young men and women moving here are very slim. Hearing knights or mages is also impossible because all require money. If House Marbas has any advantage or strength, suddenly he sneered at her. You country bumpkin will soon realize you can't do anything. Saren glanced back at him, then turned away and wouldn't bother arguing with him. Alcar could only curse silently. Damn it, he muttered at the map. What kind of meaningless challenge is this? Suddenly Alcar had an idea. The last grains of sand fell in the hourglass, signaling time was up. Leon clapped to signal a stop. Anyone who gives up may leave. Those with plans, step onto the stage and present them. The participants holding maps hesitated. A blond man volunteered and raised his hand. Let me try, sir. Leon nodded in agreement. Then he stepped up the stair. The blond man carefully performed a bow. Then he raised the map to present it. First, my plan is this. House Marbas is known as a natural outpost. But as you said, there are no significant resources or produce. So what I thought of was the untapped ore mine. If we could extract sapphires or rubies, which have become fashionable among noblewomen recently. Before he finished, Leon interrupted. Where will you get the capital to mine it? The blond man was startled. I don't know the specific finances, but I assume the house could at least afford that much. We could also borrow from the guild or the city office. He asked sternly, if that isn't possible, then what? The blond man fell silent and bowed his head in resignation. Sorry, I think someone more suitable than me. The next person please step up. He called for someone else. Next person please come onto the stage. The participants all hesitated and didn't dare step forward. Only Saren wanted to step up but couldn't. She finally made up her mind. I can do it. If this is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Saren slowly climbed each step of the staircase. Everyone below looked up curiously. Leon also glanced at her as she mounted the podium. Saren was already tense and grew even more so seeing everyone's attention on her. She clenched the scroll in her hand. After a moment of stupefaction, the crowd below grew noisy. What is a girl of that age doing there? House Marbas must be in dire straits to call on an ordinary servant. Indeed, they'd been struggling long before the young master took the head seat. Leon sat in the presiding chair, unconcerned by the commotion, activating the power of his eyes to look at Marbas. This one might deserve your attention more. You find it interesting, he replied in a low voice. Indeed, I sense the same potential I saw in your warrior, the scent of an uncut gem. After speaking, Leon turned to Saren and spoke. State your proposal, first your name and background. Saren looked at him resolutely and said, Siren Master, I am an orphan. Then she stared at him. Cut to days earlier, Leon sat in his room, pondering this new ability to distinguish the gifted. Thanks to my contract with Lord Marbas. It only manifested a few days after I first met him. Marbas, annoyed at Leon's starring, spoke, Listen, contract bearer. From now on you must command countless subordinates and subjects at your side. Only then will you attain even a fraction of the ancestors' glory, the glory of the one once called Lord of Lost Soul. Leon glanced at Marbas and replied, I do not doubt your wisdom, Master, but I will not randomly recruit useless street folk. Our family's revival needs more worthy hands. Marbas smirked and asked back, Indeed, but what if I grant you the power to winnow the chaff from the grain? Leon looked down at Marbas in puzzlement. Seeing this, he admonished him, Observe, contract bearer. Then he lifted his foot, and a surge of power appeared, like an eye manifesting a concentrated force. It flew and merged into Leon's eyes. He gasped, looking into the mirror, whispering, My eyes. Marbas, sitting beside him, explained, It will grant you clarity when recruiting new allies. The more talent there is, the more brightly they will shine. Leon stood by the window, looking down at the training yard in thought. Marbas stood on the ledge watching with amused interest. So, what do you see? Leon was silent 5 seconds before answering. A multitude of whites, deep reds, amber golds, and countless other hues, Marbas prayed. Good, whoever has the brightest hue possesses the greatest talent. Leon awoke. I understand. Then I must watch candidates with the strongest light. I have a question to ask you. Master, even with these powers, is there still hope to revive House Marbas? What talent do I have to serve that purpose? Marbas fell into a mysterious contemplative silence and turned away. That is a question that needs no answer. You will soon see it with your own eye. Dangerous, he thought inwardly, and I will also wait eagerly for everything you deliver to me in return. Back in the present, Leon glanced at Saren. He looked at her thoughtfully, a brilliant golden light. Marbas explained further to him how to recognize the colored specks. In very rare cases, you might see someone radiate a black light, symbolizing their dark promise. Then he gave an example like that man over there. Nox also exudes a black light. At the same time, Saren stood beside him, quietly cheering herself on. Never doubt yourself, Saren. And then she steeled herself to begin, Master. I will present my assessment of House Marbas's current situation. As mentioned before, the Marbas lands lack any distinctive produce. Only 2 materials have value to sell for gold. Therefore, it is important to find new avenues to raise capital. Leon listened silently as she replied. Below, people soon began to buzz. Isn't that what that man just said? What do you expect from a peasant woman? She should have left from the start instead of wasting our time. Leon's cold tone radiated lethal warning at the noisy hecklers. The other candidates fell silent. I do not like being provoked or hearing meaningless words. Do not forget, all of you are being tested at this moment. Then he turned to Saren, waiting for her to continue. Saren, seeing everyone quiet, continued. The abandoned mine is one possibility. Yes, aside from the lack of manpower to exploit it profitably. In my assessment, the greatest challenge is the scarcity of young labor willing to migrate. So my proposal is to overcome this by mobilizing the Master's greatest asset. The undead army led Marbas to victory in the recent war. Leon looked at her, his eyes narrowing into something dangerous. Leon asked in surprise to use an undead army. Saren raised the map and replied, exactly. With the ability to command a horde of undead, Master would have fields they could work, not just battlefields. Leon propped his hand and considered the idea. Meanwhile, the crowd below whispered and muttered that Lowborn must be joking. Who in their right mind would think to use the Master's undead to work in the mines? What can you expect from a lowly farm girl? She clearly doesn't know how fiercely these nobles protect their magic and sword. I agree, if my life depended on it. Every noble family builds around their own secret of warfare. Seeing Leon hesitate and not decide, Saren could not wait and quickly urged, Master, do you not wish to revive the glory of House Marble? He replied, indeed. Saren continued, then there is no other way to bring you there in a short time. Place your faith in me, and I promise I will not disappoint you. Having spoken, she anxiously looked to her master, waiting for a decision. Leon silently looked at her for a moment. Then he turned his head away. Shortly after, Leon produced a lion-shaped badge and handed it to Saren. You have passed the trial. The rest of your proposal I will hear in detail later. Saren, surprised she had passed, broke into a joyful smile. Below, among the astonished crowd, Alcard and Ajishi, with a look of disbelief and envy towards Saren, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Afterwards, the competition continued. One by one, the contestants stepped up to speak about what they had discovered. But Leon, with a cold face, did not respond to them. As the sun neared setting, Mr. Pullen stepped forward to announce, thus ends the first trial in the selection for the new Chancellor for the glory of House Marbas. The second trial will proceed via private interviews later. For now, all candidates are dismissed. People departed one after another. Only Saren remained, still stunned as she looked down at the badge in her hand, smiling and thinking, I really passed. Yet this is far from over. Wake up, Saren, you still have much to prove. Thinking that, she slung her bag and put the badge away. Having finished preparing, she set off to return, elated. Scene shifts to a village. As she walked, she kept sensing something unusual approaching her. At least 4 shadowy figures trailing behind me. It was strange for such a secluded alley to be crowded. Thinking this, she covertly glanced back to see if anyone was following her. She clenched her hand and pressed it to her chest anxiously. But then she lowered her hand and drew a dagger attached under her bag for self-defense. Saren, brave, turned back to directly confront the follower. But she did not notice a large arm lunging from behind to clamp her neck. Saren was taken by surprise and could not resist, screaming, "Damn it, I can't breathe." In the darkness, the man who had been following Saren appeared with a smug smile. I told you to know your place, Saren. It was Alcard de Nejishi. Saren immediately recognized him, Alcar, but she could not speak because of the hand clamped on her throat. Alcard de Nejishi said gleefully, honestly, does the sight of your betrothed excite you so much? I see your legs trembling, Saren. Though frightened, she refused to submit and shouted, stop right now. You know this is unfair. I will not allow it. Hearing this, Alcard de Nejishi's expression darkened. You will permit me whatever I desire. It's amusing to see you so weak. You should be the only one to understand how ridiculous complaints about fairness are in the slum. Saying that, he raised his hand in threat. Simple, hand over the badge to me, and abandon that fanciful dream. Saren had obtained it with great difficulty. How could she let him take it? She resolutely resisted. No. Do you think I will kneel before someone like you? With that, she stomped hard on the foot of the man, choking her with her boot, and shoved him away. Not stopping there, Saren summoned all her strength, grabbed the dagger, and lunged at Alcard de Nejishi. But he easily caught her arm and subdued her. His gaze seeming impatient, he asked, is that all? I think my new bride will need to learn some manners first, you lot. At his call, a group of people from the alleys immediately appeared and surrounded Saren. Alcard de Nejishi smiled wickedly and ordered, just make sure she stays alive. Without hesitation, his henchmen lunged like starving tigers to grab Saren's belongings. Suddenly, the badge Leon had given her emitted a purple light. It rose up from her clothes, radiating great spiritual energy. Immediately after, Leon appeared out of nowhere. He said coldly, I had hoped to avoid killing my own subjects. The henchmen were terrified at his appearance. Saren was also taken aback. Then Leon casually snapped his finger. His voice calm to the point of being frightening. But that is the sad duty of a lord for House Marbas. A powerful spiritual aura emanated and enveloped the henchmen, causing them to fall one by one in agony. Alcard de Nejishi, surprised by the sight, turned to anger, grinding his teeth. Saren watched the scene, worry clear on her face. Saren stepped forward and asked, Master, what are you doing here? Leon kept that expression and repeated his words once more. I told you, it is my duty. Saren widened her eyes in disbelief. Leon stepped forward and continued. It is also the duty of a lord to seek talented retainers to serve the domain, and I will not let my subjects die in vain like this. Alcard de Nejishi, bitter that his plan failed, still knelt and begged. Please forgive me, master. I truly did not know you were paying attention to that girl. Please grant me your pardon. Leon frowned and exclaimed, paying attention, heavens, what nonsense are you thinking? Having said that, he fixed them with a gaze sharp as a blade, and ordered the Scotan soldier. Then he proceeded to interrogate Alcard de Nejishi, Is that right? I suppose your intention was to harm this woman, am I correct? Alcard Nagishi, sweating with fear, hurriedly replied, I would never dare look at her again, master. I must have lost my mind. Leon did not hesitate to state his scheme. If someone else had stood in for her, you would have sent your lackeys to attack both. Alcard Nagishi was struck to the heart by Leon's words and could not retort, only bowing his head in silence. Leon continued to press him with rapid questions. Answer me. A life spent trampling the weak and bowing to the strong. How much pleasure does that bring you? Alcard Nagishi, terrified by the murderous look Leon gave, begged desperately, Forgive me, master, this will never happen again, just spare my life. As he finished speaking, a sharp blade reflected the fear on his face. A Scotan soldier raised his sword high, accompanied by Leon's judgment. Clearly your answer is not worth hearing. With that said, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the dreadful screams of Alcard Nagishi as he was executed. Saren, seeing this, was speechless, frozen in place. Leon approached her and announced, After that incident, the second trial is unnecessary. Let's go. Miss Saren, he said, smiling faintly. Scene shifts to Leon's manor. Lord Marbas asked, in other words, you killed one of your subjects right in the street. Leon replied indifferently, Of course, all for House Marbas. Saren sat properly in the back seat after he brought her home. She furtively looked at the surroundings, admiration evident on her face. Pullen, holding a paper beside him, spoke in his defense. I think he is a man of terrible character. Master, what you did was indeed reasonable. You need not worry about it any longer. The Dark One also chimed in. Fine, eliminate such worthless people from the world. When finished, only half of humanity need remain. Leon replied with an emotionless face. Anyway, I'm glad to hear the matter has been resolved. Then he looked at Saren and said, And now welcome you to serve House Marbas, Miss Saren. Saren started embarrassed. Oh, thank you, master. I will do my utmost, Miss Saren. Why so formal? Master, Leon hearing this asked back. It's my habit to address others with respect. Does that make you uncomfortable? Saren, dizzy with confusion, hurriedly denied, Not at all, master. I would never. Mr. Pullen stepped forward smiling to reassure. Don't mind it, Saren. The master's manner of speech is probably unusual among the nobility. Saren forced a smile and replied, I understand, thank you, Pullen. Walter added, I was equally awkward seeing a noble treat a subordinate with respect, but you'll get used to it. After the greetings were done, Leon went straight to the main matter. Now to more important things. You will have many tasks as the new Chancellor of House Marbas. I'm impressed by the proposal to use the undead for agriculture and to restructure the family's finances. Saren smiled but spoke cautiously. I am honored, master, but I'm not yet sure how feasible that proposal is. Leon, with an imposing gaze, replied, Let me judge that. You can rest assured. I am the lord of this land, and it is entirely my decision how to deploy the Legion of the Undead. The only thing I ask of you is honest counsel. The rest is the duty of the Lord to make it reality. Having said that, everyone in the room fell silent, smiling. Saren couldn't help but think in surprise, how astonishing. I did not expect a 15-year-old youth to speak so clearly. Perhaps he had to grow up too soon, after the tragedy of slaying his own father. Leon, seeing her staring, spoke. Do you have any questions, Saren? She quickly waved her hand and answered, No, master. In her heart, Saren resolved she would need all her ability and more to help steer House Marbas back to prosperity. This opportunity is yours, Saren. Suddenly Helen appeared behind her and threatened. By the way, I will not tolerate another vixen lurking around the master. Understand? Saren jumped and let out an oath, causing everyone in the room to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, at a dark temple, a mysterious man with golden hair spoke up. The revival of House Marbas has collapsed. Unacceptable. He sat amid a large chamber, making him appear even more imposing. One of his subordinates asked curiously, Master, isn't the family cursed for generations, their talent sealed forever? They can never restore their power. The golden-haired man smiled with glee and said, On the contrary, there is still a way. A way for a transcendent genius to overcome every limit imposed on mortal. Indeed, my grand plan must be accelerated. Saren pushed her spectacles up and spoke slowly. First, we plan to exploit the minds of House Marbas. To do that, we need to know how many undead the head of the family can control, and for how long. I need many pieces of information. Leon, hearing this, stroked his chin in agreement. Reasonable. However, Pullen had a different view. Isn't agriculture the top priority? Why assign the undead to mining first? Saren began to explain the reasons in detail. Because it is the most suitable option, and it yields the highest efficiency in the shortest time. The Dark One heard this and shouted excitedly, Oh, the highest efficiency. In contrast, Marbas appeared calm. He ordered her to continue. Saren still could not believe the enormous power hidden behind that small, cute appearance. She thought to herself, really, Is that one of the 72 demons? No matter how you look at it, it just looks like a cute lion. She continued her presentation. You surely know mining is a very dangerous job. Just one mistake can send many people to their death. But the profits are also enormous. It is very suitable for making big gain. Helen rejoiced. She clasped her hands and came up with an idea. Using the undead means we don't have to risk civilians' lives. Even if a mine collapses, it's much safer, right? Saren also found this suggestion excellent. She replied, that's right. So we will scout the mine first to determine what minerals there are and what the demand is. Agriculture is also important. But to maximize profit, we need to trade with other domains, prioritize wealthy ones. Everyone listened intently. Leon closed his eyes and repeated his earlier words. Reasonable. Before inspecting the mine, I must assess the limits of my own capacity. Saren asked him again, is that all the undead we saw earlier? Marbes, full of pride, brushed off the notion. Don't be ridiculous. This is a talent personally recognized by Lord Marbes. If it were just summoning a few dozen undead, it would be an insult to our name. Seeing everyone discuss heatedly, Van Tor added, however you imagine it, there is probably even more. Even I am quite shocked. Saren thought in confusion, how strong is he? Suddenly, Leon pushed himself up to his feet. He decisively stepped out the door and declared, anyway, let's depart. Seeing it with our own eyes will be fastest. Saren froze as she looked at the scene before her. She anxiously assessed, so many undead. Can one person control them all? Now Leon's eyes were stained with blazing gold authority. His presence suppressed everything. He channeled mana and noted the space seemed a bit cramped. He pondered as he looked at everything. He proposed, I still have about half my mana. Marbes curled a smile, hinting to him, contractor, we're only going to mine one site. If you don't intend to fight, you'd better stop. The Dark One animatedly praised again. This is an army. Master is truly astonishing. I've never seen such talent. Helen beside him shyly chimed in, exactly as expected of our master. Saren turned and asked him curiously, how long can you maintain them? Leon replied, about 6 hours a day is no problem. If I reduce the number, I can sustain them over 10 hours. Saren adjusted her glasses as if unable to believe the power before her. She exclaimed, really? Other mages struggle to hold a summoned creature. I've heard it drains almost all their mana. Walter was not surprised either. He explained for him, our master is somewhat special. Leon suddenly strode and led everyone toward the mine first. Having hundreds of undead is meaningless if you cannot command them properly. In the magnificent palace, Louis wore a sinister smile along with his schemes. He ordered, we must eliminate all underground forces at all costs. Eldora's, your role is crucial. You must prevent them from growing at all costs, understood? Eldora's respectfully obeyed him. Yes, your majesty. I will crush them so they never rise again. Louis continued maliciously. I've heard they took private high-interest loans just to mine. Do whatever is necessary to sabotage. Eldoras bowed in salute, fully understanding the lofty mission he was about to undertake. He said, understood. However, in a corner by the wall, the silhouette of a woman was hiding there. She had heard everything, she told herself. So it was my brother who prevented them from paying compensation after the territorial war. That was Penelope, princess of the Archime Empire. Beside her was the Holy Maiden. She spoke. It seems so, under the current circumstances. Of course, eliminating the underworld is necessary for the royal house. The Holy Maiden speaking was Echidna, the eldest daughter of a sacred house who serves the princess, and her right hand. And her right hand, Penelope asked, puzzled. But strangely, why would my brother care so much about only one underground organization? Not knowing the reason, she answered. Who knows? Penelope immediately frowned and said solemnly, whatever it is, I need to verify it. Whatever his plan is, I cannot let him contend for the throne. Do you understand? Echidna bowed respectfully and replied, of course, your majesty. I will ensure that never happens. After saying that, her eyes were terrifyingly brave and resolute. The undead continued busily at their work in the mines. Saren and Leon were in charge of overseeing this operation. Seeing a large amount of gemstone, Leon exclaimed, this should be enough, right? Saren smiled and replied at once, yes. We can arrange emergency funds right away, and it will bring great long-term benefits to the Marbes territory. She proudly looked toward this vast resource. Leon lifted his eyes to look at her. Then he said, it's better now. This made Saren puzzled. He expressed his feeling more clearly. I have always admired those who can do that. because I never could. You can smile so purely. I have a feeling you will become someone very precious to me." This ambiguous remark made Saren blush immediately. A few days later, the undead mining operation continued as usual, only that it was special in that the quantity of gemstones had reached an unbelievably large amount. Diana demanded, "What the hell is this?" Leon explained to her, "It's azure gems." She was stunned and replied, "No, I can see that." Looking at the massive field of gems in the distance, Diana cautiously asked Leon in a low voice about his extraordinary method. "What did you do in such a short time to extract this absurd quantity?" Leon simply said, "I borrowed the strength of the undead, and besides that, I found someone who can become a chancellor." Saren, being introduced by him, shyly greeted once. Diana returned the proper greeting, then she immediately got to the point. "I've heard you became the Grand Minister of the Marbas family." Saren answered flustered, "Yes, I'm just a commoner so I may still be ignorant of etiquette." Diana abruptly cut her off. "Don't worry, those things are less important than you." The brief pause in conversation not only made Saren anxious, but also made her companions tremble, thinking they were about to be scolded. But unexpectedly, Diana praised her warmly with starry eyes. "Wonderful, you know how to use the undead like this. I almost want to bring you to my domain." Of course, Leon couldn't allow his talent to be taken. He flatly refused. "No way, even if it's you, Sister Diana." Diana, seeing her cute scheme fail, let go of Saren and pretended indifference. "I was only joking. Don't be so serious like a child." Pullen suddenly changed the subject. "Can Virexia process all these azure gems? Our house has no one who knows how to craft them, so we're in trouble." Diana somewhat avoided the issue. She said, "It's not that we can't do it, but our house can't afford losses, so let's agree first." Leon, not understanding her meaning, asked again, "An agreement? Does it involve money?" At the mention of money, his face turned pale, sweat poured down, his facial muscles froze. Diana was startled and explained again, "Now, just between us, agree not to supply azure gems to other domains. Even the raw stones look high quality. They would probably sell well to noble ladies." However, when Leon made a bold suggestion, "Why don't you handle them directly?" Before he finished, Saren intervened to rescue him. She bowed respectfully and proposed, "I think you should discuss that contract with me. First, I want to take a sample to negotiate the price, and then discuss further." Diana asked, bewildered, if that was okay. Then she turned to the statue-like Leon and said, "You truly chose a perfect Grand Minister, agile and capable. All right, do it. I don't want to exploit him either." At that moment, Saren urgently apologized to him. She said, "Sorry for troubling the house. I will accept punishment later." However, Leon did not blame her. He shared his feeling. "No, it's for the family's benefit, right? I think it's fine." Saren cried tears of gratitude and thanked. Pullen beside them made another suggestion. "Then draw up the contract after the work is done and decide the deal afterwards." Diana placed her hands on her hips confidently like a true lady boss. "I'll cover the processing fee. Call it a service. How about that?" Saren smiled and replied with, "Thanks for your generosity." At the sight of money, Leon behaved very strangely. He uttered with a crooked mouth, "This is gold." The transaction then proceeded smoothly and already covered part of the debt. Pullen was so relieved he could cry. He praised him. "We turned over about 20% of the loan from lunatics. All thanks to you, House Lord." Marbas winked proudly from the side. He said, "Of course, if you are my contractor." Unfortunately, before he could finish boasting, a loud shout rang out. Walter threw open the door and reported bad news. "Sir, urgent news. The water dam near the north gate of the Marbas estate has collapsed. If not repaired quickly, the people could be swept away." The dam slammed money onto the table. Leon ground his teeth in fury. He exclaimed, "Repairing the dam will certainly cost a lot of money, right?" The moment those words were heard, everyone in the room fell silent. Leon's face darkened. He ordered Pullen, "Contact the Adventurers Guild and tell them to assign us the highest paying contract." The next day, before setting out with Helen and Marbas, Leon said a promising farewell. "I'm setting off now. This time I'll return with much more money, so wait for me." Pullen was the loudest crier. He shouted and rushed forward. "House Lord, return safely. I'm sorry I can't go with you. An unfaithful vassal like me deserves beheading." Marbas, annoyed by the scene, immediately kicked him in the face. He scolded, "Shut up, steward. This trip is necessary if I want to control more undead. Focus on defending the family." Hearing that, Pullen cried even louder. Even the usually cheerful Black Raven was fed up and flew over to peck him. "You complained. The steward always makes a fuss like this." Marbas helplessly intervened. "Fools are all the same." Walter, on the edge, helped pull Pullen up while reproaching and asking, "Are you sure you don't want me to come along?" "I know I can't help much," but Leon refused decisively. "Protect Pullen for me. This trip may take quite a long time. It requires at least a silver rank practitioner of intermediate level or above. If you're not confident in your skills, don't accept the quest. The chance of death is high if you fail. The objective is to eliminate Terrell, the false Kim who has been corrupted and gone mad. Difficulty C+. Deep in the Impel Forest, find his secret laboratory in the abandoned corridor of the mages and eliminate. If you want more details before accepting the quest, go to the tower of Eremita Academy and meet researcher Ran. Ran wearily asked the applicant if they were okay. They won't die, will they? Richel's voice called from behind. Ran, what are you worried about? Ran was also surprised by his appearance. She replied, but before she finished, Richel changed the subject. Ah, you sent that request to the Infinite Guild, right? Ran nodded and answered, yes, I truly hope someone capable will accept that quest this time. Noticing a problem, you hesitated and asked her again. But you know, the leader of the Infinite never refers ordinary people, even if it's expensive. Hearing Richel's doleful tone, Ran sighed too. She picked up the paper and reflected. I think so too, but the one taking the quest this time is too young. 14 years old, perhaps. Hearing that number, Richel jumped in surprise. She immediately paid attention to that person. Richel asked, oh, what's his name? Ran replied, wait a moment. Then she scanned down the list of names to search. As soon as she learned his identity, Richel smirked. His name is Leon. So he's already grown this much. No matter how you look at it, this quest far exceeds the ability of someone with only a silver badge, and Raleigh being so strict approved this quest. Ran, seeing his unusual demeanor, asked, do you know him? You smiled and answered, of course. I know him very well. Ran turned back to study the quest, deeply conflicted. She asked Richel for her opinion. So what do you think? Should we cancel this quest? You took the paper from her hand and refused the earlier suggestion. Don't cancel. Let's wait and see. Actually, he's much more reliable than the ordinary adventurers. Ran was bewildered. She exclaimed, Richel turned and left a line. You'll see soon enough. He's not the type to sob and run away in fear. In another scene, Leon, Mass, and Helen were on their journey together. Helen spoke. So you saved us on that quest. Leon replied, it could be said so, of course. Interrupting him, Marbas voiced his opinion. If you count turning you into wraiths, then it's effectively a rescue, right? You signed the contract. Helen, flustered, waved her hands to object. No, we are truly grateful, really. At least to live like this. Speaking of which, her voice choked. She clasped her hands to her chest. Remembering scenes of the past, she said, better than being confined, repeating soulless tasks. Even as a wraith, to see, hear, and touch the world is more than enough to make me happy. Of course, that's what my sister said too. If it could be a little more, that would be nice. As for me, I think, what if the master takes notice of me? Helen said, but her hand was restless. She lazily stroked down Leon's throat. She stared at Leon with a flushed face and adoring eye. Marbas scoffed in dislike. What are you saying, you trickster? For a contracted one like him to care for someone would take hundreds of years. Those vacant eyes always. Look, his deadfish eyes are the proof. Indeed, where there's a book, there's evidence. Even faced with Helen's clan's seduction, Leon did not budge. Helen felt awkward too. She smoothed her hair and softly said, sadly, I can't argue. Leon coldly as always said, I don't know what you're saying about my eyes. But anyway, prepare to camp. The sun is about to set. That night, Leon sat by the campfire and spoke with Marbas. Marbas began, now that I think about it, I have something to ask. He replied, speak. You ask him the question you've wondered about for so long. Do you have any reason? Leon didn't understand his meaning. He asked again, what reason? Marbas continued the question he had left unfinished. Why did you accept the request from Eremita Academy with that cunning dragon? Leon closed his eyes and calmly explained, it's nothing, it's just that they paid well. Marbas didn't believe it. He challenged him. Contracted one, you're lying. Don't forget, lying in front of a demon is useless. Between you and me, only the truth may exist. They were silent for a moment. Then Leon spoke the truth from his heart. I saw my father in a dream. Marbas was surprised. You mean run? Leon confirmed, looking at the pendant in his hand. He recounted, you gave me your precious teachings and this pendant. You said I could meet him again when I need it. I'm trying to restore the family's glory, but I don't know the next step, what I should do. I'm not sure. So on the way to the magic tower to carry out this mission, I intended to ask. In Ran's study, Richel sneezed as if someone had mentioned it. Ran asked, are you catching a cold? However, Richel only replied vaguely and smiled. I'm just sneezing. It's fine. Meanwhile, Leon continued his story. If I ask a dragon, the primal being of magic, about the kind of magic my father cast on me, surely it will know what I must do to meet him again. People often say sneezing means someone is speaking ill of you. Richel also believes that. She sighed, inwardly thinking, is someone talking behind my back? Returning to the conversation between Marbas and Leon, he licked his body and nodded in agreement with him. You are right. Even as a demon, I do not know everything. Moreover, I have many things to tell you. Leon was slightly surprised, you too. Marbas, about my father. Marbas gradually revealed things he had never told before. I never spoke of that person. Rune already knew your uncle would kill him. Marbas said in a low voice. I never mentioned it, but Rune long ago knew that your uncle would be the one to cause his death. Even so, your father faced his fate with his head held high. Leon bowed slightly. Now he understood everything clearly. He replied gently, I see, so father must have foreseen his death. Marbas agreed with that foresight. You could say that. Not that he truly believed such a tragic fate would occur. That only made me want to know more about why he refused to flee from death and what he tried to protect. In his final moments beneath the blade, did he have any last wishes? Don't worry, contracted one. You will find every answer when our journey ends. The power granted to you is more than enough to see the truth yourself. Lian was silent for a long while. He went numb. Marbas watched him and nodded in thought. Indeed, although in the end we bore responsibility for Rune's death, the betrayer Karchel and Sylvester's army were not strong enough to defeat him immediately. His talent was only average, that's true, but even so he was the first to hear my voice for centuries. Leon's father did not deserve to fall to those scum's hands. Rune of the Marbas clan, for what purpose did you welcome death with open arms? Did you find what your heart always longed for on the other side of the void? Leon and Marbas quickened their pace. The two arrived at the ancient palace before them. Marbas eagerly introduced it, the main courtyard of the Eremita Academy of Mages. Leon immediately focused on important matters. He said they must now find the person who posted this quest request. Marbas complained boredly, you have no information besides the name. No address. Leon answered while observing his surroundings. As far as I remember, the request only listed a name. A hand reached out accompanied by a restraining voice. Wait a moment, what are you doing here? The disciple looked at them warily. He warned, not to be disrespectful, but this is not a place for a child to wander alone. I must ask you to leave the tower immediately. In a corner, Richel and Rand cheerfully beckoned. Ah, this way. Young Master Leon. Leon recognized them both. Madame Richel, he was startled and secretly assessed. Is this child a guest of the Tower Master? But no matter how you looked at it, he was still just a child. Seeing the awkward situation, Richel gently explained, Young Master Leon is an honored guest of the Academy and must be treated with the highest respect. He comes as a member of the Endless Guild to accept the quest we posted. The disciple immediately bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Headmaster, I understand. He understood and raised a hand to guide Leon and Marbas. He politely said, Then I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Young Master, please allow me to accompany you into the tower at once. Contrary to Marbas's scowl, Leon expressed thanks, many thanks. Marbas found this person extremely irritating. He remarked, arrogant criminals, all mundanes. It's pathetic that she treats you as beneath her just because you're missing a certification. What's worse is that we have to rely on that bookish fool to vouch for us. Corslon heard Marbas's words and nervously tried to salvage the situation. I'll introduce on the way, Young Master, this is Lon, a research associate linked to our mage tower. Lon smiled lightly and said, Hello. I must admit that at first I did not expect our task to be handled by a young mage like you, but I felt much more reassured after Headmistress Richel praised you nonstop. While Lon spoke, the disciple kept eavesdropping as he chanted a spell to open the door. He thought she surely didn't expect a teenager of that age to take an academy assignment. Headmistress Richel praising someone, that's rare. Leon remembered the important matter to do and asked straight to the point, reminding himself what this quest was after all. Richel laughed brightly at his unchanged frankness. You also remain as straightforward as always. I suggest we discuss this inside. Leon was offered tea. Without delay, Lon presented the request. Now, before I begin to explain the details of the quest's nature, there is one thing I must emphasize to you, something extremely important. Hearing her speak so seriously, Leon grew uneasy and curious, wondering what it could be. Lon worriedly made a proposal. I'm afraid, Young Master Leon, we must change the quest's difficulty level. He was very surprised and asked again to confirm. What? He sank back into a tangle of thoughts again. But why? It seemed Master Marbas also knew nothing of this. I suppose we should hear her out first. After a while of exchange between them, Leon stroked his chin and summarized the whole matter. In conclusion, Lon, you sent the quest request to Endless with a lower difficulty than reality to reduce the posting. Then after lowering the fee, you plan to reveal the truth to whoever took the quest and entice them with additional pay you could muster. Not only that, the target to be neutralized is a former member of Terrell Academy, a mage and an alchemist of collapsed gold. Lon's eyes grew sorrowful. She replied sadly, Yes, sir, so I will do everything to compensate, but it turns out no adventurer is capable enough to do this quest. And my finances remain as tight as ever. I beg your forgiveness." With that, Lon bowed in apology. Richelle smiled to relieve the situation. "But you can imagine I am truly not in a position to step forward. I want my intervention to be the last resort." If truly necessary, Leon could not fathom their intent, he questioned. "But why tell me the whole plan after the quest? Madame Richelle, you could have stayed silent and simply handed over the reward as arranged." Lon immediately stammered. "Young master, we cannot let you accept a quest with a falsified difficulty. My conscience will not allow it. And there is always the possibility we will have to withdraw the request entirely. We came here to collect the posted fee and will not leave empty-handed." Leon snorted stiffly and made two simple demands. "Please, Miss Lon, either fix the quest or leave us a dungeon of debt awaiting us." Richelle understood his meaning and shifted her attention to concern for her. "Lon, if you worry about having falsified the difficulty, I think young Master Leon will gladly accept a reasonable additional payment. And with that he will do everything the quest requires," Leon firmly promised. "Yes, anything and everything. Raising the difficulty does not faze me, as long as the reward is increased accordingly." His eyes lit up at mention of money, yet Lon remained unconvinced. She stood up to express herself. "But this is not only about money. Young master, you may be in danger. From what I hear, you are a passionate teenager of only 14. And though I do not know the extent of your magical ability, this quest may exceed the capabilities of a silver rank adventurer." Leon asked her back, "Why would it exceed my abilities?" Thinking of that person, Lon trembled and answered, "Because Terrell is a prodigious monster whose power increases at a terrifying rate each day. To be honest, I bear part of the responsibility for his fall. I do not want to involve a young adventurer like you in something I caused." Hearing this, Leon grasped the core idea. He wondered, caused by her. It seemed her concern for me was genuine, especially since my enemy is gaining strength at a terrifying pace. Then he fell into thought for a long while. But in the end, he still smiled confidently. Leon radiated magical pressure around him. As if he truly had the victory in hand, he happily accepted. "No problem, Miss Lon. I will take this quest." In the old palace, Lon collapsed exhausted into a chair. She felt perplexed. "I truly cannot understand who would dare demand more money in this situation." Recalling Leon confidently saying, "That will not be a problem, Miss Lon. I will take the quest." She also realized that the Tower Master had placed great trust in the young master. He must be another monster, just like that silver-haired one. Lon left the room and went out onto the balcony. She was gloomy. Closing her eyes, Lon recalled how she had anxiously asked after Terrell's health. He only said, "Lon, don't worry, it's just a normal nosebleed. Even though I don't have innate talent like you, I still want to become a great alchemist. Then everyone will see that talent is not everything. Lon, I thank the heavens for meeting you. I wish time could stop for our love. Then you and I would not have to endure these nightmares, being driven into the slums, beaten like criminals every day." Lon sank down in despair. She muttered, "Terrell, what made you go mad like this? I don't understand. How could you leave me alone?" Elsewhere, Leon was examining the apple in his hand. Lon ran up breathlessly and exclaimed, "Sorry, young master." Leon asked her curiously, "Lon, do you need something?" She pleaded urgently, "Please, I beg you allow me to go with you." He asked back, "What did you say?" Lon gripped her staff and explained, "The abandoned mage hall is a hidden, secret place. Even the keenest eye that is not a mage would struggle to find it. With my support, you will not get lost." She looked confident. Marbes approved. He affirmed, "I suspect she is not lying." My contracted one looked into fate. "I see her as an excellent scholar, and around her, I sense the most intense human emotion. People of that sort are often the most steadfast. At least she will not be the first to turn and flee." Hearing Marbes propose this, Leon agreed. He replied, "Fine, you may join our group. But I have one condition. Wherever we go or whatever happens, regarding my identity, you must absolutely not say a single false word." Lon was slightly embarrassed by his cold gaze, but then she agreed to the request. "Of course I accept." She wondered, what secret is he carrying that forces me to keep silent? Finished discussing, Leon began to put the plan into action. "So let's go immediately. We have a debt to repay, the sooner the better. Otherwise, Carlene might demand to come along with us." As Leon spoke, he tensely recalled Carlene's terrifying demeanor. In another dark corner, a pleading voice cried out, "Please, I beg you, you cannot leave me like this." "Lon, all I wish for is for Terrell to jolt awake from his dream." He gasped and sat up. Ridiculously, he told himself, "I thought all mortal emotions in me had long since died. Yet it seems I still have a long way to go." He grabbed the syringe and plunged it into himself. Purple veins bulged. His eyes flashed a gruesome red. He angrily threw the syringe to the ground. Terrell vowed to himself that the perfect pinnacle of the demonic line awaited him ahead. I must win the Duke's favor and prove my true strength. If not, I will lose everything again. The trivial will never suffice. I need more blood magic to grow stronger. Leon reached out to sweep aside the dense foliage that was blocking the way ahead. Lon followed behind, thinking curiously how strange. How does he find the right path every time without hesitation? The impenetrable thicket was so vast and dense that any stranger stepping in would get lost immediately. She muttered that perhaps his confidence had risen, when suddenly Leon called her name, Lon. She started and replied, "Yes, is something wrong?" He waved it off, "Nothing." "You seem to be deep in thought." Seeing his probing gaze, Lon froze. She was shocked, thinking, could he sense my scrutinizing look? But how could that make his expression so cold? No, that's not it. This strange feeling did not come from him. A figure leapt up from behind. Lon recognized with alertness. It was Helen from behind who struck, making the demon behind her vanish. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible. A spirit beast killed by a blunt weapon. According to research, only weapons with holy power are effective against them." Now Helen breathed a sigh of relief as she greeted Lon. "Pleased to meet you." Leon also eagerly introduced. "It seems our effort to keep things secret didn't last long. This is Helen, my companion, a devout acolyte, and my immortal retainer." Lon's staff trembled in her hand. She said, "I understand. She is immortal, that says enough. But I still want to ask directly to be clear. Young master, how can you command an immortal?" Marbas laughed derisively at such an obvious matter that she still asked. "How ridiculous." Leon also expressed, "I apologize for hiding it from you. I am Leon von Marbas, the necromancer of the Marbas house." Lon immediately bowed respectfully. "Please pardon me, Lord Marbas. I should have known better. Please forgive my prior disrespect." Leon replied amiably, "You don't need to show me respect just because of a title." She was surprised and thought, "Thank you, Arden. You are truly gracious to a young noble like this." Yet Leon's next sentence turned decidedly serious. "However, don't think I'll let any real insult against the Marbas family go unpunished. Lon," she almost cried, "what mercy. Truly a tyrant. What else could I expect from someone aligned with the demonic clan? Hearing him for this mission, was this the last mistake of my life?" Marbas retorted to her, "Lon, is that so? Don't let your fear disappoint me, unlike my contracted one, who is extremely cruel. A great demon Marbas is a generous master. The demon Helen just cut and judged. A tiny lion with a loud mouth, oh dear." Marbas, furious, wanted to pounce on it. He barked, "Shut up. Your peanut addiction has shrunk your mind to a pea." The demon snapped back. "Better to be a pea than an arrogant cat. At least a pea is edible." Helen also soothed her. "Master Marbas is right. You needn't worry, even if they bicker like street ruffians. They actually harm no one." Lon replied promptly, of course, but her thoughts differed from her words. She felt only horror, "But I fear you more." Leon continued, "More importantly, we've traced the strongest magical residue in the area, and it seems the enemy is leading us into a trap." Lon asked bluntly, "How so?" But the mana flow from the abandoned mage hall was very small, hardly noticeable to anyone. Moreover, following it, Marbas objected, "You're wrong, you see. The youth before you is the contracted one I chose. For a necromancer worthy of the name Marbas, that is too simple." Lon thought fearfully. If that's true, then his mana sense is absurdly acute. Tower Master Richel had known this from the start. She asked, "You mentioned a trap. May I ask how you concluded that?" Leon responded quickly, "First, they are baiting us with a steady stream of mana. Perhaps their goal is to interrupt and stall us by leading us the wrong way. Unclear to what end." Leon continued his account, of course, although he has now become a demonic spirit of the clan. Terrell was originally an alchemist. Alchemy consumes less mana than sorcery, but requires careful prior preparation. So I propose we search the area to find his true whereabouts. Nevertheless, it seems the target doesn't intend to make himself easy to find. In that case, we will not merely delay any longer. Our mission begins here. Leon cast a spell, and Helen the Black Orb did likewise. She shouted, "Lord Leon, you command, do not hesitate for my sake. Begin, the rest depends on you." Helen opened her eyes and sneered threateningly. "How dare you filthy rabble bare fangs before Lord Leon? You must be taught a lesson." She swung her controlling chains across the battlefield, dazzling all the wolves. She exclaimed joyfully, "One chain is more than enough." The Black Raven laughed loudly. "You replied very well. I'll take care of the rest." The wolves were pierced through. He assessed the situation. Half remained compared to the start. "I'm impressed," the Black Crow replied. Crow always impresses. "You haven't seen anything yet. You command well, now fall back." Lon stood at the rear like sitting on a furnace. She thought in chaotic disarray. These immortals are far stronger than I imagined. Impossible. A mage only 14 years old could wield power like this. Leon made his move. The ground collapsed into a large pit. He brushed the dust from his coat and praised. Well done. Helen shyly said, I'll do anything for the young master. The Black Crow chimed in. Crow is a loyal retainer, far beyond a useless cub that contributes nothing in battle. Marbas immediately retorted, shut up. I'm the strategic mind of this entire campaign. Leon commanded, continue on. I have a feeling the enemy is beckoning us deeper. Through the mirror. Terrell had seen everything. He cried out, Lon, how could this be? No, I supposed it. Your time had to come. This outcome was always destined. My fate lies in your hands. But don't be mistaken. You will not take my life easily. Not before I show you how wrong you are. Lon, now come here. My only love. Leon confirmed this was the place. He glanced around, evaluated the surroundings, then spoke. The path was clearly deliberately concealed to hinder our advance. Marbas added, I see ancient mechanisms, likely the remnants of some sophisticated high alchemy apparatus. Lon realized who stood behind. She revealed this could only have been done by him. Terrell, no. He had once been a talented alchemist, beyond doubt, at our academy. Leon proposed, I think now is an appropriate time to ask, Lon, what exactly is your relationship with the alchemist Terrell? At the question she flinched. He continued to press. I have a sense you two are more than mere colleagues. Lon sighed as the secret was exposed. She answered, I had a premonition I'd have to confess the truth. Marbas bluntly exposed her. If you don't mind, why did you insist on coming with us? Why do you know the target so intimate? And with Terrell once a scholar of Eremita, nearly every aspect of this mission is a mystery to us. In other words, you will tell the whole truth, Elf, especially since no one knows what dangers await us below. Lon could not refute. She replied, you speak reasonably. You have the right to know the truth behind this mission. She stood in the grand hall and disclosed an astonishing truth. As we still have to traverse this long corridor, I'll give you a condensed account of events up to the corridor's end. You may be surprised to hear it, but he and I were once husband and wife. I met Terrell for the first time in the dark alleys of the slums. It had been several years since I became an orphan because of war and was taken in by a merciful master. On that day, Rachel stood beside me and asked, is something the matter? Facing them was a gang bullying a child. They shouted, where's our pay for today? Do you think we're a joke? Rachel sneered at the scene and praised, what an interesting child. I see no sign of fear or survival instinct. There isn't even a single tear in his eyes. Perhaps he has some defect. Lon asked in pain, can't we take him with us, master? However, Rachel replied coldly, Lon, I think I sense a hint of compassion in your words. Do you believe pity alone is enough to save all the wretches? She immediately bowed her head and said fearfully, no, master. Rachel affirmed to her, precisely, therefore you must convince me with reason. Set pity aside and tell me why we should take the boy with us, just as I once had sufficient reason to bring you into the academy. Lon agreed, perhaps he will become a fine guardian in the future. Rachel leaned in and asked bluntly, but does that prospect hold much weight right now? Lon hesitated and answered, he might be decent. You immediately dismissed. It's merely baseless speculation. Lon tried to defend. He's rather handsome too. Rachel dryly looked at her. Is that all your argument? Lon heard that, stroked her chin in thought, and then spoke. Then suddenly she came up with an idea. Lon urgently asked Rachel, Master, do you remember the book you gave me as a gift? Of course you remember which book I gave you for your birthday. Lon continued, anyone who's read it knows. The wisest philosopher in the kingdom once said, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Rachel had to laugh and praised. It's rare that a cliché convinces me. Nonetheless, credit where it's due. Lon, you've done very well in persuading me. Rachel then approached the thugs to intervene. Hey, can you hurry up a bit, gentlemen? The boy will come with us, and no one is allowed to harm him anymore. The thugs sneered contemptuously and retorted, who are you to play hero? Listen, unless you want to get badly beat. Rachel had nothing to fear from his threat. She said confidently, tempting as that sounds, it won't happen today. You see, my companion here takes pity on your victim. The thug grew furious. He raised a fist and threatened. What's it to you? Mind your own business. You do-gooders never listen. I have something to make you see reason. Right into your loud mouths. With that, he punched straight at Rachel. You have truly angered me. It seems you need a lesson in manners. I'm more than willing to oblige. Rachel's channeled spell struck the thug with terror. What just happened? This one is a maid. Wait a moment. Rachel smiled with friendly grace and said, that is enough, and I will also ensure you do not die. With just a touch from Rachel, the man fell down. His comrades screamed in panic as he collapsed immediately. "Hey, get out of here now." Rachel called to Lon hiding nearby. "Come out, Lon, it's safe now." You cry inwardly, so this is how a father feels when his child abandons him, and by a stranger no less, although Lon isn't my biological child still. Lon stepped up to Terrell and asked, "Hey, what's your name? Why did they beat you?" Terrell replied coldly, "Because I'm weak," and he asked one question at a time. Saving someone and yet being scrutinized, Lon New retorted, "Why should I do that? I have so many things I want to know. You should answer more than one question at a time." Terrell looked at her with disgust. "Are you serious?" Lon answered, "Of course I'm serious. Now let's go." She stretched out her hand. Terrell was bewildered. "Go where?" Lon smiled brightly to welcome. "Home, of course," Rachel immediately interjected. "Roll over. Didn't I tell you not to call the academy home? In any case, you're more than welcome. Let us lead you to a better life elsewhere." Terrell took that warm hand. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, Lon expressed, and that was the beginning of the strange bond between Terrell and me. As they grew up, Lon complained irritably, "Don't you ever listen to me. This is where the dragon claw should go." Terrell argued back no less fiercely, "Not the dragon tooth." Despite their constant bickering, they became steadfast friends. Terrell teased, "Didn't Master ever teach you that these things have a proper order? That's why you'll never cook properly." Lon retaliated by yanking his hair. She shot back, "But I can cook you to death." Rachel smiled and chided, "My goodness, you two argue like an old married couple." They both fought while denying it in unison. "Master, please take that back quickly." And while they sat and confided, Lon asked him a question, "Terrell, why is alchemy the only thing you care about? Surely it's not because you need the grades right." Terrell was silent for a moment, then answered, "You have no idea how pathetic I was." She was surprised. "What?" Terrell recounted the day he first met you, Lon. "I realized something the moment Master Rachel stepped forward to save me. Forgiveness, honor. What do they matter when we are all subject to the will of the stronger? I had no talent for swordplay or magic. That meant alchemy was my only path. There was no other way for me to prove myself. We supported each other's dreams as if they were our own." Afterwards, Rachel personally read their fortunes for both of us. She cheerfully said, "Ah, for once my foresight proved correct. I had a premonition that you two would marry one day." Lon reminisced about that memory. "We even promised to give each other our souls forever," at which Terrell bashfully scratched his cheek and replied, "Enough, Master, please stop teasing. Honestly, we were surprised ourselves." She found it unbelievable. As for Vu Pham, aside from his handsome appearance, he had nothing remarkable. He cheerfully added, "I take that as a compliment." Lon brushed it off immediately. "Oh, come on." Rachel suddenly asked them, "In 3 months, right?" "I mean your wedding," yet Terrell showed a strange expression. He confessed, "Yes, Master. We are very grateful to have the Tower's blessing." Rachel awkwardly agreed. "Of course, as long as you two are happy, I'm happy too." Terrell left behind an oddly sinister look. Rachel worriedly thought, "Oh, strange goddess. I hope this time my instincts are wrong." Our moment of happiness didn't last long. Terrell slaughtered them. Rolney begged him, "Terrell, please, Terrell, how could you do this?" Tragedy struck almost immediately after we swore our vow. Lon sobbed in despair, "What have you done?" Terrell still smiled as if nothing had happened. "You're here, Lon, come here, let's celebrate." "You look the power I deserve," she shouted. "Stop. Terrell, don't you see how broken you are? Seek Master Rachel's help. It's not too late, we can go to her together." And Terrell interjected, "My beloved Lon." Then Terrell sprouted wings and horns. He cruelly warned, but it was already too late. Lon sadly recalled that horrific memory. She recounted that in the end, Terrell was swallowed by his hunger for power, became a murderous demon, even turning on his comrades. Needless to say, he had fled long before I could try to capture him. And that was the premise that led to the mission I entrusted to you. Marbes concurred. "I suspected as much. That also explains why the reward is higher than ordinary monster hunts our prey, is a demon with human intelligence and growth potential." Lon immediately agreed and confirmed, "Sir, that is why I set the bounty higher than usual. Right now, Terrell is still growing stronger. If we don't stop him now, there may be no more chances." Leon spoke to reassure her, "Don't worry. I have pinpointed his location." Marbas urged him, "Then move quickly. The stench of this demon offends my nose." Lon promptly commanded, "We depart immediately." Elsewhere, Karen panicked to herself. How could this be? This cannot be. How did they do it? He pondered. This is a magical labyrinth erected to shelter me until I reach full power, a maze so complex it's nearly impenetrable. And yet they found a shortcut so quickly. He punched the wall and shouted, "This is absurd." Terrell heard Leon say, "Ah." Lon, "I found him." What is he terrified of? The shattered mirror. He wondered. This is endless fear finally arriving now. What am I to do? The three Waste Lord warned from behind. Flee, contract bearer. The abyss itself is approaching. This is not an enemy you can defeat. Terrell thought in horror. An enemy. Even the three-waist lord urges me to flee. Have I ever chosen cowardice before countless foes? Terrell angrily wanted to prove his strength. You will see I am fully capable. Master, even if she is the woman I once vowed to love, I will not hesitate. When it is time to take lives, the three-waist lord objected. You misunderstand me. Terrell asked in surprise. What? The three-waist lord replied. That woman is not important. But what approaches is an omen of inevitable death. A hand smashed the glass and caused an explosion before his eye. Terrell gasped. The defensive barrier has collapsed. Leon calmly began. I guessed I'd find you here. Allow me to make a guess. Terrell scoffed. The alchemist has been corrupted, hasn't he? Terrell knew at that moment. I felt deep in my soul there was no choice but to flee. Yet he stubbornly said that just moments ago my master told me the death approaching was you. I began to understand the cause of his hesitation. A dense aura of death surrounds you. He poured his power into a desperate spell. Terrell thought, a pure darkness as deep as an abyss. I cannot risk it. In the next second, a magic formation shot straight toward Leon. Lon immediately rushed to aid. Master Leon, dodge. I'll cast a defensive spell. The black mist is advanced communal magic. A young mage like you likely cannot withstand. Mapat struck directly and without hesitation. Lord Brutal said, shut up and get out of my way. The inexperienced alchemist rolled in stunned exclamation. Lord Marbas responded, starring ahead, my child. She moves from one surprise to another. The black mist had already enveloped him. Leon's gaze was full of authority. Terrell still stubbornly threatened, you think only your sight is affected. Your arrogance will get you a gruesome death. An explosion occurred and the mist spread. Leon simply said, I will ask you again, are you the alchemist? Are you the demon who has been corrupted, Terrell or not? Terrell truly felt fear. He contemplated strategies. Now it's too late to turn and flee. I have only one choice left, though the timing is indeed still too soon. Terrell replied awkwardly, yes, I am Terrell, so who are you? Leon introduced forcefully, I am Leon von Marbas. I am here to take your life. Terrell frowned in bitter anger. For someone young and inexperienced like you, I truly wonder how you obtain such great power. You and I are similar. We both borrowed power from a higher being to become the people we are. Do you deny that? Seeing her husband erupting with black chi, Lon hurriedly shouted to stop him. Terrell. At this moment, one of his eyes was pitch black. A pair of demonic wings sprouted on his back. Terrell said bashfully, Lon, if only you had come sooner, I would have become whole by one way or another. But Lon now showed great contempt for him. What use is gaining power through corruption? In the end, you only become the very monster you once hated. Terrell immediately retorted, what about you, Lon? You brought along these glitzed-up mercenaries to seek the death of the man you once loved. If taking lives defines a monster, and if the lust for power is what makes it, then you are a grotesque aberration, no different from me. Lon angrily cut him off. Stop spouting those twisted excuses. Terrell began to recount his horrific past. Twisted. What could be more twisted than a world that abandoned me because of my weakness? Tell me, what is an orphan child to do amid the raging fires of war? Even if taken in by someone with power, the weak must still endure all the humiliation in this world, ruled by strength. Indeed, there is only one path for people like us to survive. That is to obtain absolute power at any cost. Then he swung his arm and launched a sharp spear. The spears aimed straight at Lon. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Fortunately, Leon had just formed a shield to protect her. He revealed the truth. I must oppose your doctrine. Indeed, I made a pact with a demon like you, but not merely for the cold calculus of power and domination. Terrell exclaimed in surprise. What? Leon summoned a legion of death spirits as he explained. As for me, it was for the people I want to protect. This pact with the demon is the smallest sacrifice I am willing to make. Marbas watched in admiration at Leon's ability, fitting for this once glorious mage hall. The number of death spirits he summoned at once was truly impressive. Each individual a superb specimen. I cannot help but acknowledge it. His potential is staggering beyond measure. Terrell stubbornly objected again. So what difference does that make? After all, what you crave is still power. Leon coldly explained in detail. The difference is vast. Destroying and defiling everything in your path as you do. Only those who steal from others resort to such despicable means. Terrell kept retorting. When all the otherworldly demons are clawing at your back, I wonder if you can still maintain that nobility. You seem not to realize that such lofty feelings are themselves the privilege of the powerful. Leon remained calm and answered, how do you see me? A powerful scion. It was because of my weakness that I personally killed my father. I will not allow myself to regret that, for I had no other choice. Can you say the same? the mage who was corrupted. You betrayed Lan and your former classmates of the Eremita Academy. Are you sure you will have no regrets for what you have done? Then Leon cast a spell ordering the death spirits to charge at Terrell, startling him at first. But then he regained his composure. Stamping his foot to gain momentum, he rushed to confront the death spirits. These weak death spirits, you cannot kill me. At this moment, countless question marks filled Terrell's mind. Which demon would grant so much of its essence to a brat like that? He must at least be sponsored by a Grand Duke of the demon realm. But why could someone so young offer anything to such a great demon? Can you stand it? Terrell shouted as he interrogated. No way. What did you sacrifice to the demon to gain this absurd power? A pact of that scale cannot be formed without a commensurate sacrifice. Answer me, mage, what are you? But Leon simply replied modestly, nothing so grandiose. I merely offered the only thing I had, my entire existence. That was the only worthy price I could pay for that bargain. Terrell silently withdrew the vial of magical liquid, thinking to himself, just childish recklessness. I'll go on the defensive and crush him by slow suffocation. Until he confessed the truth, Terrell smashed the vial. At that moment, someone else began to move. Helen suddenly rushed at his protective barrier. Then she struck it hard, causing the barrier to crack. Terrell was horrified to see this. A reinforced magic ward broken by raw force. How could that be? While he was panicked and off guard, Leon timely shattered his barrier. Then he dealt him a critical punch to the gut, sending Terrell's eyes rolling back. He spat out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. Terrell decided to renegotiate with the demon Luddy Cross. I cannot die like this. I will sacrifice 100,000 lives. If that is still not enough for this power then. But the Lord cut him off and insulted. Don't think you have the right to bark before me, dog. Terrell froze for a moment. He looked into the shadow before him and realized this was not an ordinary great demon, but one of hell's supreme demons. Marbas asked with some surprise, you know me. Puppy? Terrell hurriedly knelt, feigning respect as he asked, of course, my lord, you are the great demon Marbas. What could you possibly gain from an arrogant brat like? Marbas also explained to him, it is your lack of imagination that set the limit for the favor you receive. Do you think the mere weight of the voluntary sacrifice from my pact maker was enough to grant him such tremendous magical power? Terrell continued curiously, what else was there? Marbas then revealed the truth. No matter how much power I granted my pact maker, at this moment he was merely using his innate mon. He heard this and sneered, then coldly cried out, absurd! How is it so unfair? Countless lives I sacrificed just to reach the position I have today. Meanwhile, you were simply lucky to be born with the natural talent you possess, to be granted all those undeserved favors. Fate is truly cruel. Lan looked toward Leon with her head full of panic. He killed his own father. Come to think of it, I had heard that rumor too. A young scion making a pact with a demon to lead his domain to victory in the territorial war. The Marbas family, the legitimate heir of a noble abyssal line. A youth said to have traded away his own heart for power. She could not help but ask, Lord Leon von Marbas, what did you do? At this moment, Marbas appeared behind Lan and reminded her, observe and enjoy rather than seek answers. I am sure our enemy still has something interesting to display. She asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Suddenly, a death spirit let out a fierce roar. Helen clutched her head and covered her ears. What kind of evil screech is this? At that moment, the dark orb pointed to the ceiling and said, Lord Leon, look up at the high ceiling. Terrell continued to babble in envy. You were born with everything while I had nothing like you. The favors that always belonged to you were denied to me. And now you will witness the power I achieved by my own path. Then he summoned a fiend from nowhere. Leon looked up slightly surprised, a chimera. Lan was puzzled. Where did he get that thing? More importantly, what does he intend to do with the creature? She suddenly noticed something and shouted hurriedly, no, don't let Terrell get near that chimera. But Terrell now spoke calmly, alas, too late already. The chimera behind him opened its huge maw. Leon quickly launched a volley of spears at them. Then a great explosion occurred. In the choking smoke, only pitiful screams rang out. Save me, it hurts so much. Faces layered beneath the chimera's skin kept crying out in injustice. Why me, not like this? Terrell then lectured them. Silence. You should thank me for granting you power through my body. Isn't that so? Lan staggered and sat down in horror. This is absurd. Terrell, why are you Terrell? This is blasphemy. Dark magic is forbidden to be practiced at the cost of a life. Marbas continued. He is nurturing power with his own soul, amplifying might through the pain and despair within him. Among countless dark arts, this is the vilest. Helen also grew concerned. It seems this will be a challenge. The dark orb warned sternly. This is no ordinary foe. Our young master may struggle. We must all be on high alert. Terrell was extremely self-satisfied, as if victory was in his hands. This battle is essentially already decided, even if the Grand Duke ordered me to withdraw. I will still dare to persist and prove he is wrong. You may beg for your lives, but it will do no good. I will seize your souls, the very thing even the Grand Duke honored and absorbed into himself. Suddenly, Terrell froze. He looked at his hands and wondered, my limbs are moving on their own. At that moment, Leon quietly stepped forward and ordered the death spirits. Obey my command, fall back at once. Terrell's body emitted a fierce light. He cried out with disdain, truly an arrogant child. As the beam of light surged toward Leon, a death spirit stepped in front of him and absorbed that beam. Terrell continued to fiercely fire multiple beams of light while shouting, what can these little death spirits do? I do not hide my hunger for power. After all, that in itself is not a sin, Leon said softly. Leon said softly. Leon said softly. At that moment, the eye on the book flared brightly. The dark orb realized the problem and cried out a warning. He intends to use his full power. All of you stay away from the young master. Helen quickly grabbed Lon to pull her back, making her startle. What, Sister Helen? Helen ordered, be silent. Either obey your master or die. Leon cast a large magic array behind him and began his judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without justice, even our Marba's family. We who guard the dead do not have that right. Leon cast a large magic array behind him and began his judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without justice, even our Marba's family. We who guard the dead do not have that right. Why the surprise? Isn't he the young master? Who else but him could perform such miracle? Leon's chilling voice made Terrell jolt. There was no escape left. Immediately, the chimera suddenly bit him in its mouth. Helen watched and cheered. See how awesome it is. She was extremely proud of Leon. He is the head of the family after all. Who else could perform such feats? So impressed yet. Suddenly, Leon frowned. Then he staggered forward. Lon hurried over anxiously to support him. Young master, are you all right? He replied, thanks a lot, thank. Marbas interjected reprovingly. Better than what? Oathbound one. Your casual use of mana like that is an unwise decision. And of course you never heed my warnings. Leon explained, unlike the lives of the fallen, mana can be restored over time. If anything goes wrong, then I think I am the one who should be asking you that. She was startled, then subconsciously recalled the past times beside Terrell, when he had not yet been corrupted. But then that beautiful image was being torn apart by the present truth. Understanding Lon's feelings, Leon also spoke sincerely. To be honest, my understanding of the emotions of love for another person is very fragile. Joy, sorrow, and all the heart's feelings are almost alien to me. Nevertheless, I understand that right now you must be enduring much suffering, that even I can perceive. Lon, upon hearing this, frowned and tried to hold back her tears. She sighed wearily. Terrell, why would I need a genius mage by my side? What drove you into such madness? And even if you are no stronger than anyone else, I still truly love you for who you are. At that moment, Marbas jumped onto Leon's shoulder and whispered, that's not a bad consolation. The Oathbound one looked dazed, then calm, and said, consolation, I was simply stating the truth. The dark orb, overcome with emotion, sobbed, young master, you made a woman cry. You truly are a gentleman. Helen also showed great admiration. He can actually say such words. Seeing Leon lost in thought, Marbas asked, do you have anything more to say, Oathbound one? He bluntly asked Lon, so does slaying the chimera count toward our reward? Lon sounded a little surprised but laughed and replied, what, probably yes, given the level of destruction it caused. Now I suggest we return before we get carried away chatting. A little while later, Leon had also returned to his castle. Upon seeing him, Pullen and Vanter hurriedly stood to greet him. Lord Leon von Marbas has returned. Welcome back. Sir, young master, are you injured? Leon replied as he sat at the table. I am fine, Vanter reported. We received word of your recent mission even before you returned. It was said to be a challenge even for a seasoned Golden Badge explorer, and you completed it at 14, no, 15. Pullen sighed anxiously, yet that mission was still too risky. Reports say you nearly exhausted all your mana at once. Of course, I dare not criticize your decision, but I truly worry for your condition. Leon calmly reassured him. Thank you, Pullen, but that mission was easier than I expected. If anything worthy of concern, my worries lie elsewhere. Suddenly, he felt a chill and revealed his emotion flatly. It enraged me, just as when the incident led us to meet Elysia and Helen. I realized I was enraged. After Leon finished, the room fell into an awkward silence. Then Pullen took a letter from his pocket. I have other news to tell you. Indeed, good news arrived. A letter of acceptance to the prestigious Alaton Academy. Unexpectedly, our young master has come of age to enroll. I could cry. The Alaton Academy is the empire of Eames' premier educational institution, where the continent's future heroes gather to train in both swordsmanship and magic. Leon recounted, My father once told me that Alatin would allow me to surpass my current potential. At that time, my father hoped I possessed a talent as vast as the stars in the sky, Leon, and though that talent will carry you far, that does not guarantee your place among the continent's elite. At Alatin Academy, you will meet peers, those who may match or even surpass you. You must become stronger. My son, it pains me that I cannot be there to witness and guide you to the end. Leon raised the letter to the sky, dazed. A talent vast as the stars, a gift like mine and his. Surely so. To put Leon at ease, Pullen advised, temporarily set aside the burden of managing the territory and live fully at the academy. I, Pullen, will handle everything, so you need not worry about anything during that time. Marbes was a little surprised. Alatin Academy, just a playground for inexperienced young nobles who lack worldly experience. I see no reason my oathbound should waste time there. I meant to refuse this opportunity and not enroll, but Leon thought otherwise. I wish to accept the invitation. Marbes then explained clearly to enroll in the academy. Oathbound 1. The academy is where learned scholars impart knowledge. Considering you are almost entirely lacking common sense in most situations, I really do not think you are ready for study and books. But Leon still seemed willing to enroll, if you say so. Yet I have a hunch that it is where I will meet a certain young master again. Moreover, I believe that is what my father would have wanted. I do not intend to disappoint him, nor myself. Pullen beside him was very pleased and said, with the perfect education at the continent's top academy, and hopefully matching academic achievement, it will not be long before you begin to restore the Marbes family's reputation. A voice rang out asking Leon again, are you sure about this decision? Our paths will cross again, and I'm sure it will be soon. Seeing Nox starring off lost in thought, the maid beside him asked curiously, are you worried about something? After all, it's the renowned Alatin Academy you are about to attend. Nox rubbed his head tiredly and said, not really, that's not the issue. He thought to himself, how could I have known I'd become the final reincarnation from the start? It seems I have no choice but to try my best to get through everything, even if this body is only borrowed for a limited time. I still have the name Nox von Lienhebo to rely on. In other words, fake it until it becomes real. The madman. I will become the biggest villain among the crazies at the academy, racing against time while fully playing the role of Nox von Lienhebo until the very last moment.